Hello everyone, welcome back to another amazing video. I want to let you know that I have a Patreon account where you can become a member. After becoming a Patreon member, you can request any novel, and I will make an audiobook of it as long as that novel is available on the internet. You can also ask for any Odyssey novel updates or new novel request that you want to hear more. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Kitazawa froze for several seconds, standing still as the flood of new information from the system washed over him. As expected of one of the legendary 5 great dojutsu of the shinobi world, he thought. The Byakugan's boost to an ordinary ninja's abilities was truly astonishing. If he'd been near Jonin level before, he could now genuinely call himself a Jonin. And paired with gentle fist techniques, he'd be a proper Jonin in every sense. Without wasting any time, Kitazawa hurried to a training ground on the outskirts of Konoha. Since it was after hours, the field was completely deserted. Pulling a small mirror from his pocket, he examined his reflection. His eyes were still dark, normal as ever. At least the system was smart about one thing, Kitazawa muttered with a smirk. Unlike the Sharingan, whose Tomo appeared visibly when activated and which only Uchiha clan members could fully deactivate, the Byakugan was far trickier to conceal. Even when inactive, true Hyuga eyes were milky white and unmistakable at a glance. One of the big reasons Kakashi Hatake struggled with chakra exhaustion was that he couldn't turn off his implanted Sharingan, draining him constantly. But Kitazawa's new Byakugan was different. His eyes only transformed when he consciously activated the power. Otherwise, they looked completely ordinary. He mentally commanded, "Activate." Immediately, the veins around his temples bulged, and the world in his vision transformed. It was like going from grainy 360p video to dazzling 4K Ultra HD and in a full 360-degree view, like having eyes in the back of his head. Magnificent. Kitazawa turned slowly, drinking in the crystal-clear view around him. The Byakugan was far more terrifying than he'd even imagined. No wonder the Hyuga clan produced so many Jonin, even if some members weren't top-tier prodigies. Kitazawa shifted his gaze toward a tree nearby. With a mere thought, the tree vanished from his sight, revealing everything hidden behind it. He lowered his gaze to his own raised hand and could clearly see the flow of chakra, the network of veins, the layout of his bones, and even his tenketsu points. The Byakugan's primary powers were insight, X-ray vision, and telescopic vision. Kitazawa had now tested the first two, only the long-distance vision remained. He lifted his head, peering into the distance. His vision stretched farther and farther, reeling in every detail along the way, until finally halting at roughly 1 kilometer out. That was 1 kilometer in all directions, not just in a straight line. And that wasn't even the limit. With further training, the range could be expanded even more. Kitazawa deactivated the Byakugan and exhaled slowly. Based on his tests, his Byakugan was roughly on par with that of an average Hyuga Jonin. But the system had also filled his mind with extensive knowledge about how to refine and improve the Byakugan further. However, reaching the legendary Tenseigan, that was another matter entirely. That path was closed off to him. Even so, having a standard Byakugan was already an enormous advantage. Kitazawa felt the surge of newfound power humming inside him. He took a moment to calm himself, then headed for home. On the way, he kept feeling the urge to activate his Byakugan again but restrained himself each time. After all, there was no way to explain where he'd gotten such eyes if someone noticed. And any Jonin-level ninja would immediately sense if someone tried to observe them with the Byakugan. The next day dawned. While out buying breakfast, Kitazawa also picked up a pair of sunglasses. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata beamed when she spotted him. "Did you talk to your father about your impressive appetite?" Kitazawa asked, remembering the mission still hanging over his head. Her mission had 2 requirements, to fill her up with food, and for her to voluntarily confess her secret. He'd done everything he could for the first part. But the second step was all tied up with Hayashi. "How did you know?" Hinata blinked in surprise, staring at him with wide eyes. "I guessed." Kitazawa chuckled, reaching out to gently tap her forehead. "Congratulations." "Thank you." Hinata glanced at him shyly, then lowered her gaze. "It was because of you, Kitazawa-sensei. You gave me the courage." Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. "I didn't do anything special," Kitazawa said, shaking his head. "Hinata, you've always been brave on your own." Hinata blinked, momentarily stunned by his words. "So how's your water walking training coming along?" Kitazawa asked, smoothly changing the topic. "I can already walk all the way across the lake without sinking." Hinata replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "Excellent. That means you've completed the water walking training." Kitazawa smiled. "So, what do you want to train for next?" Hinata stared at him, a little lost, then said softly, "I'll do whatever Kitazawa-sensei thinks is best." "Then tell me what's your own wish right now?" Kitazawa asked the question carefully. He wasn't just making small talk, he was trying to trigger a new system mission. "Me." Hinata tilted her head, thoughtful. After a pause, she said, I want to awaken my Byakugan sooner." Kitazawa blinked as 4 lines of glowing text suddenly appeared before his eyes. His stunned expression turned into a broad grin. Now he was starting to figure out how the system determined its missions. "Your classmate Hyuga Hinata is seeking your help. Current mission, help Hyuga Hinata awaken her Byakugan. Mission reward, 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher. Do you accept?" Of course Kitazawa chose to accept. 8 trigrams. Mountain Crusher was a powerful gentle fist technique, a taijutsu move somewhat akin to the strength of 100 seal in concept, channeling gentle fist into devastating, mountain-shattering blows. Alright then. Kitazawa smiled slyly. For this afternoon's practical combat class, I'll give you a special kind of training. What kind of training? Hinata asked, eyes bright with curiosity. That's a secret. Kitazawa held a finger to his lips. Promise me you won't even tell your father. Hinata's face turned pink as she nodded. That afternoon, during practical combat class, everyone threw themselves into the training regimens Kitazawa had assigned the previous day. Kitazawa-sensei. Sakura came over, curiosity written all over her face. Why is Hinata getting different training from the rest of us? Sakura had strong talent for chakra control. Though she'd started later than Hinata and Ino, she'd quickly caught up and was now training on water walking alongside them. In terms of progress, all three girls were about equal, so Sakura couldn't help being puzzled. We'll be facing second-year Class A in 4 events, Kitazawa explained. And for the chakra control competition, I'm placing my highest hopes on you and Ino. Really? Sakura's eyes widened. Of course. Kitazawa gave her a meaningful look. Which means your water walking training needs an upgrade. What kind of upgrade? Sakura asked suspiciously. When you're water walking, Kitazawa said with an innocent smile, Ino will try to hit you with wooden konao, and you'll try to hit her. Kitazawa-sensei, are you a demon? Sakura yelped, eyes as round as dinner plates. And to make sure no one slacks off, Kitazawa added thoughtfully, whoever gets hit the most will have their homework doubled. You are a demon. Sakura exclaimed, gaping at him. Sakura, I'm so sorry. Ino rolled up her sleeves with a determined glint in her eyes. But when it comes to homework you're on your own. Kitazawa simply smiled. 3 sentences and the girls are ready to declare war on each other for me. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. An bonus chapter on reaching 300 power stones. This is the spot. Kitazawa came to a halt. In front of him, cherry blossom trees flanked both sides of the path, their pink petals drifting gently through the air. He leapt up, landing firmly against the trunk of one tree, both feet gripping the bark. Spreading his fingers, he channeled chakra through his hand and quickly gathered a small pile of leaves. Then he released his grip, sending the chakra-infused leaves cascading downward. Hinata, catch all the leaves. Kitazawa gave the order calmly. Hyuga Hinata instantly sprang into action. She darted forward, her arms flashing as she reached for the falling leaves. Though her movements were fast as lightning, she couldn't manage to catch them all. After scooping up most of the leaves into her arms, she lunged after the last few stragglers but still missed some. I'm sorry, Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata said, clutching the leaves to her chest, her expression filled with guilt. To her, failing something as simple as catching leaves felt like undeniable proof that she was useless. Catching that many leaves on your first try is already excellent. There's no need to apologize. Kitazawa gave her an encouraging smile. Do you know what the purpose of this training is? I don't know, Hinata admitted softly. It's meant to sharpen your vision and, at the same time, improve your reaction speed. Kitazawa spoke solemnly, improvising the explanation as he went. Legend says this technique was passed down from the ancestors of the Hyuga clan. Hinata blinked, trying to recall any memory of such a story but nothing came to mind. Your ancestor, when he first tried this training, couldn't even catch a third of the leaves you just caught. Kitazawa paused, then said with conviction, Hinata, your talent is truly remarkable. Hinata nodded firmly. She didn't know whether this mysterious ancestor actually existed, but Kitazawa's words lit a spark of confidence in her chest. Let's keep going. Kitazawa casually waved his hand, and the scattered leaves flew back into his palm as if pulled by invisible strings. Truthfully, this leaf-catching exercise was a drill from the system perfect for training the Byakugan. Hinata's petite frame tensed with focus, her movements nimble as she reached out again and again for the fluttering leaves. Time passed quickly, and before long, the class was nearly over. That's all for today. Kitazawa dropped down lightly from the tree. Hinata immediately let out a huge sigh of relief. The exhaustion hit her all at once. She bent forward, panting, her breath ragged. Beads of sweat gathered on her forehead, soaking into her hair and pale skin. Sit down and rest for a while. Kitazawa pulled a water bottle from a storage scroll and handed it to her. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata took a long drink, feeling the cool water wash away some of her fatigue. When you have some spare time, keep practicing on your own. Kitazawa reminded her. Okay. Hinata nodded, then hesitated as if remembering something. Kitazawa-sensei. She trailed off halfway through her question, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What is it? Kitazawa tilted his head, genuinely curious. And nothing. Hinata hugged the water bottle close, her fingers nervously fidgeting against the plastic. All right. School's over. Time to head home. After giving her a few more minutes to rest, Kitazawa stood up. Hinata scrambled to her feet and quickly fell into step beside him. Kitazawa-sensei. A voice called out. The other students had already left, only Uzumaki Naruto remained behind. Here. Kitazawa held out a scroll. This is your homework for tonight. Naruto winced but reluctantly accepted it. He'd been working hard for a week, determined to crack the top 10 in class rankings, and he wasn't about to give up now. Kitazawa-sensei, I want to do it too. Hinata blurted out, glancing at the scroll. She remembered the hours she'd spent working on practice problems the month before. Naruto gawked at her as though she'd grown a second head. Who in their right mind asked for homework? That was terrifying. You don't need to, Kitazawa told Hinata with a chuckle. There's no reason for someone who's already at the top of the class to waste extra time on homework. Hinata blinked, considered arguing but then decided that simply following Kitazawa's advice was easiest. Naruto. Kitazawa gave the blonde boy a stern look. Remember to come early tomorrow. I'll go over the problems you missed. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto let out a long groan. Homework truly was the bane of his existence. A week flew by in the blink of an eye and Saturday arrived. The moment Kitazawa stirred from sleep, a rapid knocking echoed through his apartment. He groggily dragged himself to the door and opened it. As expected, standing there was none other than Yui Kurane. So early? He asked, stifling a yawn. Have you eaten yet? No. Kurane stepped into the entryway with practiced ease. She bent down to remove her shoes, habitual and graceful. As she straightened, she caught Kitazawa's gaze fixed downward. What? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Why no black stockings today? He asked casually, his expression unreadable. Because I'm not wearing a dress, she replied matter-of-factly. She placed her shoes neatly on the rack, then padded barefoot into the living room without hesitation. What do you want for breakfast? Kitazawa asked as he closed the door behind her. Something simple, she said, tossing her long black hair over her shoulder as she sank into the sofa. Got any rice balls or sushi? I'll go grab some. Kitazawa headed into the kitchen. When he returned, Kurane was sprawled comfortably across the couch. Her head rested against the armrest, her waist curved, and her long legs tucked gracefully together. You really don't act like a guest, do you? Kitazawa teased with a smirk. I was up all night, she murmured, glancing at him with tired eyes. Can't I relax for once? What kept you up? He paused, curiosity piqued. Take a look. She reached to her side, pulled out a scroll from her waist pouch, and casually tossed it to him. Kitazawa caught the scroll still faintly warm and unrolled it. As his eyes scanned the contents, his brows lifted in surprise. You actually completed the truth extraction jutsu. I got inspired yesterday. A hint of pride curled her lips. So, I'm amazing, right? Beautiful and brilliant. Far more than just amazing, he said with a sincere nod. Not bad, Kurane said, taking a bite of sushi. Have you told Yakumo yet? Not yet, she replied nonchalantly. She'll be here soon anyway. Kitazawa gave a thoughtful hum. With her talent, she probably won't even need a full day to learn this jutsu. Don't talk to me about work right now, Kurane groaned, waving a hand. I've got a headache. Let's forget genjutsu today. All right. Kitazawa chuckled at her pained expression. With the therapeutic words jutsu and truth extraction jutsu done, we can officially report them to the Hokage. Kurane sat up and stretched. You go. Whatever reward we get, just accept mine on my behalf. What about you? I'm going to sleep, she said flatly, collapsing back into the couch. Later, Kitazawa made his way to the Hokage's office, scroll in hand. You two have done exceptionally well, Hiruzen Sarutobi said after reviewing the two genjutsu techniques. He was visibly impressed. To develop not one but two unique genjutsu in such a short span was remarkable, and it opened a new door for Konoha's medical and interrogation practices. Most importantly, it revealed the potential foundation of a psychological medical ninja system. In accordance with Konoha protocol, the third Hokage continued, you and Yui Kurane may each choose 3 ninjutsu of B rank or lower as your reward. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa bowed deeply, his heart brimming with satisfaction. This meant 3 techniques he could now legally claim and use as his own. Afterward, he left with the scroll, escorted by an shinobi. Once the room had quieted, Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. He found his mind circling around a single question. Should I contact Tsunade? With Konoha's current state, strong, capable ninja were in painfully short supply. Sakumo Hatake had taken his own life. Minato Namikaze had perished protecting the village. Orochimaru had defected, and both Jiraiya and Tsunade remained in long-term exile. The Uchiha clan was growing restless. If Tsunade could be convinced to return, it would ease the burden he carried alone. And perhaps, finally, Konoha would begin to heal. Chapter 53. Kitazawa followed the Ninja Haru to the village's ninjutsu archive. After thinking it over briefly, he selected his 3 jutsu. They were, Water Release, Water Bullet Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, and Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, all jutsu that the system has already provided. For most shinobi, there are 3 categories of jutsu that are notoriously difficult to obtain. The first are forbidden jutsus, like Edo Tensei. The second are strategic jutsu that can shift the tide of entire battles, like the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. And the third are clan-exclusive or bloodline jutsus, passed down through clans, such as the Akimichi clan's Giantification Jutsu or the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist. While Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu and Great Fire Annihilation were signature Uchiha Jutsu, they didn't fall into any of those 3 restricted categories. After securing the 3 scrolls, Kitazawa realized he had pretty much exhausted the pool of ninjutsu rewards offered by the system for now, at least. He'd have to figure out new ways to earn more jutsus in the future. Tucking the scrolls away, he headed home. Kitazawa-sensei. Yakumo Karema, who was sitting on the couch, immediately rose to greet him. She held the Truth Extraction Jutsu scroll in her hands and was clearly already immersed in studying it. Keep going, Kitazawa told her with a small smile. He glanced around the room but didn't spot Kurone anywhere. She was probably still asleep in the bedroom. After a moment's thought, Kitazawa stepped outside to the clearing behind the house. There, he began running through ninjutsu drills, purely for practice and perhaps a bit of show. Time passed quietly until midday arrived. Kurone finally awoke. She sat up and stretched luxuriously, then froze as she felt a powerful wave of searing chakra. Who's using fire release, she wondered. Kitazawa. Moving to the window, she peered outside. As she suspected, Kitazawa stood in the yard, wielding chakra with focused precision. Under his control, multiple fireballs exploded outward like blossoms from a mythical flower. It was unmistakably the fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Kurone recognized it instantly. Many shinobi could perform this fire-style jutsu, but Kitazawa's skill stood out. The way the flames danced and obeyed his every gesture, striking precisely where he directed them, it was as if the fire were alive. In Kurone's mind, Kitazawa had always been an ordinary Chunin, but now, he seemed a bit unfathomable. She remembered how he'd once told her that if her team ever needed extra manpower on a mission, he'd be willing to help. Curiosity sparked in her crimson eyes. Leaving the room, Kurone slipped on her shoes and stepped outside. You're awake. How'd you sleep? Kitazawa called, dispersing the lingering flames with a flick of his wrist. I slept like a log. Kurone grinned. I feel like I've got energy to spare. Hokage-sama rewarded me with 3 jutsu. Kitazawa reminded her. You should head to the Hokage's office when you get a chance to collect yours. As expected of Hokage-sama, always generous. Kurone paused, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. The jutsu you were just using, was that one of the jutsu you were given? Kitazawa nodded. You'd never learned the fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu before. A hint of surprise colored Kurone's voice. No. Kitazawa could guess what she was thinking, but he didn't elaborate. That mystery was exactly the effect he wanted. You learned the fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu in just 1 morning. Kurone let out a soft whistle. Your talent for fire-style ninjutsu is incredible. She sighed and added, it's honestly a waste for someone like you to be teaching at the academy. Most shinobi could join teams, take missions, and constantly polish their skills. But an academy instructor? They rarely saw combat or significant challenges. In Kurone's eyes, that was why Kitazawa's full potential had yet to shine. Wanna spar? Kurone Yui asked, her eyes glittering with enthusiasm. Kitazawa gave her a wary look. The way you're smiling, it's like you're itching to beat me up. Don't worry, Kurone said sweetly. I'll go easy on you. Kitazawa sighed and stretched his shoulders. Fine. Let's head to the nearest training ground. There was no harm in sparring with Kurone, and it was a good chance to show off a bit of his strength. The two arrived at the training field in short order. Get ready, Kurone called, already forming hand seals. But Kitazawa was faster. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. A roaring sphere of flames surged toward Kurone. Eyes widening, she hastily abandoned the seals for her demonic illusion, tree binding death, switching instead to the body flicker jutsu. Chakra burst around her legs as she blurred sideways, narrowly evading the monstrous fireball. Heat washed over her skin, leaving a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. Kurone's mind reeled. That wasn't just an ordinary great fireball jutsu, the power and speed were closer to an advanced B-rank jutsu or even stronger. Before she could regain her focus, Kitazawa was already in her face. Leaf whirlwind. His spinning kick lashed out. Kurone barely managed to block with her forearms. Bang! The impact sent a shockwave up her arms, leaving them stinging and numb. She used the force of the blow to leap backward, trying to regain some distance. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. She stabilized her breath and quickly formed seals again. In the blink of an eye, her body vanished. Kitazawa froze as thick roots exploded from the ground, snaking around his legs and climbing his torso. A towering tree seemed to sprout beneath him, vines binding him tight. High above, Kurone appeared among the treetop branches, a kunai poised for a killing strike. She plunged downward, and everything dissolved into nothingness. Kurone gasped. He broke the genjutsu. Kitazawa had expected genjutsu from the very start and was prepared. The instant he fell under her illusion, he'd dispelled it. A whisper of wind behind her was her only warning. She spun just in time to see Kitazawa's fist rushing toward her face. There was no time to dodge, but instead of a punch, his hand stopped short and ruffled her hair. Kurone froze, eyes wide, then scowled and lifted her leg for a high kick. Kitazawa darted backward, narrowly avoiding the sweep of her boot. The open-toed tip of her sandal whizzed past his face. Genjutsu, false surroundings. Refusing to concede, Kurone swiftly wove more seals. From the swirling smoke, 2 identical clones of Kurone stepped out, surrounding Kitazawa. All 3 Kurenais lunged at him in perfect unison. Genjutsu combined with the clone jutsu, clever. Kitazawa squinted, struggling to discern the real one. His Byakugan could reveal the truth instantly, but he hesitated to activate it. It would be awkward explaining that to Kurone. So instead, he opted for brute force. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. He unleashed a barrage of fireballs, small but precise, like a hail of flaming bullets. The flames crashed into the Kurenais, 2 of which vanished in puffs of smoke. The real Kurone zipped left and right, narrowly dodging the rapid-fire flames until she finally skidded to a halt a few meters away, panting lightly. She stared at Kitazawa in stunned silence. This guy, he's not just a normal Chunin. His speed and power. With strength like yours, why the hell are you hiding away teaching at the academy? She demanded, unable to hold back her disbelief. Kitazawa just chuckled, shrugging casually. Didn't I tell you before? It's simply personal preference. He tilted his head at her, smirking. So, want to keep going? Kurane hesitated, then lowered her arms, conceding with a sigh. No, I've seen enough. If we keep going, I'll be the one looking bad. She shot him a half-playful, half-exasperated glare. Kitazawa grinned. Anytime you want a rematch, just let em. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. You've been hiding quite the secret, haven't you? Kurane teased, nudging Kitazawa with her elbow as she stepped closer. If we hadn't sparred today, I'd never have guessed you were this strong. I wasn't deliberately keeping it from you, Kitazawa replied, glancing down at her arm. You just never asked. Oh, so now it's my fault. Kurane shot him an exaggerated eye roll. I wouldn't dare blame you, Kitazawa said with a smirk, reaching out and gently taking her wrist. Hold still, I'll put some ointment on that. Kurane blinked, slightly startled. Only then did she notice the faint bruise marring the pale skin of her forearm, the one she'd gotten while blocking Kitazawa's leaf whirlwind kick earlier. It's nothing. Just a little bruise. It'll fade on its own, she protested, instinctively trying to pull her hand away. But Kitazawa held firm. I caused it, so I'll take responsibility, he said, tugging her toward the living room. Yakumo, who'd been sitting on the sofa, rose to her feet, about to speak. But when she saw the scene unfolding, she quickly slapped a hand over her mouth. Her wide eyes sparkled with curiosity, her gossip-loving heart practically vibrating. Kitazawa released Kurane only long enough to head upstairs and fetch the medicine box. Kurane gave Yakumo a casual wave. Kitazawa and I were sparring earlier. I got dinged up a little. Oh. Yakumo coughed lightly, then peered at her with concern. Sensei, is it serious? Should I go call a medical ninja? It's just a bruise, Kurane said, lifting her arm so Yakumo could see. Nothing a little ointment won't fix. Kitazawa soon returned, medicine box in hand. As Shinobi, having a medical kit around the house was as standard as carrying Konoha. After all, medical ninja visits at Konoha Hospital weren't cheap. Senseis, I've already learned the truth extraction jutsu, Yakumo announced proudly. I'm heading up to the rooftop to draw for a bit. With that, she scurried upstairs. These genius types are a nightmare, Kitazawa muttered with a faint sigh. He had his system to rely on, but Yakumo achieved results purely through her own talent. True, Kurane agreed softly. She might be considered a prodigy in genjutsu herself, but even she felt a gulf between her and Yakumo's natural gifts. The only ones who could compare were the Uchiha clan with their Sharinon. Don't sell yourself short, Kurane added with a faint smile. Your talent's nothing to scoff at either. Let's not get into that, Kitazawa said, sitting beside her and opening the medicine box. Now give me your arm. Kurane undid the white bandage she'd wrapped around her hand earlier. Shifting closer, she extended her arm toward him. Kitazawa glanced down and momentarily froze. They were very close. Kurane was kneeling on the couch, leaning forward slightly, and the black mesh of her ninja underlayer at her neckline was clearly visible. He quickly forced his expression back to normal, focusing instead on the task at hand. He poured a bit of disinfectant onto a cotton pad and pressed it to her bruise. Oh, that's cold. Kurane gasped, her breath catching. Better cold than painful, Kitazawa said calmly, continuing to treat her wound, though he couldn't help noticing the faint, pleasant scent clinging to her. Thanks, Kurane said, flexing her arm experimentally. It feels a lot better already. Though Shinobi were famous for their offensive skills and fragile defenses, their physical resilience was leagues beyond that of ordinary civilians. What do you think of Yakumo's new genjutsu jutsus? Kurane asked, shifting from kneeling to sitting cross-legged to face him properly. The therapeutic words jutsu builds trust with the patient. The truth extraction jutsu uses that trust to uncover the root of psychological problems, Kitazawa mused. The next logical step would be a genjutsu to begin actual treatment. Is that the dream therapy you were talking about before? Kurane asked, brow furrowing in thought. More precisely, dream therapy should be the last resort, Kitazawa explained. Ideally, we'd rely on conventional psychological methods first and use Yakumo's Kekii Genkai to enhance them. How exactly would you combine the two? Kurane pressed, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Psychological issues often boil down to negative emotions, Kitazawa said, tapping a finger against his chin. I think we could develop a genjutsu capable of pinpointing and isolating those negative feelings. That sounds ridiculously complicated, Kurane groaned, crossing her arms as if warding off a headache. It's definitely not easy, Kitazawa agreed with a rueful smile. If we had some extra help, it would make things a lot simpler, Kurane sighed. Unfortunately, genjutsu specialists are rare in Konoha, Kitazawa said. Then he paused, adding, unless we bring in someone from the Uchiha clan. Ugh, forget it, Kurane said at once, waving a hand dismissively. Dealing with the Uchiha is even more of a headache. Then our only other option might be asking Hokage-sama for assistance, Kitazawa said, spreading his hands in resignation. After all, once you reached the level of Hiruzen Sarutobi, there wasn't a jutsu in the village you didn't know. Others of similar caliber to him included powerhouses like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, and Danzo Shimura. Let's only go to Hokage-sama if we truly have no other choice, Kurane said, rubbing her temples as though fending off a headache. Kitazawa agreed, settling into a cross-legged position mirroring Kurane's. The two of them sat facing each other on the sofa, locked in a quiet gaze. Kurane propped her chin on one hand, eyes distant as she sank into thought. A warm midday breeze drifted through the window, gently rustling her hair. Her gaze fell on Kitazawa, lingering on the determined lines of his face. She felt her heart give an unexpected flutter. Over these past weeks, she'd discovered a different side of him, a side that was sharp, powerful, and undeniably handsome. Feeling heat creep into her cheeks, she quickly looked away. What's wrong? Kitazawa asked, noticing her sudden shift. Nothing, Kurane replied, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She forced a casual tone as she asked, do you have any ideas? I actually do. Kitazawa paused, his own heart stirring slightly as he met her eyes. Are you familiar with the demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu? Of course, Kurane scoffed lightly. That's the genjutsu that forces the target to confront their deepest fears. Exactly. But what if we flipped the script, used it to coax the patient's negative emotions to surface willingly? Kitazawa said, a spark of excitement glinting in his eyes. What do you think? That's genius. Kurane exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. We could completely modify the hell viewing jutsu for therapy. Creating a brand new genjutsu from scratch was a monumental task. But modifying an existing one? That was far more manageable. Then let's start experimenting tomorrow, Kurane declared, slapping her thigh for emphasis, the soft flesh rippling under her hand. Meanwhile, at a certain casino in the Land of Fire. Please stop, Lady Tsunade. Shizun pleaded desperately, clutching her purse to her chest. If you keep going, we won't even have money for food tonight. I'll win it all back on this next spin. Tsunade shot back, glaring at the slot machine like it owed her a personal debt. Come on, pay up already. The reels clattered and spun, finally slowing to a stop. 2 sevens, and a single toad. Damn it. Tsunade roared, slamming a fist into the machine's side. Why is it always that cursed toad? 3 sevens was the jackpot. 2 sevens meant absolutely nothing. Shizun buried her face in her hands. It's over. We're going to starve again. Don't worry. We won't be starving tonight, Tsunade said, a sly grin curling across her lips. Because someone with money has finally arrived. Who would possibly lend us money at this point? Shizun cried, on the verge of tears. Hey, Tsunade snapped, glaring daggers at her. Is my reputation really that bad? Shizun's lips twitched as she chose not to answer. Of course it is. Don't you have any self-awareness? Come out, Tsunade called out suddenly. A heartbeat later, an Umbu ninja appeared beside her in a swirl of leaves, silent as a ghost. Without a word, he handed her a letter, bowing respectfully. Tsunade tore the letter open and quickly scanned its contents. The message was straightforward. It explained Yakumo Kurama's situation and the Hokage's plan to establish a new psychological medical ninja division in Konoha. Psychological medical ninja. Tsunade murmured, an eyebrow lifting in surprise. Her first instinct was skepticism, but she knew Sarutobi-sensei wouldn't lie about such a thing. Tsunade fell silent, her mind churning. Hiruzen might have claimed he wanted her to oversee this new system, but she knew his true goal all too well. He wanted to lure her back to Konoha to treat her hemophobia. TCH, think you can trick me into coming back that easily, old man? Tsunade snorted, folding the letter as if she meant to toss it aside. Not happening. But then, her eyes caught the last line at the bottom of the letter. Konoha Village will fully support the establishment of the psychological medical ninja system, including unlimited funding. Tsunade's hands froze mid-motion. Her golden eyes sparkled as she stared at the words. Unlimited funding, she whispered, a dangerous glint appearing in her eyes. Shizun paled, realizing exactly what was about to happen. Lady Tsunade, she squeaked. A predatory grin spread across Tsunade's face. Maybe, it wouldn't hurt to check it out, after all. Chapter 55, Chapter 55. A new week dawned over Konoha, and Class 1A gathered for their practical training session. Kitazawa balanced lightly on the branch of a cherry blossom tree, his fingers flicking in rapid succession. Each flick launched a leaf, sharp as a kunao, whizzing through the air. Charged with chakra, the leaves sliced forward at blistering speed, crossing the 3-meter gap in the blink of an eye. Just as one was about to fly past, a small, delicate hand shot out and snatched it clean from midair. The hand belonged to Hyuga Hinata. After a week of relentless practice, she was finally getting the hang of it. Hinata darted and twisted within the narrow clearing, her pale lavender eyes focused, hands moving with astonishing quickness as she caught leaf after leaf. She only paused once the leaves stopped coming. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata called out between breaths, her voice trembling slightly. Is the training over? Take a 5-minute break, Kitazawa replied, nodding in approval. You held out for a full half-hour this time. You're lasting longer and longer. Hinata's fair cheeks, already flushed from exertion, blossomed into a shy smile. Kitazawa-sensei. A sharp voice interrupted them. Kitazawa looked down from the tree. What is it, Sasuke? He leapt gracefully to the ground as Sasuke came striding over, eyes burning with determination. I did it, Sasuke declared, thrusting an empty glass cup toward him, his voice brimming with excitement. Congratulations. Kitazawa accepted the glass cup with a small smile. All your hard work is paying off. Sasuke had been putting in effort not only during class, but in every spare moment outside of it. He trained as tirelessly as Naruto and Lee, and with his natural talent, it was no surprise he'd conquered the second stage of chakra nature transformation training. Try the great fireball jutsu, Kitazawa said, offering a word of caution. If you pour out your chakra with full force, you should be able to match your brother's level. Really? Sasuke blurted, fists clenching at his sides. Your chakra nature transformation has reached the required level, Kitazawa confirmed. Now it's all about controlling your output. Though Uchiha Itachi was undeniably powerful, he'd never wasted much time perfecting just the great fireball jutsu. He simply knew too many other jutsu to fixate on a single one. Sasuke sucked in a deep breath, forming the seals with precise, practiced motions. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball exploded forth, roaring into existence, swelling until it reached nearly 8 or 9 meters in height. Ha ha ha. Sasuke let out an exuberant laugh, his eyes gleaming. I've finally surpassed my brother. Kitazawa only shook his head, choosing not to shatter Sasuke's illusion. If nothing else, the boy deserved this moment of triumph. As Kitazawa's thoughts shifted to the upcoming friendly match with Class 2A, he felt reassured. In the category of pure ninjutsu power, Sasuke was practically guaranteed to dominate. Among the second years and even some sixth tiers, very few ninja had advanced beyond the basic 3 jutsu. Meanwhile, Hyuga Niji's gentle fist was formidable in practice, but lacked the explosive spectacle of the great fireball. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, Sasuke said, sobering a bit, though his eyes still sparkled with gratitude. At first, he'd looked down on Kitazawa as nothing more than a regular Chunin instructor, but his opinion had changed completely. Class is about to end, Kitazawa said, reading Sasuke's eagerness like an open scroll. Since you've finished your training, you're free to go home early. Without another word, Sasuke spun on his heel and bolted off. Of course, he was dying to show off his new fireball to Fugaku and Itachi. Kitazawa watched him go, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He wasn't worried that Sasuke would slack off now that he'd achieved his goal. After all, Sasuke was an Uchiha to his core, obsessed with being the best and utterly unwilling to let Naruto or anyone else leave him in the dust. Kitazawa-sensei, let's keep training. Hyuga Hinata stood up, her eyes bright with determination. Sasuke's incredible performance had lit a fire in her heart, and now she was burning with motivation. Kitazawa gave her a light pat on the head before leaping effortlessly back onto the tree. The sun was setting, casting the training field in a warm, golden glow as the sky began to dim. Meanwhile, Sasuke sprinted all the way home. He was so fired up that he didn't even return the greetings from fellow clan members he passed along the way. Father. As soon as Sasuke stepped into the courtyard, he shouted with uncontained excitement. So impetuous. That's not how a shinobi should behave. Fugaku stepped out of the house, his voice calm but stern. Sorry, Sasuke muttered sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Then he quickly added, but watch this, Dad. He flew through hand signs and unleashed a massive, roaring fireball into the air. Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise breaking through his usually stoic expression. That was no ordinary fireball jutsu. The scale, heat, and control were remarkable, especially for a 6-year-old. As expected of my son. Fugaku gave an approving nod. In that moment, Sasuke reminded him of Itachi, the same potential, the same fire. Perhaps, the same destiny. Sasuke tried to suppress his grin, but the pride swelling in his chest was impossible to hide. Back at the academy, the school bell rang. Kitazawa bid farewell to his students and returned home. Just as he stepped inside, 3 lines of glowing text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Current mission, after Uchiha Sasuke's fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu surpasses Uchiha Itachi, use your own fire release to surpass Sasuke. Mission reward, fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Mission complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa blinked. Huh. He hadn't even done anything yet, hadn't fired a single fireball. How was the mission already complete? Still, he wasn't about to complain. With a mental command, he absorbed the newly granted knowledge. A flood of understanding poured into his mind. In that moment, he became someone who had trained in the Great Fire Annihilation Jutsu for decades, an expert of the highest caliber. Kitazawa sank onto the sofa, lost in thought. Now, he had to figure out how to guide Sasuke toward his next breakthrough. He suspected the upcoming practical sparring session would be the perfect opportunity. With the friendly match against Class 2A approaching, Kitazawa decided it was time to run an internal mock battle. He would observe and select the top 5 students for special combat training. His thoughts drifted briefly to Hyuga Hinata. Would she awaken her Byakugan before then? The next morning, Tuesday. After breakfast, Kitazawa arrived at the academy early, expecting to find an eager Hinata waiting for him. But to his surprise, she wasn't alone. Ino was also there, standing in front of his office with a pout on her face. Kitazawa-sensei, help me. Ino rushed forward, grabbing his hand like she was clinging to a life raft. Huh? What's going on? Kitazawa asked, clearly confused. I don't want to do homework anymore. Ino cried, her expression full of pain. Kitazawa blinked, then it clicked. He remembered the little bet he'd set up between Ino and Sakura during their tree-walking chakra control training. Whoever got hit by more Konoha would have double homework. Naturally, Sakura had slightly better chakra control, being the original series heroine, and also Ino had ended up eating dust every night. Just as Kitazawa was about to cancel the rule out of pity, a new notification flashed in front of his eyes. Current mission, help Ino Yamanaka defeat Sakura Haruno in water walking training. Mission reward, master level chakra control ability. Accept. Kitazawa's eyes gleamed. Now that was a reward worth chasing. After all, mastery over chakra control was essential for almost every form of ninjutsu. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. I could cancel the rules so you don't have to do homework anymore. Kitazawa looked into Ino's bright blue eyes, then shifted the topic with a knowing smile. But, would you really be satisfied with that? No, I wouldn't. Ino blinked, stunned for a second, then her expression hardened into fierce determination. I have to make Sakura taste my pain. Typical best friends/rivals. Kitazawa couldn't help chuckling inwardly. Of course he'd done it on purpose to spark Ino's competitive spirit. After all, while they were best friends, Ino and Sakura were also rivals destined to clash again and again, practically lifelong opponents. In terms of chakra control, Sakura does have a slight edge, Kitazawa admitted calmly. But when it comes to your fundamentals, you're far superior. MHM? MHM. Ino nodded vigorously, her golden hair bouncing. Hard work can make up for natural talent, Kitazawa continued. All you need to do is carve out a bit of extra time to train your chakra control. What should I do? Ino asked, leaning forward eagerly. Skip class, Kitazawa replied with a sly grin. Ino stared at him, momentarily speechless. Then she suddenly thought of Hinata and realization dawned on her face. Kitazawa's meaning was obvious, she could skip certain classes she'd already mastered and spend that time on water walking training. I'll arrange it for you now. Kitazawa pulled out the class schedule and made a few swift marks with his pen. Don't worry about Iruka. I'll talk to him. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Ino brushed aside the golden bangs falling across her face, beaming with gratitude. All right. The classes I've crossed out are ones you don't need to attend this week. Kitazawa handed her the schedule. Ino glanced at it and saw a large chunk of her week had suddenly been freed up. With that much training time, she felt certain Sakura Haruno would soon be eating her dust. Kitazawa-sensei, Ino said hopefully, can you train me yourself? Of course. Kitazawa agreed without hesitation. You'll train together with Hinata. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Ino turned to Hinata Hyuga and reached out a hand. Please take care of me. Oh okay. Hinata blushed at Ino's enthusiastic approach, but still shook her hand firmly. Let's get going. Kitazawa led them toward the school's artificial lake. Hinata could train anywhere, as long as there was a tree nearby for leaf-catching exercises. But for Ino's water-walking practice, they needed the lake. Ino, Kitazawa said as they arrived, giving his wrist a flick. 2 leaves shot into the air. I'll be throwing leaves to distract you. Ino's eyes sharpened instantly. From the speed and force alone, Kitazawa's leaves were leagues beyond Sakura's wooden kunao. One hit would definitely hurt. But Ino clenched her fists. If enduring this meant making Sakura do double homework, then bring it on. She channeled chakra into her solace and stepped out onto the shimmering water. Hinata, get ready, Kitazawa warned, then lifted both hands. Chakra surged outward, tearing a whirlwind of leaves from the trees surrounding the lake. A heartbeat later, a storm of chakra-charged leaves shot toward the two girls. Ino and Hinata were instantly thrown into chaos, flailing to dodge and keep their balance on the water's surface. Half an hour later, both girls collapsed on the grass, utterly drained. Hinata, you're incredible, Ino gasped between ragged breaths, admiration shining in her eyes. H-ha. Hinata stared at her, startled by the sudden praise. You lasted so long under Kitazawa-sensei's attack. I couldn't keep up, Ino admitted, waving her hand for emphasis. I'm really not as good as you. Hinata blinked, unsure how to respond. She wasn't used to praise. Under Hayashi's strict upbringing, she'd always lacked confidence. It was only after meeting Kitazawa that she'd started believing in herself again. Now, with Ino's words, she felt an unexpected warmth in her chest. Maybe, she wasn't as worthless as she'd once thought. Thank you, Hinata said softly, her voice sincere. You're a little weird, you know that. Ino teased, laughing. Why are you suddenly thanking me? Hinata instinctively turned toward Kitazawa for help. Kitazawa caught her pleading look and smiled. All right, enough of that. What do you two want for lunch? My treat. I want barbecue. Ino cried immediately, sitting up and rubbing her growling stomach. I've used up all my energy today. I need to refuel. Anything's fine with me, Hinata said quietly, relief flooding her face at the change of topic. After a short rest, the two girls rose, ready to dive back into their training with renewed determination. At noon, Kitazawa brought Hinata and Ino to a barbecue restaurant. Now that Hinata had confessed her secret that she was a big eater to Hayashi, she no longer felt the need to hide it. You. Ino Yamanaka sat there, utterly stunned. A literal mountain of barbecue vanished into Hinata's stomach, leaving Ino staring as though her entire worldview had just crumbled. I've always been able to eat a lot since I was little, Hinata murmured shyly, her fingers fidgeting in her lap. She couldn't help worrying that Ino might think she was weird or even distance herself because of her appetite. That's seriously enviable. Ino finally snapped out of her shock and let out a heartfelt sigh. Hinata blinked, looking utterly confused. Being able to eat so much without gaining weight, that's basically every girl's dream superpower. Ino explained, dramatically waving her chopsticks for emphasis. Is that so? Hinata tilted her head, eyes wide. Kitazawa's words echoed in her mind, being able to eat is a blessing. And in that moment, Hinata finally believed it. After school, Kitazawa headed to the faculty meeting room. Another meeting about the upcoming monthly exams was underway. The agenda was pretty much identical to last time, just the teachers discussing and preparing the exam questions. Kitazawa barely listened. The only thing he cared about was how Naruto would perform and whether he'd finally break into the class's top 10. When the meeting ended, Mizuki sidled up beside him, leaning closer with a smug look. Kitazawa, he said, lowering his voice, don't forget about the friendly match between our classes. Of course I haven't forgotten, Kitazawa replied calmly, giving a faint nod. That's good, Mizuki said, grinning. I was worried you might back out of competing. I'm more worried that you'll lose and try to back out of our bet, Kitazawa shot back coolly. You. Mizuki clenched his fist, his face flushing. I won't back out. And for the record, my class won't lose. We'll see soon enough, Kitazawa said, glancing at him dismissively before turning to leave. Mizuki was blinded by his own bitterness, fussing over a friendly match that didn't even carry any significant stakes. But that was fine with Kitazawa. If anything, it only worked in his favor. Kitazawa felt sure that Hiruzen would attend or at least observe the match between their two classes. And if Naruto performed well, there was a chance some unexpected rewards might come his way. Wednesday, Hokage's office. Bang! The door slammed open with a deafening crash. Who the hell? Hiruzen Sarutobi jolted upright, startled, pipe nearly dropping from his lips. He looked up and found himself staring at a very familiar figure. She was back. They were all back. Because there was only one person in Konoha who would dare kick open the Hokage store like that. Even Danzo Shimura merely slammed it shut behind him but never kicked it open. Old man, Tsunade barked, striding in without preamble. Where are Yakumo Kurama and Kitazawa? I want to see them. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Just reached 100 chapters in my Patreon. Check them out to support me. On this occasion, bonus chapter? Enjoy? Ninja Academy Training Ground. The sun shone down on the training field as the students of Class 1A rolled up their sleeves, brimming with anticipation for the special training ahead. Ino cast a glance at Sakura, who as usual was following Sasuke like a loyal retinue. Despite having trained under Kitazawa recently, Ino hadn't had enough time yet to fully reap the benefits. Just yesterday, she'd lost to Sakura again during their water walking exercise. But even so, she felt a flicker of hope. Because this time, Sakura had hit her with fewer wooden kunai than before. A few more days of the training, and Ino was determined to flip the tables. Meanwhile, Sakura was far too absorbed in fawning over Sasuke to notice the subtle changes in her rival. Just then, Kitazawa arrived on the field. Without needing a single word, the students snapped into orderly lines, standing at attention. Today's practical combat class won't just be training. Kitazawa scanned the eager faces before him, a faint smile playing at his lips. Because today, Class 1A will experience its first real taste of true combat. Combat. Inuzuka Kiba shot his hand up. Are we fighting one-on-one? That's right. At Kitazawa's confirmation, cheers rippled through the class. In the ninja world, talk was cheap. Strength was everything. They'd been in the academy for almost 2 months, and finally, they were getting their chance to prove themselves. What a drag, muttered Shikamaru, looking as though he'd rather take a nap. No snacks as prizes. Koji groaned in disappointment. I wonder if I'll get to fight Sakura. Ino crossed her arms, deep in thought. She belonged to the Yamanaka clan, and her fundamentals were solid. She was confident she could finally beat Sakura in a spar. Ah, man. Kiba wore a frustrated look. I still haven't found my partner. As a member of the Inuzuka clan, his jutsus all relied on working with his ninkin partner. But he didn't have one yet, or rather, he hadn't bonded with the right pup. In the original timeline, his partner was Akimichi. But Akimichi hadn't even been born yet. He'd have to wait another 2 years. I'm gonna win for sure this time, Naruto declared, brimming with confidence. He'd been training under Guy, running daily and learning Leaf Whirlwind and Leaf Great Whirlwind. For a student who'd only been in the academy 2 months, knowing 2 taijutsu techniques was a huge advantage. Sasuke, standing nearby, scoffed at him with a quiet snort. He'd been training with Kitazawa for a month, sharpening both his chakra control and his nature transformation skills. His 9-meter-wide Great Fireball Jutsu was sure to leave everyone speechless. When it came to real combat, Sasuke was convinced he'd come out on top. After all, the Uchiha clan were legendary for dominating one-on-one battles. All right, students whose names I call, step forward for your matches, Kitazawa announced, clapping his hands. He'd chosen his matchups carefully. First, pair students of roughly equal strength. Second, start with the weakest and build toward the strongest. As a homeroom teacher, he knew the strengths and weaknesses of every kid in the class. And truthfully, the skill level of most of them was, well, a little embarrassing. Other than a handful of standouts, most kids only knew how to throw ninja tools or use the basic clone jutsu. The fights were turning out to be rather repetitive and not terribly exciting. Sakura Haruno versus Ino Yamanaka, Kitazawa called out at last, a small glint in his eye. He loved watching girls fight, especially two as fiery as these two. Ino, I didn't think we'd end up as opponents, Sakura said in surprise. Sakura, I'll try to go easy on you, Ino said with a teasing grin, clenching her fists. You've been my punching bag all week. Sakura shot back, unable to resist the challenge. Actual combat is a whole different story, Ino retorted sharply, striding confidently to the center of the field. The two faced each other, forming the traditional confrontation seal. Sakura was first to move, charging in with a wild punch. But Ino slipped out of range with ease. Spinning on her heel, she used her hips to generate power, twisting into a clean roundhouse kick. Her foot slammed into Sakura's side, sending her stumbling and dropping to the ground. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, not the least bit surprised. Sakura was all brute force with no technique. Meanwhile, Ino had been training in Konoha-style taijutsu. Konoha-style taijutsu wasn't flashy or packed with killer moves, but it laid the solid groundwork for any ninja looking to master close combat. Of course, even if it was common in the village, not everyone could pick it up. And as for more advanced styles like the Eight Gates or Uchiha-style taijutsu, those were on a completely different level. I won, Sakura. Ino offered her hand with a satisfied smile. Just wait until water walking practice, Sakura snapped, grabbing Ino's hand and pulling herself up. I'll beat you there. That's not so certain, Ino said with a smirk, glancing over at Kitazawa. Nara Shikamaru vs Akimichi Koji, Kitazawa announced after a moment's thought. So it's students of similar strength facing off. Shikamaru mused aloud, already looking bored as he strolled lazily toward the center of the training ground. Watch yourself, Shikamaru. Koji called, charging forward with surprising speed for his size. But before Koji could even get close, Shikamaru abruptly collapsed to the ground. Koji froze mid-step, utterly bewildered. Did Shikamaru just throw the match before it even started? He blurted, scratching his head. I forfeit, Koji, Shikamaru mumbled from where he lay, sounding utterly drained. But I didn't even hit you yet, Koji protested, half exasperated. Doesn't that just prove how precise your punches are? Shikamaru replied, not bothering to get up. Kitazawa twitched at the corner of his mouth. Enough, both of you. Get off the field. He cleared his throat and announced, next match Inuzuka Kiba vs Shinobi. Kiba, don't lose. Naruto shouted from the sidelines, flashing a big thumbs up. That's my line. Kiba shot back with a grin. This time, I, the mighty Kiba, will crush you personally. Shino silently adjusted his sunglasses. With his hands buried in his pockets, he stared at Kiba with a calm, unreadable expression. Four legs jutsu. Without warning, Kiba dropped to all fours, chakra surging through his limbs. A ripple of surprise spread through the crowd. Many of them were seeing an Inuzuka clan jutsu for the first time. The four legs jutsu enhanced chakra flow to the arms and legs, boosting speed, grip, and attack power to beast-like levels. Here I come. Kiba sprang forward in a blur, tearing across the ground like a wild animal, leaving afterimages in his wake. The spectators gasped, shocked at his explosive speed. He's way stronger than I thought. Naruto murmured, eyes wide with excitement. No threat at all, Sasuke commented coolly, though a second later, his eyes narrowed. Because suddenly, the field filled with a low hum. Hundreds of parasitic insects poured out from under Shino's jacket, swirling through the air like living smoke. The crowd erupted in commotion. Before Kiba could even react, the insects latched onto his limbs, wrapping around him like living ropes and freezing him in place. So strong, Naruto exclaimed, jaw-dropping. That's so gross, Sakura said, shuddering as she watched the seething mass of insects. I seriously hope I don't have to fight Shino in the next round, Ino muttered, her face pale. She, too, hated bugs. Sasuke remained silent, but in his eyes flickered the briefest glint of wariness. Winner, Shino, Kitazawa announced, raising his voice over the buzz of conversation. The Abarame clan's secret jutsus were legendary, controlling insect swarms for offense, defense, reconnaissance, and even healing. Their versatility made them one of Konoha's most enigmatic clans. And Shino, in particular, was earning a reputation among his classmates as the so-called Enigma. Chapter 58, Chapter 58. An bonus chapter on reaching 25-star reviews. Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto. Kitazawa's voice rang across the training field, instantly silencing the chatter. All eyes turned toward the two names. Though Shino had impressed them earlier, his presence had always been quiet, almost forgettable. Sasuke, on the other hand, was the center of attention, cool, talented, and a proud heir to a legendary clan. Finally, Naruto grinned ear to ear. I've been waiting forever to fight you, Sasuke. There was something more than rivalry between them, something unspoken, electric. Try not to embarrass yourself too quickly, Sasuke replied coolly, folding his arms. Go, Sasuke-kun. Sakura and a chorus of girls cheered from the sidelines, practically sparkling with admiration. Who do you think wins this? Shikamaru asked with a lazy yawn. No contest. Sasuke, obviously, Ino replied confidently. Yeah, Naruto's only edge is stamina, Koji added between bites of potato chips. He's tough, but Sasuke's just more skilled. I still hope Naruto wins, Kiba muttered, arms crossed. At least he's not so stuck up. Naruto and Sasuke stepped forward, forming the seal of confrontation. Let's go Leaf Whirlwind. With a shout, Naruto launched into a spinning kick, slicing through the air with impressive speed. Sasuke's eyes widened. Taijutsu? From Naruto. He didn't expect it, but he wasn't slow to respond. He countered with a sharp kick of his own. Both attacks collided midair with a loud crack. Sasuke was forced to take a step back, feeling the force behind Naruto's blow. He's stronger than I thought. To be fair, Naruto had always outperformed him in physical drills. This is the passion of youth. Naruto roared, spinning into a leaf great whirlwind, his leg tearing through the air again. Sasuke's expression tightened. He blocked the attack with his forearms, but the impact sent a sting up his arms. He retaliated quickly, aiming a sharp knee at Naruto's gut. Naruto twisted midair, absorbing the hit with his fist and spinning into another kick. Their fists and feet clashed again and again, sending shockwaves through the air. Bang, bang, bang. They moved like a blur of motion and grit, neither giving in, both feeding off the fight. Huh. Sakura's jaw dropped. Is that really Naruto? Whoa. Kiba blinked. I mean, I wanted him to win, but now it's actually happening. Ino stared, stunned. Did Naruto go through some secret taijutsu training? Her eyes flicked to Kitazawa. That had to be it. Even Koji had stopped eating, his eyes glued to the fight. Looks familiar. Shikamaru murmured, a green jumpsuit and gleaming teeth flashing through his mind. Guy. Kitazawa nodded to himself, quietly impressed. Taijutsu was the right path for Naruto for now. With the Nine Tails interfering with his chakra control, ninjutsu would only frustrate him. But with taijutsu, Naruto could shine early. Sasuke's brow furrowed deeper with every strike. This is getting annoying. Being overpowered in strength, especially by Naruto, was not something he could tolerate. TCH. I've had enough. He leapt backward, forming hand signs at lightning speed. Fire style, great fireball jutsu? A massive ball of flame erupted from Sasuke's mouth, roaring toward Naruto like a miniature sun. What? Naruto's eyes widened. He could feel the searing heat rushing at him. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted. The crowd gasped in unison. He can use fire style already. Isn't that an Uchiha clan jutsu? It's huge, look at that fireball. Before the flames could reach Naruto, Kitazawa calmly stepped forward. Water style, water bullet jutsu. With a breath, he released a surge of water, dousing the fireball mid-flight. Steam hissed into the air, and the temperature dropped back to normal. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. His signature jutsu neutralized in seconds. Kitazawa raised his hand. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Kitazawa's voice rang out across the training field. As expected of my lifelong rival. Naruto grinned, flashing his bright teeth and giving Sasuke a big thumbs up. Sasuke, I can't wait for our next youthful showdown. You've improved, Sasuke admitted after a brief pause. But you're still a long way from beating me. Despite his cool words, unease stirred in Sasuke's chest. In truth, Naruto was starting to feel like a real threat. Aside from his great fireball jutsu, Sasuke couldn't confidently say he'd win another match against him. He needed to expand his arsenal of fire release jutsu, and quickly. Hihi, that's all thanks to Kitazawa-sensei and Guy-sensei. Naruto declared proudly, though he'd only really caught the first name in Sasuke's sentence. Sasuke, meanwhile, thought silently, as expected. His own great fireball jutsu had only reached its current power because of Kitazawa's guidance. And Naruto's sudden surge in ability was also clearly Kitazawa's doing. As for Guy, Sasuke didn't even know who that was and mentally ignored the name altogether. Just as Kitazawa opened his mouth to speak, 3 glowing lines of text suddenly appeared in his vision. Current mission, help Uchiha Sasuke learn a second fire release ninjutsu. Mission reward, one-handed hand seals. Accept. Kitazawa accepted instantly. One-handed seals were an incredibly powerful tool, a way to unleash jutsu while keeping a hand free for combat or surprise tactics. Then another message appeared. Current mission, help Uzumaki Naruto defeat Uchiha Sasuke once. 2. Mission reward, increase chakra limit by 1/10 of a Naruto's capacity. Accept. Kitazawa couldn't help letting out a quiet breath of surprise. 2 missions at once? He rubbed his chin, thoughtful. The system clearly tied its missions to the deepest desires of the people around him. And the 2 who seemed to trigger missions most easily were, unsurprisingly, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Eternal rivals fated to clash. But no matter what, it was good news. Kitazawa had already gained 1/10 of Kakashi's chakra before. Naruto should be having roughly Jonin chakra level now because of his Uzumaki lineage and also the Nine Tails slowly leaking chakra into his body. Earning a 10th would give him chakra reserves on par with a standard Jonin. Still, helping Naruto defeat Sasuke wouldn't be easy. Right now, Sasuke was ahead in both skill and experience, especially with fire-style jutsu. Clapping his hands, Kitazawa addressed the class. 10-minute break? Rest up and get ready for the second round of sparring. At once, the students of Class 1A scattered across the field to sit, drink water, and catch their breath. But even as they rested, the buzz of excited chatter filled the air. And at the center of every conversation were 2 names: Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Hyuga Hinata vs Ino Yamanaka. Kitazawa's voice rang out, signaling the start of the next match after the break. Earlier, Hinata had defeated a classmate who, in truth, had no real presence in the original story. With her skills, it hadn't even been a contest. Hinata. Ino gave a sunny smile. Let's take it easy, okay? She knew perfectly well she wasn't Hinata's match, so she felt no pressure, approaching the fight in good spirits. The Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were famously known as Ino, Shika, Cho, a trio bound by close ties and specialized team tactics. Their secret techniques were powerful but often required cooperation to reach full potential. Among them, the Yamanaka clan specialized in control and support techniques rather than direct combat. And Ino, still young and inexperienced, hadn't even learned her clan's signature jutsu yet. So it was nearly impossible for her to defeat Hinata, who had already learned the gentle fist. After a brief exchange, Hinata emerged victorious. The winner, Hyuga Hinata. Kitazawa paused for a moment, scanning the remaining students. Then he announced, "Next up, Akimichi Koji vs Uzumaki Naruto." Although Naruto had lost to Sasuke in the first round, he'd shown enough skill to earn everyone's respect. Nobody voiced a single objection about him getting a second match. "Here I come, Naruto." Koji stepped forward, smiling broadly as he transformed into a blur of surprising agility for his size. In a flash, he was in front of Naruto, swinging a powerful punch. "Nice move." Naruto grinned, shouting, "Leaf Whirlwind." He launched a swift kick that collided squarely with Koji's fist. A shockwave rippled outward as both boys staggered back slightly, each feeling the weight of the other's strength. Among the Inuzuka trio, the Akimichi clan were the heavy hitters, offensive ninjas capable of enduring damage and dishing it out. Their signature power, the giantification technique, allowed them to enlarge their entire bodies or specific limbs. Unfortunately for Koji, he hadn't mastered that technique yet. Meanwhile, Naruto had learned the Leaf Whirlwind and the Leaf Great Whirlwind, giving him a clear edge in taijutsu, especially when physical strength was otherwise equal. After a heated exchange of blows, Koji raised a hand and conceded. "The winner, Uzumaki Naruto." Kitazawa eyed Koji thoughtfully. Could this be an opening for a mission? He was intrigued by the idea of acquiring the giantification technique. After all, turning into a towering giant in battle wasn't just cool, it was strategically powerful, especially against massive foes like tailed beasts. "Is Naruto's taijutsu already the strongest in our class?" Kiba blurted out the question, a note of disbelief in his voice. "It is." Ino nodded, sounding genuinely surprised. Even though Sasuke beat him, he didn't actually win in taijutsu. "Naruto's changed so much," Shino said quietly. He recalled how, just a couple of months ago, Naruto was scrawny, unpopular, and constantly bragging to cover up his weaknesses. Now, in less than 2 months, he'd become a different person entirely. "Once I awaken my Sharingan, his taijutsu won't stand a chance," Sasuke said suddenly, his voice low. Shikamaru and the others fell silent. Being from ninja clans themselves, they understood the Sharingan's terrifying potential. Its most obvious power was copying your taijutsu today could become Sasuke's tomorrow. Kitazawa's voice cut through the hush. "Hyuga Hinata vs Uchiha Sasuke. Hinata, you can do it." Ino was quick to cheer, pumping her fist in support. "Beat him." Kiba and the others joined in, lending their voices to the encouragement. Not only did they think Hinata was at a disadvantage, but they also liked her. She was quiet but kind, and everyone got along well with her. "Thank you." Hinata nodded vigorously. "I'll do my best." She glanced quickly at Kitazawa before stepping forward. Sasuke noticed the look and felt a flicker of unease. So she's been training with Kitazawa-sensei too. After seeing what Kitazawa's training had done for Naruto, he discarded any hint of arrogance. He knew Hinata was skilled in taijutsu. So as the match began, Sasuke wasted no time. He hurled 2 shuriken, sending them whistling through the air toward Hinata. Hinata recalled Kitazawa's leaf-catching drills. Compared to those flying leaves, these 2 shuriken were hardly any faster. Her delicate features tensed as she dodged the incoming shuriken and surged forward with surprising speed. Though she hadn't activated her Byakugan, Hinata had already mastered the fundamentals of the gentle fist. All she needed was to close the distance. If she managed even a single chakra point strike, she might just have a chance at victory. "She's this fast." Sasuke felt a jolt of alarm. The last thing he wanted was to engage Hinata in close quarters taijutsu. Without hesitation, he weaved hand seals and summoned 2 clones. Hinata's eyes widened in dismay. Without the Byakugan, she had no way to distinguish the real Sasuke from his clones. Still, she clenched her jaw and thrust her palm toward the nearest Sasuke. Smack! The target vanished in a puff of smoke. It was only a clone. In that instant, Hinata felt a wave of heat flare to her right. Sasuke's real body had slipped around her flank unseen. He inhaled deeply. Great Fireball Jutsu. A giant fireball roared from his mouth, surging toward Hinata. She twisted away, narrowly avoiding the blazing flames. Kitazawa's brow furrowed as he stepped forward, forming hand seals of his own. Water Bullet Jutsu. A powerful jet of water burst forth, extinguishing the fireball in a sizzling cloud of steam. "I'm sorry, Kitazawa-sensei." Hinata lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, heavy with guilt. "There's nothing to apologize for," Kitazawa said gently, ruffling her hair. "You're already very strong. If you'd activated your Byakugan, you might have beaten him." Hinata's loss wasn't because of a lack of skill. She was a close-range fighter, forced into retreat by a long-range assault. Hinata glanced up at him, shame flickering in her pale eyes. She couldn't shake the feeling that she'd wasted all the extra training he'd given her. "Don't worry about it," Kitazawa said firmly. "It was just a spar. Next time, you'll win." Hinata let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, a hint of relief softening her features. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood in silence. He'd only secured victory because of the Great Fireball Jutsu. And his usual trump card, the Uchiha clan's renowned shuriken techniques, hadn't worked at all on Hinata. A creeping unease settled in his chest. Hinata and Naruto were both closer to him in strength than he wanted to admit, and without his Sharingan, he was one powerful jutsu away from losing to either of them. "If I could just awaken my Sharingan." Sasuke clenched his fists at his sides. Kitazawa cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. "Time's nearly up. That concludes our practical sparring for today." He paused, then continued. Now, I'll announce the 5 students who will participate in the upcoming match against second-year Class A, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto, Shinobi and Akimichi Choji. Yeah. Naruto punched the air in triumph, grinning from ear to ear. Sasuke shoved his hands into his pockets, lost in thought. Hyuga Niji. If he was going to fight, he wanted to face the strongest opponent. But after seeing how much Naruto and Hinata had improved, he wasn't so sure he could defeat Niji anymore. Hinata, meanwhile, pressed her lips together, anxiety swirling in her chest. Being chosen meant there was a chance she'd have to fight Niji. She wasn't sure how to face him anymore. Once, they'd been close. But after Niji was branded with the caged bird seal, a wall of silence had grown between them. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Students began gathering their things and trickling out of the training grounds. Kitazawa had barely taken 2 steps when a figure in an umbu mask appeared silently in his path. Kitazawa. It was Haru, the umbu operative. Hokage-sama wishes to see you. All right. Kitazawa nodded and fell into step behind Hair, mind churning with speculation. Did the Hokage watch today's sparring matches? Maybe he's impressed with Naruto's progress and wants to reward him. Lost in thought, Kitazawa arrived at the Hokage's office. He stepped inside and froze. Standing before him was a woman in a tea-green jacket, her golden hair shining like sunlight, her figure graceful yet powerfully built. Her curves were generous, her posture exuded confidence, and her mature beauty was impossible to ignore. She radiated a vibrant, almost intimidating presence. This was Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Chunin of Konoha. Kitazawa had never met her in person, but he recognized her instantly. After all, there was no way he could miss a silhouette like that. And besides, he couldn't exactly switch off his auto-aim. Chapter 60, Chapter 60. An bonus chapter on reaching 25-star reviews. You're Kitazawa. Tsunade eyed him up and down with a faint, mischievous smile. Not bad. You're quite handsome. I'm Kitazawa. He met her gaze calmly, neither deferential nor arrogant. It's an honor to finally meet you, Lady Tsunade. Oh, and how exactly did you know I'm Tsunade? She raised a golden eyebrow, curious. Blonde ninjas are a rarity, Kitazawa replied with a small smile. He'd initially wanted to say that her distinctive features made her recognizable, but he wisely reframed his words. I see. Tsunade gave a small nod before asking, was it you who proposed the concept of psychological medical ninja? I was, Kitazawa confirmed. He paused, then added, the idea came to me thanks to Yakumo. That's a brilliant concept. Tsunade cast him an appraising look, her tone warming with genuine praise. Had Hiruzen been the one to propose such an idea, she'd have immediately assumed it was aimed at her hemophobia. But Kitazawa clearly knew nothing about her personal trauma, making it unlikely to be anything but coincidence. Where's Yakumo? And the others? Tsunade asked impatiently, glancing around. Look at you, still so quick-tempered, Hiruzen said with a chuckle. All these years, and you haven't mellowed a bit. You talk too much, old man, Tsunade shot back bluntly. There was no trace of respect in her tone, just the familiar bickering of old comrades. Shizune, would you pour some tea? Hiruzen instructed. Of course. Standing dutifully behind Tsunade, Shizune gently set down her pet pig, Taunton, and reached for the teapot. Thank you, Kitazawa said, accepting the cup she offered. Moments later, a knock came at the door. Hokage-sama, Lady Tsunade. Kurane stepped in, guiding Yakumo beside her. Yakumo, come here, Tsunade called, beckoning with a pale, graceful hand. Yakumo instinctively glanced at Kurane, seeking reassurance. Only when Kurane gave her a slight nod did she approach Tsunade. Tsunade laid her hand against Yakumo's forehead, and a soft green glow of chakra radiated from her palm. Immediately, Tsunade's expression shifted into mild shock. She'd read Sarutobi's reports about Yakumo's bloodline limit, but reading was one thing, witnessing it firsthand was quite another. Now that she'd examined Yakumo personally, she realized just how frightening this power was. It was the first time Tsunade had ever seen yin release energy strong enough to physically affect the body. Lady Tsunade, is there anything you can do? Kurane couldn't help blurting out the question, anxiety evident in her voice. She'd spent so long looking after Yakumo that the girl felt like her true student and perhaps something closer. And if anyone in the shinobi world could heal Yakumo, it was Tsunade, the most skilled medical ninja alive. It's complicated, Tsunade said slowly, withdrawing her hand and frowning in thought. But, I might be able to stabilize her condition first. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Kurane bowed deeply, her voice brimming with gratitude. With Tsunade's help, she truly believed Yakumo's life could change for the better. Tsunade, Hiruzen interjected, looking pleased. So you're agreeing to stay and help establish the psychological medical ninja program for Konoha? I'm just sticking around because I've got some free time, Tsunade sniffed, folding her arms. I might leave in a few days. I understand, Hiruzen said with a knowing smile. Despite all the years Tsunade had spent away from Konoha, he knew the village still held a deep place in her heart. If she truly wanted to sever all ties, no medical program would have convinced her to return. Anyway, Tsunade stretched out her hand toward Hiruzen, an impish grin curving her lips. Both treating Yakumo and creating new ninjutsu cost money. So fork it over, old man. How much are we talking about, exactly? Hiruzen said dryly, stroking his beard. I'll need some time to calculate the budget. Fine. I'll come back tomorrow. Tsunade turned on her heel, her long hair swinging behind her. Kitazawa watched her go, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Konoha was about to get a lot more interesting. Tsunade studied Kitazawa for a moment. Seeing no sign of deception, she finally nodded. All right. Arrange a place for Shizun and me to stay. Though the Senju clan's old compound still stood, she had no desire to return. That place was steeped in memories, too many of them painful. No problem, Hiruzen replied gently, understanding her unspoken hesitation. He didn't press further. For him, Tsunade's return to the village was already a massive victory. Her identity and strength alone would serve as a reassuring pillar for both Konoha's citizens and its shinobi. Yakumo, Tsunade said, turning to the young girl, come with me to the Konoha hospital. Yakumo's condition was complex far beyond what a simple diagnosis could reveal. Tsunade needed proper medical equipment to evaluate her fully. And as a top medical ninja, rare and mysterious cases intrigued her. I'll come too, Kurane quickly added, not about to let Yakumo face this alone. Kitazawa, you stay. Just as Kitazawa opened his mouth to speak, Hiruzen interrupted, voice firm. I have a few things I need to discuss with you. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement. Once Tsunade, Shizun, Kurane, and Yakumo had departed, only Hiruzen and Kitazawa remained in the Hokage's office. Kitazawa, the old Hokage began, gazing at the closed door, do you know what Tsunade's nickname is? Kitazawa tilted his head. You mean, one of the legendary Sunin? Not that one. Hiruzen chuckled, but his sigh that followed was long and weary. I meant her real nickname, the legendary Sucker. I've heard rumors, Kitazawa said cautiously, unsure where this was going. Tsunade has the worst luck imaginable when it comes to gambling. Every time she bets, she loses. Without fail. Hiruzen gave a helpless shrug. And here's the problem, I already promised her funding for the new medical program. I have to give it to her. But if I hand it over directly, it'll vanish faster than you can say jackpot. He looked at Kitazawa meaningfully. That's why I'm entrusting the money to you. Huh. Kitazawa froze, his expression one of pure disbelief. Old man, that's not a gift, that's a curse. You want me to hold on to Tsunade's spending money? What if she explodes? Hiruzen ignored his inner monologue. Konoha's psychological medical ninja project is now official, he continued. Tsunade will lead the program. You, Kurane, and Shizun will serve as its core members. Tsunade will be busy, so you'll be handling the budget and expenses. But, there's no but, Hiruzen said firmly. I trust your capability. Kitazawa could only twitch the corner of his mouth. Don't worry. Tsunade may have a temper, but she's not unreasonable. She won't break your arms over a budget request. Hiruzen gave him a wink. Probably. I'll do my best. At this point, Kitazawa realized resistance was futile. Good. Hiruzen nodded, pleased. Once you're back home, draft a financial plan and bring it to me when it's ready. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa left the Hokage's office with a small headache already forming. Still, after a moment's reflection, he couldn't help but smile. This wasn't just some clerical task, it was an opportunity. Handling the finances of a high-profile village initiative meant direct access to Konoha's upper command. And if he could establish good relations with someone like Tsunade, someone with power, principle, and influence, he would be much better positioned to protect both himself and his students. Back at home, Kitazawa grabbed a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, then sat down at his desk and began to write. He had once worked in an office, so drafting proposals and reports was second nature. All he needed to do was list every projected expense, personnel, equipment, training facilities, research supplies. By sunrise, the plan was complete. The next morning, Kitazawa returned to the Hokage's office. But Sarutobi hadn't arrived yet. So he simply placed the document neatly on the Hokage's desk and stepped out, already anticipating what chaos the day might bring. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. An bonus chapter on reaching 25-star reviews, 3/3. Good morning, Kitazawa-sensei. Ino greeted him with a bright smile, practically bouncing on her feet. Standing just behind her was Hinata, half hidden as usual. She bowed her head slightly and whispered a soft, barely audible greeting. Kitazawa had to strain his ears to catch it. I brought a bento today, Ino announced, proudly holding up a lunchbox. Please try it, sensei. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow in mild surprise as he accepted the box. Thank you. I didn't expect you to know how to make bento at your age. Of course I can. Ino huffed, placing her hands on her hips with smug confidence. I'm amazing, you know. Kitazawa chuckled, giving her a sidelong glance. Unlike her counterpart from the original timeline who often showed off her midriff, this version of Ino was dressed modestly, maybe because she was still 6. Still, what stood out even more was her energy. She radiated determination. Hinata, meanwhile, stared at the bento with a touch of quiet envy. She had spent most of her childhood training in the gentle fist, leaving little time for learning skills like cooking. It tastes great, Kitazawa praised after trying a rice ball. At that moment, a passing thought made him pause. This is another free meal. He had been bringing Hinata food every day, but the money? That came from her passed off under the guise of training support. Now, with Ino also delivering meals, Kitazawa realized something alarming. I've accidentally become a freeloader. Kitazawa-sensei, Ino asked, eyes sparkling with anticipation, do you think I can surpass Sakura in tomorrow's water walking practice? Kitazawa thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I think you can. While Sakura had slightly better chakra control, Ino had made great strides recently and she had the advantage right now. It was entirely possible she could pull ahead now. Awesome. Ino beamed, fists clenched in triumph. Kitazawa just smiled and went back to eating, quietly enjoying the moment. Before long, he and Ino finished their meal. Only Hinata remained, eating slowly and politely. With some time to spare, Kitazawa opened his system panel. Name, Kitazawa. Age, 6. Chakra affinities, wind, fire, water. Kekkai Genkai, Byakugan. Ninjutsu mastered. Basic 3 Jutsu. Body flicker jutsu. Shadow clone jutsu. Sexy jutsu. Wind release, violent wind palm. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, vacuum bullet. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Fire release, phoenix flower jutsu. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Water release, water bullet jutsu. Leaf whirlwind. Leaf great whirlwind. Leaf strong whirlwind. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. Hemostasis jutsu. Evaluation, at only 6 years old, you possess Jonin level strength. A future rival to the Six Paths sage himself. Your name will one day echo through the ninja world. Kitazawa let out a long breath. Compared to when he first checked this panel, the transformation was astonishing. The sheer number of jutsu he had mastered rivaled even those of clan prodigies and surpassed most adult shinobi. In truth, only once-in-a-generation talents like Minato Namikaze could match such rapid growth. And that wasn't even including his chakra reserves, which the system still hilariously scaled for a 6-year-old. Ridiculous system, he thought, shaking his head, but still insanely useful. In under 2 months, he had achieved Jonin level strength. If word got out, people would think he was some kind of monster, a genius even greater than Uchiha Itachi. And this was just the beginning. By the time Naruto and Sasuke graduated the academy, Kitazawa might truly be standing at the summit of the shinobi world. The path to becoming the next legend, maybe even the next sage, was wide open. I'm full, Kitazawa-sensei, said Hinata Hyuga softly, setting down her chopsticks. Good. Kitazawa stood and stretched. Let's go train. The 3 of them headed for the artificial lake, but when they arrived, they found someone waiting for them. Kitazawa-sensei, Sasuke called out as he stepped forward, eyes sharp with determination. I want to learn more fire-style jutsu. The sparring matches in Class 1A yesterday had left Sasuke feeling a keen sense of urgency. He'd thought about asking his father, Uchiha Fugaku, or his brother, Itachi, for help, but both were busy lately, constantly away on clan matters. Of course, Kitazawa replied without hesitation. After all, he'd just triggered a mission connected to Sasuke the day before, and he was eager for that elusive one-handed hand seals. Hinata, Ino, give me a moment, Kitazawa said, turning back to Sasuke. I'll teach you the fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. It's a C-rank jutsu. Sasuke blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected Kitazawa to share a jutsu that originated with the Uchiha clan. I'll demonstrate once, Kitazawa said. He swiftly formed hand signs, inhaled, and unleashed a rapid volley of blazing fireballs that burst forth like blooming flowers. Let me try, Sasuke said, eyes gleaming. He mirrored Kitazawa's hand signs, focused his chakra, and exhaled. A series of fireballs erupted into the air. For a second, Sasuke stood frozen. Did I actually pull that off on my first try? But then he realized why. His chakra control and nature transformation had improved significantly. Not bad, Kitazawa nodded. But it's far from enough. Sasuke had barely managed to launch the fireballs. His technique still lacked precision. He couldn't control the size or trajectory of each fireball. The true strength of this jutsu lay in manipulating those individual fireballs with chakra, making them almost impossible for enemies to evade. And more importantly, Sasuke's mission progress wasn't finished yet. Understand? Kitazawa explained the finer points in detail. I understand, Sasuke said, nodding vigorously, humility replacing his earlier cockiness. He was keenly aware that he still had a long way to go before mastering the jutsu. At the same time, he couldn't help imagining how proud his father and brother would be if he perfected it. Keep practicing, Kitazawa said. And if you get stuck, come find me. I will. Then Sasuke hesitated and asked, Kitazawa-sensei, will my opponent in the friendly match against Class 2A be Hyuga Niji? That depends on your performance, Kitazawa answered vaguely. In truth, he planned to pair Niji against Yakumo. But if Sasuke grew strong enough to challenge Niji, that would be ideal. Still, beating Niji would be no easy feat. Niji had already awakened his Byakugan. Alright, you two, get ready. Kitazawa turned back to Hinata and Ino, ushering them toward the water's edge to begin their special training. By afternoon, training was still in full swing. Kitazawa left Hinata, Ino, and Sasuke practicing on their own and headed back to Class 1A for the practical combat lesson. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto came sprinting up. Are we doing physical drills again today? It's getting boring. Do you have any cool new training for us? Kitazawa gave him a knowing smile. Actually, I do. The 5 students I picked yesterday will be doing practical combat training. Practical combat. Naruto's blue eyes lit up. You mean real sparring again? Awesome. Since Hinata and Sasuke were still occupied, Kitazawa paired up Naruto, Shino, and Choji for matches. As the class continued, Kitazawa suddenly felt a piercing gaze. He looked up and there, approaching from the distance, was Tsunade. Her presence was like a thundercloud rolling in. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. An bonus chapter on reaching 100 power stones. Keep them coming. Check out my Patreon for extra plus 45 chapters. Thank you for your support. Email protected/novice author 777. Tsunade's arrival instantly captured everyone's attention. It was impossible not to stare. Her beauty and figure were simply too striking. Trailing behind her was Shizune, but most of the students hardly noticed her presence at all. Huh. Sakura squinted at Tsunade for a moment, then suddenly widened her eyes. Doesn't she look familiar to you guys? She looks exactly like that legendary Kunoichi, murmured Shino, adjusting his sunglasses. It's Lady Tsunade, one of Konoha's legendary Chunin, Shikamaru said, his eyes slightly widened in surprise. For real? That's really Lady Tsunade. Sakura nearly squealed in excitement, practically itching to run over. Despite Tsunade's reputation for gambling and drinking, she was also a renowned kunoichi and the most accomplished medical ninja in the world. In Konoha, while Hiruzen Sarutobi was the idol of many boys, Tsunade was the ultimate inspiration for many girls. When Ino finds out, she's going to be furious she missed this, Shikamaru said with a smirk. Tsunade was Ino's #1 idol, without question. Is she strong? Naruto asked, scratching the back of his head. Lady Tsunade's the best medical ninja in the entire shinobi world. Sakura exclaimed, eyes sparkling. She's also the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Lord Hashirama, and she trained under the third Hokage, Lord Hiruzen, the third Hokage's student. Naruto perked up for a second but then waved a hand dismissively. Too bad she's just a medical ninja. In Naruto's mind, medical ninja were always stuck behind the front lines, never actually fighting. Why would she come here, though? Kiba asked, puzzled. I thought Lady Tsunade hadn't returned to Konoha for years. Looks like she's headed for Kitazawa-sensei, Shikamaru observed as Tsunade strode purposefully toward their teacher. Wait. Kitazawa-sensei knows Lady Tsunade. Sakura stared in shock. Sure, Kitazawa was a great teacher but he was still a Chunin. To see someone like Tsunade speaking with him felt unreal. Shikamaru and the others also exchanged bewildered glances, equally astonished. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa greeted her as she approached. Her face was calm, nearly expressionless, but there was no hiding the effortless grace in the way she moved. Even in a modest outfit, her curves and figure drew every eye. Her legs were covered, but it only accentuated the trim line of her waist and the fullness of her hips. When does your class finish? Tsunade asked, giving the noisy students a quick glance. In about 15 minutes, Kitazawa said after a moment's thought. I can set them to self-training so we can talk. No need, Tsunade replied with a dismissive wave. Do what you need to. I'll wait the 15 minutes. As you wish, Kitazawa said, offering a polite nod. He turned back toward his students. Kitazawa-sensei. Sakura called out immediately, curiosity bubbling in her voice. Why is Lady Tsunade looking for you? Grown-up matters, Kitazawa said, flicking her lightly on the forehead. You lot just focus on your training. But Ino's not here. Who am I supposed to train with? Sakura pouted, rubbing the spot he tapped. Shikamaru, Kitazawa said promptly, pointing at him. You'll fill in for Ino. Huh. Shikamaru stared, stunned. Or you can spar with Naruto instead, Kitazawa added, smiling faintly. Awesome. Naruto shouted, pumping his fist. I haven't sparred with Shikamaru yet. Forget that, Shikamaru muttered hastily. I'll go train with Sakura. There was no way he wanted to be battered by Naruto's relentless energy. Sparring with Naruto was like wrestling a hyperactive bull. Huh? Boring. Naruto grumbled, looking disappointed. Meanwhile, not far away, Tsunade and Shizune were quietly observing the lively scene. Teachings really changed these days, Tsunade said, crossing her arms over her chest. Back when I was in the academy, classes were never like this. Mine either, Shizune agreed. Though she dropped out of the academy after Tsunade spirited her away, Shizune was still amazed by Kitazawa's unconventional methods. No wonder he's the one who proposed the idea of psychological medical ninja, Tsunade mused. Old-school shinobi thinking can be so rigid, it's no wonder people never connected medical ninjutsu with psychological support. That's true, Shizune sighed. If the psychological medic system really takes off, it could help so many people. Her thoughts drifted immediately to Tsunade's own secret struggle, hemophobia. But she wisely kept that particular thought to herself. Humph. Tsunade scowled. The biggest problem is money. Why did that old man give him control of the funds? Shizune hesitated. Isn't it obvious why? Has she forgotten our gigantic chest full of ES and debts? Shizune sighed inwardly. Traveling with Tsunade meant constant debt, skipping meals, and running from angry creditors. Honestly, if Kitazawa was in charge of the money, it might be the best thing that ever happened to her. I just hope he can stand up to Lady Tsunade's unique persuasive methods, Shizune thought wearily. 15 minutes flew by in no time. Soon, Ino, Hinata, and Sasuke returned from their training session at the academy's artificial lake, just as class was wrapping up. What? Lady Tsunade was here. Ino gasped, her eyes lighting up with excitement the moment she heard. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained expressionless. Though he had heard of Tsunade's legendary status, his admiration was reserved solely for Itachi and Fugaku. Hinata, however, glanced toward Tsunade with quiet curiosity, wondering what business someone so famous could possibly have with their teacher. All right, class is dismissed, Kitazawa called out, clapping his hands. Go on home. We'll pick things up tomorrow. The students of Class 1A reluctantly gathered their things and dispersed, though more than a few snuck glances back at the woman standing nearby. Looks like you're still a celebrity, Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa said, walking up to her with a faint smile. Old reputation, nothing more, Tsunade replied casually. But without missing a beat, she extended her hand and narrowed her eyes. Now, hand over the money. Shizun flinched slightly, wanting to speak up on Kitazawa's behalf but unsure how to jump in. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. What money? Even if she was a living legend, there still had to be some rules. The Hokage said you're in charge of managing the budget for the Psychological Medical Ninja Initiative, Tsunade said bluntly. I need funds. So give them to me. That old man never even gave me a heads up, Kitazawa thought, annoyed. Still, if Hiruzen didn't inform him, it likely meant Tsunade's request was at least tangentially related to the budget proposal he submitted. What exactly do you need the funds for? He asked. That's none of your concern, Tsunade coughed lightly and deflected. Kitazawa didn't let her off the hook. Has Lady Tsunade even read the funding proposal I wrote? Nope. Tsunade replied, her tone sharp and completely unapologetic. In that case, Kitazawa said with a calm smile, I'm afraid I can't authorize anything. According to protocol, all disbursements must be directly tied to project-related expenses. If you don't specify the use, I can't release the funds. Tsunade took a step closer, standing on tiptoe to glare at him eye to eye. Her presence was overwhelming, and a faint, alluring fragrance drifted with her. At this range, Kitazawa couldn't help but catch a glimpse of the smooth, fair skin along her neckline, an imposing view of feminine strength and beauty that could make any lesser man falter. But he didn't flinch. He knew her too well. Unless someone crossed a moral line, Tsunade didn't truly lash out. Not seriously. So you really won't hand it over? She asked, voice low and threatening. No, Kitazawa replied evenly. If I gave it without documentation, I'd have to answer to the Hokage and I'd rather not get roasted by him and you. Tsunade's fists clenched at her sides, her expression darkening. She looked one breath away from smashing him into the ground. Shizun, standing off to the side, blinked in surprise and then, amused, gave Kitazawa a subtle thumbs up. It was the first time she'd seen anyone push back against Tsunade and live to tell the tale. That damn old man. Tsunade suddenly roared, fury erupting like a volcano. I knew he was up to something shady. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. It shouldn't be difficult for someone like you to secure funding, Kitazawa said, watching Tsunade seethe with frustration, a faint smile tugging at his lips. And what methods are there for getting funds? Tsunade demanded, taking a deep breath to calm herself, though her teeth were still clenched. She'd returned to the village because Hiruzen Sarutobi had promised her virtually unlimited funding. Now, all these rules and restrictions were driving her up the wall. One option is to develop new ninjutsu, Kitazawa explained. As long as it relates to psychological medic techniques, even a low-level jutsu could be worth 1,000,000 ryo. Ordinarily, only S-rank missions brought in rewards as high as 1,000,000 ryo, and those missions were grueling, dangerous, and time-consuming. Even for Tsunade, completing an S-rank mission wasn't easy money. That's pretty generous, Tsunade admitted, frowning slightly. But creating new ninjutsu takes time. Isn't there a faster way? There is, Kitazawa said, but the amounts are much smaller. Then what's the point? Tsunade scoffed, folding her arms. I'm going straight to the old man. If he doesn't give me money, I'm leaving again. Lady Tsunade. Shizun blurted out, alarmed. She definitely didn't want to go back to a life of running from debt collectors and skipping meals. I might have a solution, Kitazawa said, blinking as an idea struck him. Oh, what is it? Tsunade leaned closer, curiosity sparking in her eyes. There's a line in the project budget for medical expenses related to treating Yakumo, Kitazawa said, choosing his words carefully. You could submit a list of medicinal ingredients and pick the most expensive ones. Tsunade stared at him, momentarily stunned. Then a grin slowly spread across her face. Why are you suddenly willing to help me bend the rules? Kitazawa gave a serious look. I didn't have a choice before, but now, I'm on your side. He knew the best way to motivate someone like Tsunade was a mix of firmness and flexibility. Strictly sticking to Hiruzen's rules would only drive her away. Bad news for both the mission and Yakumo's treatment. Between Hiruzen and Tsunade, his choice was obvious for Yakumo's sake. Very good. Tsunade's grin widened. She slung an arm around his shoulders and pulled him closer. Not bad at all, kid. Kitazawa nearly toppled into her embrace, thrown off balance. Tsunade noticed his awkwardness and quickly let go, clearing her throat and giving his shoulder a brisk pat instead. Come on. You're coming home with me, she said, her eyes sparkling mischievously. As Konoha's foremost medical ninja, she knew exactly how wildly the prices of medicinal ingredients could fluctuate. She could easily skim a profit while still treating Yakumo properly. Shizun shot Kitazawa a wide-eyed look, silently mouthing traitor. Her inner thoughts churned. I thought you were a man of principle. How did you cave so fast? Your moral bottom line is way too flexible. So, where is Lady Tsunade staying these days? Kitazawa asked as they began walking. You will see soon enough, Tsunade said breezily, mentally running through a list of rare herbs and precious compounds she might add to the expense report. Realizing she wasn't going to elaborate, Kitazawa dropped the subject and simply followed her. After several minutes, he realized the streets and houses were looking more and more familiar. Eventually, they stopped right in front of Kurane Yui's home. Shizun and I live next door, Tsunade announced, pointing at the neighboring house on the left. It's more convenient for coordinating our work on the project. Kitazawa nodded, then stepped forward and knocked on Kurane's door. Kitazawa, And Lady Tsunade. Kurane blinked in surprise when she opened the door, then quickly stepped aside. Please, come in. Tsunade strode inside, bending to slip off her sandals. Shizun followed right behind her, while Kitazawa entered last, shutting the door and heading toward the living room. The moment Kitazawa stepped into the living room, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Arrayed before him, from tallest to shortest, were 4 pairs of fair, delicate legs and pale, elegant feet. Tsunade wore long pants that hid most of her legs, revealing only feet adorned with red nail polish. Meanwhile, Kurane Yui, Shizun, and Yakumo Karema all sat with snow-white calves exposed, their bare feet resting lightly on the floor. Bring me paper and a pen, Tsunade ordered as she settled onto the sofa. I'll get them. Kitazawa turned and headed upstairs. Tsunade watched him go, one brow lifting in amusement. It seems you and Kitazawa have quite the rapport, she teased lightly. Kurane's heart skipped a beat, but she kept her expression calm. Kitazawa and I are just former classmates, she said smoothly. Though she did harbor a good opinion of him, it hadn't crossed any particular lines yet. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa announced as he returned, handing her the requested supplies. Tsunade crossed one leg over the other and placed the paper on her shapely thigh as a makeshift desk. When she leaned forward to write, her ample chest shifted, straining against her top. Kurane instinctively glanced downward and felt an indescribable pang of inadequacy. How's the progress on your original ninjutsu? Tsunade asked as she began scribbling. We've completed 2 so far, Kurane Yui answered. The therapeutic words jutsu and the truth extraction jutsu. She briefly described their effects. Excellent work, Tsunade said after a moment of thought. Those jutsu are very well targeted. It was Kitazawa's idea, Kurane added quickly, refusing to take credit for herself. You're full of surprises, Tsunade remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Kitazawa. Thank you for the praise, Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa dipped his head politely, then launched into an explanation of the 3rd jutsu currently under development. The concept is solid, Tsunade acknowledged after listening carefully. But there are some flaws. Psychological illnesses stem not only from negative emotions but also from genetics, physical health, and personality traits. Kitazawa felt genuine admiration stir within him. This is what true expertise sounds like. The idea of modifying the demonic illusion, hell viewing technique is brilliant, Tsunade continued, her lips curling into a faint smile. It just needs some refinement. We'll dive deeper into that tomorrow. For now, let's handle the medicinal supplies Yakumo needs. Understood, Kurane agreed without hesitation. Having Tsunade involved would significantly lighten the load for her and Kitazawa. Shizun, however, sighed and shook her head. Buying medicine, my foot. This is just Lady Tsunade's way of siphoning off funds. Kitazawa, come on, Tsunade said brightly as she finished writing her list, an eager grin spreading across her face. Sure. Kitazawa felt no qualms about skimming a little money from Konoha's coffers. Tsunade wasn't the type to go overboard. At most, she'd pocket a modest bit of extra cash. After glancing over the list Tsunade handed him, Kitazawa confirmed his suspicion. She'd padded it just enough to net a personal profit of around 500,000 ryo, a small sum in the grand scheme of village finances. They soon arrived at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen took the medicinal list and scanned it quickly. A flicker of suspicion crossed his features, but after a moment's thought, he simply sighed. If he denied Tsunade some perks, she'd bolt from the village again just like Orochimaru. Kitazawa, Hiruzen said, setting the paper down. Head to the Umbu and withdraw the funds. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa promptly made his way to the Umbu office and returned a short while later with a passbook showing a deposit of 2 million ryo. Hand it over, Tsunade said, holding out her hand impatiently. Sorry, Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa replied, gently catching her wrist. I should hold on to this. Tsunade's eyes narrowed in irritation, and she shot him a glare sharp enough to cut glass. But Kitazawa only smiled back, unfazed. TCH? You're such a spoilsport, Tsunade huffed, pulling her hand back. Fine. But hurry up and buy those ingredients. She was quickly realizing that bullying Kitazawa into submission was a lost cause. After they purchased the medicinal supplies, Tsunade tucked away the leftover funds for herself. See you tomorrow, she said cheerfully, slipping the passbook into her cleavage before sauntering off toward the nearest casino. Kitazawa watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in amusement. Indeed, Lady Tsunade has a very broad. Chapter 64, Chapter 64. It was Friday morning, and the sun glinted off the surface of the Ninja Academy's artificial lake, casting rippling reflections like a stage spotlighting a showdown. A tense atmosphere crackled between Ino and Sakura as they faced each other. Kitazawa felt like he could practically see sparks flying between their eyes. Sakura. Ino planted her hands on her hips, chin held high. Tonight, your homework is going to double. What kind of nonsense is that? Sakura shot back, clenching her fists. You've never beaten me, not even once. Well, today's the day. Ino stepped boldly onto the water's surface. Her gaze sharpened. Come on. Sakura's expression turned serious. Without hesitation, she whipped out a wooden kunao, gripping it tightly in her small hand. Ino eyed her cautiously and began circling to the far side of the lake. Suddenly whoosh, a wooden kunao hurtled toward her from the left. Ino didn't even glance at it. She bent low, smoothly dodging the projectile. All those days of special training with Kitazawa, dodging leaves, were finally paying off. That was just luck. Sakura huffed, brow furrowing as she pulled out another wooden kunai, but Ino was already back on her feet. Sakura took a few light steps, then flicked her wrist, sending a kunai flying at a difficult angle toward Ino's blind spot. Huh. Sakura's eyes widened as Ino dodged yet again. In their previous trainings, Ino would have toppled into the water by now, too distracted by dodging to remember the delicate chakra balance needed to stay afloat. I don't believe this. Sakura gritted her teeth and hurled 2 kunai at once with both hands. Ino spun gracefully in midair, dodging both projectiles before landing lightly back on the lake's surface. She smirked and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, flashing Sakura a brilliant, almost smug, smile. Ugh. Sakura felt mocked just looking at her. Refusing to give up, Sakura kept launching kunai one after another. But Ino was on fire today. Not a single kunai managed to hit her. Finally, Ino reached the opposite bank, leaping up onto solid ground. She raised both arms in triumph, practically glowing. Yada, she cheered. Victory belongs to Lady Ino. Sakura stood frozen in the middle of the lake, clutching her wooden kunai like it weighed a ton. TCH. Ino marched back toward her, chin lifted. Your turn, Sakura. If I hit you even once, your homework doubles. Humph. We'll see about that. Sakura shot back. But the fiercer her determination, the more mistakes crept into her movements. By the end of the training session, Sakura had been struck 3 times by Ino's wooden kunai. I win. Ino practically bounced in place, as though she'd just conquered the world. Sakura fell silent. Her mouth felt as though someone had squeezed a lemon into it. Everything was bitter and sour. Kitazawa watched Ino, who now radiated confidence like a blooming cosmos flower, and couldn't help smiling in satisfaction. At that very moment, a glowing panel flickered before his eyes. Current mission, help Ino Yamanaka defeat Sakura in water walking training. Mission reward, master level chakra control. Mission complete. Reward issued. A flood of knowledge and sensations poured into Kitazawa's mind. He felt momentarily dizzy. Master level chakra control. It was even more powerful than he'd imagined. With this level of control, I could probably even create a Raiznon. But more importantly, this new skill was the final piece of Kitazawa's plan. He intended to get closer to Tsunade, demonstrate talent as a medical ninja, and persuade her to take him as her student. Even though Kitazawa was older, he knew that true medical expertise took time and late bloomers weren't unheard of. But faking medical nin talent wouldn't be easy. First, he'd need yang release. Second, he'd have to master a wide array of medical ninjutsu through his system so he could convincingly appear like a genius in front of Tsunade. And third and most crucially was having master-level chakra control. Kitazawa's eyes slid toward Sakura. Fitting, since my only medical ninjutsu so far the hemostasis technique came from her. Sakura. Ino extended her hand toward her friend, wearing a cheeky grin. Are you going to admit defeat? As if. Sakura snapped, grasping Ino's hand firmly. That's only one win. Don't get cocky. Well, I did get special training from Kitazawa-sensei. Ino declared proudly. Oh, so that's why, Sakura said, realization dawning on her face. Then she immediately turned toward Kitazawa and shouted, Kitazawa-sensei, I want special training too. A bright panel popped up in Kitazawa's vision. New mission, help Sakura complete water walking special training. Mission reward, healing jutsu. Accept mission? Kitazawa stood frozen for a moment, eyes wide in surprise. Well done, Ino. It was like hitting the jackpot at precisely the right time. Healing jutsu. A C-rank jutsu, designed to rapidly mend physical injuries, a simplified, less potent version of the mystical palm jutsu. No problem, Kitazawa said, breaking into a smile. You can join Ino's training. One more student, one less. It made no real difference to him. What mattered was that he now saw a path to learning even more medical ninjutsu. As long as Ino and Sakura kept up their not-so-sisterly rivalry, everything would fall into place. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Sakura chirped. She shot a look at Ino, puffed, and declared, our competition isn't over yet. Just wait, you're going down next time. Sure thing, Ino replied breezily. In truth, she'd let the information slip on purpose. It was enough to win once with Kitazawa's help. Beating Sakura every time would just be cruel. After all, they were best friends, even if that friendship was peppered with rivalry, and they ought to share the benefit of Kitazawa's special training fairly. You two, follow me to the training ground, Kitazawa instructed, turning on his heel. As they approached the nearby practice area, sparks danced in the air. Sasuke was there, practicing the fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Judging by the sheer force of his flames, he'd already gained considerable mastery over it. Not surprising, since both the Phoenix Flower and the Great Fireball were C-rank jutsus. Sasuke-kun. Sakura lit up like a lantern and took an eager step forward. Startled, Sasuke jerked in surprise and lost control. A burst of smoke exploded from his mouth, sending him into a fit of violent coughing. I didn't mean to. Sakura stammered, blushing with embarrassment. Come on. Focus on your training, Ino said, patting Sakura's shoulder. Let's see if you can last more than 3 minutes this time. 3 minutes. Sakura shot back, eyes flashing. I'll definitely last longer than you. Before long, the school day came to an end. After class, Sasuke headed home. To his surprise, he found his older brother already there, an unusual sight. I've got 2 days off, Itachi explained calmly. Tomorrow's Saturday, so I'll help you practice your fire release jutsus over the weekend. Look, brother. Sasuke's eyes sparkled as he formed hand seals and performed the fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Flames blossomed from his lips in fiery bursts. Not bad, Itachi said, eyebrows lifting ever so slightly. You've already learned your second fire release jutsu. Impressive. He paused, then added, did father teach you? Kitazawa-sensei taught me, Sasuke declared proudly, a wide grin spreading across his face after his brother's praise. Kitazawa-sensei. Itachi blinked, a faint frown creasing his brow. That's a little improper. Huh. Sasuke blinked at him in confusion. Theoretically, academy teachers are only supposed to teach the basic 3 jutsu. Other ninjutsu are either passed down within the family or taught by your squad leader after graduation, Itachi explained, gently ruffling Sasuke's hair. He continued, voice low and thoughtful, strictly speaking, it's against the rules for you to be learning fire release from Kitazawa-sensei. Then what should I do? Sasuke asked, looking up anxiously. Chapter 65, Chapter 65. After leaving the ninja academy, Kitazawa made his way toward Kurene's house. Along the way, his mind churned with thoughts of his many ongoing missions. Several were proving quite challenging, for instance, becoming Tsunade's disciple, or ensuring Mizuki landed in prison. The most immediate task on his radar was the upcoming monthly exam, where he needed Naruto to place in the top 10. Other goals, like helping Hinata awaken her Byakugan or guiding Sasuke to master a second fire release jutsu, were mostly a matter of time. Hey, stop right there. A familiar voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Kitazawa looked up to see Tsunade striding toward him in high-heeled sandals, her face etched with irritation. Trailing behind her was Shizune, clutching her pet piglet Taunton and frantically signaling to Kitazawa with desperate winks. Do you have any money on you? Tsunade demanded, thrusting out her hand. Not a single ryo, Kitazawa replied calmly, eyeing her pale palm. He could guess where she'd just come from, a casino, where she'd undoubtedly lost every coin. Come on, give me whatever you've got. I swear I'll win it back this time, Tsunade said through clenched teeth. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa sighed, shaking his head, don't forget we have more important business. You're such a spoilsport, Tsunade huffed, clearly annoyed but unable to argue. The sooner we create new ninjutsu, the sooner we'll secure proper funding, Kitazawa said with a faint smile. Besides, any pocket money I hand over would be nothing but small change, and where's the fun in that? You're right, Tsunade muttered after a moment, smoothing back her hair with an exasperated sigh. Fine. Let's go. Turning around, she stalked off in the direction of Kurene's house. Amazing. Shizune leaned closer to Kitazawa and whispered, you handled her perfectly. Don't think I can't hear you. Tsunade snapped over her shoulder, glaring at them both. I didn't say anything, Shizune protested, standing stiff and straight, her long legs drawn primly together. Neither did I, Kitazawa added, wearing an innocent smile. Tsunade suddenly realized how much Kitazawa reminded her of Shizune. Both of them always managed to thwart her precisely when she was about to indulge herself, whether in gambling or impulse-driven decisions. But how did Kitazawa have the nerve to talk to her like this? Shizune had been with her since childhood and knew her inside out, but Kitazawa was just a young Chunin. Unlike most ninja, who quailed in fear before her, he seemed entirely unfazed. Suppressing her curiosity, Tsunade pushed open the door and stepped into the living room. Inside, Kurene and Yakumo were already waiting. Yakumo, did you take your medicine? Tsunade asked, sinking into the sofa. She kicked off her sandals and propped her legs up, her fair, delicate feet swinging idly in the air. I just took it. Thank you for your concern, Lady Tsunade, Yakumo replied gratefully. For a long time, she'd believed her body would never function like a normal person's, but Tsunade's arrival had given her hope again. Good, Tsunade said, nodding. Now, let's get down to business. With that, they immersed themselves in researching new ninjutsu, working late into the night. Eventually, Tsunade checked the time and let out a weary sigh. We'll continue tomorrow. And with Shizune in tow, she left to return to the house next door. Kurene, are you hungry? Kitazawa spotted a takoyaki stand not far away as he and Kurene finished walking Yakumo home. Takoyaki is nice, but it's not that exciting, Kurene said, licking her lips. A playful glint appeared in her crimson eyes. Want to go for a drink instead? Forget it, Kitazawa said firmly. If you get drunk again, it'll be a whole new set of headaches. Besides, we have to see Lady Tsunade tomorrow. It wouldn't look good if we showed up late, or hungover. What's that supposed to mean? Kurene gave him a playful shove, narrowing her eyes. I don't go crazy when I'm drunk. Kitazawa arched an eyebrow. That's debatable, he said, recalling her last drunken episode a little too vividly. Care to explain yourself? Kurene grabbed his arm, glaring up at him. Despite being shorter than Kitazawa, her intense gaze made him feel unexpectedly pressured. She reminded him a bit of Tsunade, though where Tsunade radiated a commanding, mature aura, Kurene had more of an older sister charm. What are you staring at? Kurene demanded. Just admiring a beautiful woman, Kitazawa said, unabashedly letting his gaze drift down her figure. Standing so close, he could see the delicate curve of her pale neck and the black mesh of her undershirt peeking out from beneath her clothing. Don't say weird things. Kurene shot back, cheeks warming to a faint pink. Sorry, Kitazawa said, blinking innocently. No sincerity at all, Kurene huffed, releasing his arm and deliberately stepping on his foot. I want takoyaki. Next time, please take your shoes off before you step on me, Kitazawa said in mock seriousness. Are you a pervert or something? Kurone asked with a mix of suspicion and exasperation. I just don't like pain, Kitazawa replied, clearing his throat. I'll go buy the takoyaki. Kurone glanced down at her own feet. She was wearing high-heeled sandals, revealing pale, delicate toes, each one slender and neatly separated, a small but striking contrast against her ninja persona. You're impossible, Kurone murmured, lips curling in a slight smile. Soon, Kitazawa returned carrying 2 boxes of steaming takoyaki. Thanks. Kurone accepted the box and picked up a piece on a wooden skewer. She held it close to her lips, then paused, glancing mischievously at Kitazawa. What? Want me to feed you? She teased. If you insist, how could I refuse? Kitazawa answered, deadpan. Kurone lifted her hand halfway, then pulled it back with a sly smile. Too bad. It's all mine. She popped the takoyaki into her mouth and grinned. Kitazawa couldn't help laughing. What a mischievous woman. The two of them chatted as they strolled along, eventually reaching Kurone's house. See you tomorrow, Kitazawa said, pausing at her gate. Thanks for the takoyaki. I'll treat you next time. Kurone opened the door, stepping inside. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she turned and asked, if I take off my shoes, do you still want me to step on you? Kitazawa cleared his throat. I'm not that kind of person. Opportunity missed. No next time. Kurone declared with a wink, then closed the door behind her. Kitazawa stood there for a moment, his mouth twitching as he finally turned to leave. 2 days flew by quickly. Thanks to Tsunade's assistance, progress on their new ninjutsu project was well underway. Kitazawa estimated they'd complete their 3rd psychological medical ninjutsu in less than half a month. A new week dawned. The 2nd monthly exam was scheduled for the weekend. Kitazawa was determined to put Naruto through extra training, hoping to ensure he cracked the top 10 and avoid mission failure. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, a voice called out, Kitazawa-sensei. Kitazawa blinked out of his thoughts and turned to see Sasuke approaching him. What's up, Sasuke? He asked. Sasuke held out a small scroll. This is a thank you gift, for teaching me ninjutsu. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. My first gift from you. I'm honored. He unrolled the scroll, and his eyes sharpened at its contents. Inside were 4 jutsu: Fire Release, Dragon Fire Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Flower Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, and Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. For a moment, Kitazawa felt the full weight of the Uchiha clan's prestige and pride. He had taught Sasuke 2 Fire Release Jutsu, and in return, he now held 4. The Uchiha clan never lacked ninjutsu. The Sharingan alone made copying techniques almost second nature. Even Kakashi was said to have copied over 1,000 jutsu thanks to it. Who told you to give me this? Kitazawa asked, curiosity piqued. Sasuke blinked. My older brother. Chapter 66, Chapter 66. A thank you gift from Uchiha Itachi. Kitazawa's expression shifted slightly as he unrolled the scroll. There was a strange sense of unease twisting in his chest. He had always made a point to keep his distance from Itachi. After all, the man had killed his own parents. Patricide and matricide weren't crimes one could easily overlook, no matter the circumstances. Unless Kitazawa became Hokage someday, dealing with Itachi was something he'd rather avoid. Still, while Itachi was terrifying, Kitazawa couldn't deny that he was the very embodiment of the will of fire, Konoha's hidden blade, forged in loyalty and sacrifice. In Itachi's mind, even Sasuke ranked second to the village. Tell your brother I said thank you, Kitazawa said at last, rolling up the ninjutsu scroll with practiced ease and slipping it into his pouch. Never turn away a gift, especially one this valuable. And besides, it wasn't charity. He had genuinely helped Sasuke improve. This reward was earned. Got it, Kitazawa-sensei, Sasuke replied with a nod. Come on, Kitazawa said, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Let's get back to training. The scroll contained 4 advanced fire release jutsu. It was an absolute windfall. In one move, Kitazawa had unlocked techniques that many jonin would be envious of. He led Sasuke to the academy training ground and left behind a shadow clone to supervise. Sasuke had nearly mastered fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu already. He didn't need hand-holding anymore. After a quick breakfast, Kitazawa sent Hinata and Ino out to continue their chakra control training, this time with Sakura joining them. She'd fallen behind and needed to catch up. Meanwhile, Kitazawa made his way to the classroom for the day's first lesson, the Will of Fire. Before he could begin, Naruto came barreling up to the podium, eyes shining with anticipation. Kitazawa-sensei, he beamed. How many points do you think I got on last night's homework? The homework was actually a mock test, one of many Kitazawa had quietly given Naruto over the past month. Hinata had received the same treatment before, what could best be described as semi-cheating, a gentle push disguised as education. Under normal circumstances, Kitazawa wouldn't have gone to such lengths. But with a mission depending on Naruto breaking into the top 10, he had no choice. Kitazawa took the test sheet and scanned it quickly. Naruto had been grinding away at these mock exams for weeks now. He still wasn't on Sasuke's level, but repetition had done its work. Even memorization could be a weapon when used right. 84 points, Kitazawa said, folding the paper shut. Naruto's eyes lit up like fireworks. Yes, I finally broke 80. He pumped his fist in the air, a grin spreading across his face. Kitazawa chuckled but raised a finger. Don't celebrate too soon. Getting a high score once doesn't mean much. He paused for effect. To stay in the top 10, you'll need to average 90 or above. And consistently. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly, but his excitement didn't fade. For him, scoring 84 felt like reaching the summit of Hokage Mountain. Starting today, you're getting extra training, Kitazawa said with a faint, knowing smile. Huh. Naruto froze. His eyes widened, alarmed. What do you mean, extra? Though Naruto was fearless in the face of enemies, there was one thing he dreaded above all else: homework. The only reason he'd stuck with it this long was because of Kitazawa's rewards, and the dream of cracking the top 10. Remember what I told you before? Kitazawa continued, leaning forward slightly. If you make it into the top 10, I teach you a new jutsu. Of course I remember, Naruto declared, puffing out his chest. The jutsu I promised you is the Shadow Clone Jutsu. It's a B-rank ninjutsu, you know. Kitazawa made sure to emphasize that last part. Listen to me, and be grateful. Naruto's eyes immediately filled with tears, his whole body trembling. But before he could launch into a dramatic speech about youth and dreams, Kitazawa held up a hand. But there's a slight change in how you're getting your reward. Huh. Naruto stopped mid-breath, blinking. Starting today, I'll teach you the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but your extra training depends on how quickly you master it. Kitazawa gave a small chuckle. If you pick it up fast, you'll just have to finish a few practice problems. If you don't, well, you'll be doing some full practice tests. Naruto gaped at him. He couldn't tell if he should be excited or devastated. Learning the Shadow Clone Jutsu was obviously awesome, but more homework? Again? So, what do you think of this new training plan? Kitazawa asked, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Naruto clenched his fists and drew a deep breath. Don't worry, Kitazawa-sensei. I'll work hard. The lure of learning Shadow Clone Jutsu was enough to eclipse the looming mountain of homework. Good. After school, meet me at the training ground, Kitazawa said, handing Naruto his graded test paper. Class is about to start. Go sit down. Naruto accepted the paper and trotted back to his seat, looking determined. Time flew by, and dusk fell quickly. All right, today's combat training is over, Kitazawa announced, clapping his hands together. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei. The students of Class 1A trickled out one by one, until only Naruto remained behind. Okay, Naruto, Kitazawa said, forming a series of hand seals. It's time for your special lesson, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. In the original timeline, Naruto had learned the more advanced multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu in a shockingly short time. But back then, he'd already graduated and had a stronger foundation. The current Naruto was nowhere near that level. 2 hours later, Kitazawa exhaled. All right, that's enough for today. But add half a practice test to your homework. Naruto, who'd been positively glowing while learning the Shadow Clone Jutsu, felt as though someone had dumped ice water over his head. Still, Kitazawa had just taught him a B-rank jutsu. Skipping the homework would be pure ingratitude. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, Naruto said, a faint whimper in his voice as he accepted the test sheet. Kitazawa was about to say something more when his brow twitched slightly. Current mission, help Uchiha Sasuke learn his second fire release ninjutsu. Mission reward, one-handed hand seals. Mission complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa nodded, pleased. As expected of Sasuke, the guy really is talented. But no sooner had that mission finished than another appeared. Your lifelong rivals, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, are both learning new ninjutsu. You can't afford to fall behind. New mission, learn a B-rank ninjutsu within half a month. Mission reward, 10% Senju clan bloodline. Holy crap. Kitazawa blurted out before he could stop himself. Everyone in the ninja world knew that a ninja's potential was deeply tied to their bloodline. The Uchiha bloodline manifested in their powerful eyes. The Senju, on the other hand, were renowned for their exceptional vitality and physical prowess. Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, had possessed a body so resilient that even his cells retained life force after his death. Of course, Hashirama had been a once-in-a-lifetime anomaly among the Senju. Kitazawa suspected the system's reward would be an average Senju lineage, not some miracle power. But even so, it was enough to make his heart race. After all, where there's 10%, there could someday be 100%. He could even surpass Hashirama one day, though he wasn't entirely sure how significant that first 10% would be. As for the mission itself, Sasuke had just handed him 4 new fire release techniques. All Kitazawa had to do was pick one and master it. Half a month? Piece of cake. With his advanced chakra control, learning a B-rank jutsu in 2 weeks would be no problem. Especially since he already possessed the fire release nature. Let's go, Naruto, Kitazawa exclaimed, clapping him on the back. Sensei's treating you to Ichiraku ramen. Huh? Did something good happen, Kitazawa-sensei? Naruto asked, tilting his head in confusion as Kitazawa practically beamed with excitement. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. A week passed in the blink of an eye. For 5 straight days, the students of Class 1A had poured all their energy into preparing both for Sunday's monthly exam and the upcoming friendly match against Class 2A. After a month of intensive training, Sasuke and Hinata had more or less met Kitazawa's expectations. The odds were now in their favor, but victory would still depend on how things played out in the moment. Saturday. Behind Kurene's home. In the open clearing, Kitazawa stood alone, his fingers weaving through one-handed seals. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. A surge of chakra built in his lungs. He leaned back slightly, then exhaled. A roaring stream of fire burst from his mouth, taking the shape of a massive dragon. It coiled through the air like a living beast, its heat warping the air. Of the 4 fire release jutsu Sasuke had gifted him, only fire release, dragon fire technique was C rank. The other 3 were powerful B rank techniques. Kitazawa had already learned fire release, great fire annihilation, a reward from the system. That left 2 contenders, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu and Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. He'd chosen the latter. After 4 days of relentless practice, he'd achieved the first stage of mastery. For now, he could only summon a single fire dragon, but with time, he'd be able to produce 3 at once. When fully mastered, it would be devastatingly powerful. Just then, the sound of clapping echoed behind him. Kitazawa cut the chakra flow and turned. Tsunade stood at the edge of the clearing, arms crossed and smiling. Shizun stood slightly behind her, looking impressed, though her pet pig Tauntaun merely snorted in disinterest. With strength like that, Tsunade said, lowering her hands, why are you still a ninja academy teacher? Her golden eyes lingered on his hands. One-handed seals aren't something just anyone can pull off. I prefer working with kids, Kitazawa replied with a calm smile. He'd heard the question more than once by now. Tsunade raised a brow. You friendly with the Uchiha clan? She'd clearly recognized the technique. Unlike Great Fireball, which had spread beyond the clan, B-rank fire release jutsu were still tightly guarded by the Uchiha, and Kitazawa was, after all, just a Chunin on paper, at least. I taught Sasuke some jutsu. He gave it to me as thanks, Kitazawa explained, leaving nothing to hide. In fact, he wanted Tsunade to know. With her tacit approval, it would silence any objections about him using high-level jutsu or advanced techniques like one-handed seals. Mikato's second son, huh? Tsunade murmured, her expression distant. Didn't think he'd be old enough for school already. The last time she'd seen Uchiha Mikato was at Minato and Kushina's funeral. Hard to believe 6 years had passed since then. We'll pause training for now, Tsunade said, snapping back to the present. You're coming with me. The Hokage swaying. Kitazawa's eyes lit up. The third jutsu is ready. It is, Tsunade confirmed, already turning toward the road. Kitazawa fell in step beside Shizun. What's it called? Mind Heart Jutsu. Tsunade answered casually. C-rank Genjutsu. It triggers a patient's psychological illness. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. The name reminded him faintly of the mind-body disturbance jutsu used by the Yamanaka. Originally, he and Kurane had conceived a jutsu to help locate hidden emotional trauma within patients. But Tsunade's version took it even further. Rather than merely identifying negative emotions, it forcibly reproduced the psychological illness itself. A powerful diagnostic tool but harsh. In other words, no matter the trauma, no matter the condition, the genjutsu would drag it into the open. There'd be no hiding from it. Cruel? Perhaps. But sometimes, the road to healing demanded a little pain first. Bang! Tsunade kicked open the Hokage's office door with a crash loud enough to shake the walls. How many times have I told you knock when you're entering? Hiruzen Sarutobi hastily stashed away his crystal ball, coughing to cover his embarrassment. It's disrespectful to your elders. Tsunade folded her arms, a look of scorn on her face. Jiraiya wasn't the only pervert around, she thought darkly. She knew exactly where Jiraiya had learned his bad habits straight from Hiruzen Sarutobi. I was merely patrolling the village, Hiruzen insisted, clearing his throat. Now, what brings you here? Here. Tsunade tossed a scroll across his desk. Hiruzen caught it, opened it, and scanned the contents. Moments later, his eyes lit up with satisfaction. A technique that treats the root of the problem, excellent work. He set the scroll aside and looked at Kitazawa. Kitazawa, go to the Umbu division and collect 1 million ryo as payment. 1 million ryo per person. Tsunade interjected sharply, narrowing her eyes. 1 million per jutsu, Hiruzen corrected her firmly. Don't push your luck. Humph, stingy old man. Tsunade clicked her tongue, obviously displeased. This is the village's money, Hiruzen said, growing stern. I can't spend it recklessly. Spare me the lecture, Tsunade huffed, grabbing Kitazawa's wrist. We're leaving? As they exited the office, Kitazawa glanced at the fair hand wrapped around his arm. So how are we splitting the money, Lady Tsunade? He asked. Tsunade thought for a moment. I'll take 400,000. You and Ui Kurane can split the remaining 600,000. Fair enough, Kitazawa agreed without complaint. In truth, he knew Tsunade deserved the largest share. She'd contributed the most. He'd barely done the legwork by comparison, so he was already gaining more than he'd earned. Besides, only a fool would refuse money when it fell into his lap. Kitazawa, Tsunade said slyly, eyes glimmering, want to come gambling with me? No thanks. Kitazawa shook his head. Back in his previous life, he'd stayed far away from gambling and vices. He wasn't about to start now. Then at least lend me 100,000. Tsunade asked, sticking out her palm. No. Kitazawa smiled. Unless you agree to take me as your student. Tsunade blinked, momentarily speechless. It's not that simple to become my student, she said finally, her lips curling in faint amusement. You're not qualified yet. She was one of the legendary Chunin, after all. To become her apprentice required extraordinary talent in medical ninjutsu, something she doubted Kitazawa possessed. After all, at 21, he was still only a Chunin. She assumed that meant he lacked the natural genius she demanded. In the original timeline, she'd only ever accepted 2 students, Shizun Kato and Sakura Haruno. Perhaps over time, you'll change your mind, Kitazawa said calmly. He wasn't rattled by her rejection, it was exactly what he'd expected. He had another idea brewing. Rather than becoming Tsunade's student outright, why not suggest they become mutual teachers? Tsunade could teach him medical ninjutsu, and in return, he might someday pass on techniques like wood release or something equally valuable. His system only cared about establishing the title of teacher and student. It didn't matter how it happened. But for now, he knew he wasn't strong enough to offer Tsunade anything worth her time. Still, with the system backing me, nothing's impossible. Let's see just how far we can go. Yeah, keep dreaming, Tsunade said dismissively, already striding off toward the gambling district. See you around, Kitazawa. Shizun lingered for a moment, glancing at Kitazawa with a thoughtful look before hurrying after Tsunade. Saturday passed quickly, and Sunday arrived. It was the day of the May monthly exam, a written test. Tomorrow would bring the practical exam, just like last month, evaluating clone jutsu, physical stamina, shuriken throwing, and more. Kitazawa entered the classroom, a stack of test papers in his hands. Oi, Naruto. Confident this time, he called out. First place, guaranteed. Naruto yelled, flashing his teeth in a dazzling grin. Kitazawa-sensei, prepare to witness the power of my youthful spirit. TCH, there you go bragging again, Kiba snorted. Last time you didn't even make the top 10, and now you're talking about first place. You only ranked 6th last time. Naruto shot back, hands planted on his hips. This time, I'm leaving you in the dust. Oh, really? Kiba raised an eyebrow. If you beat me, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. It's a deal. Naruto declared without hesitation, his eyes blazing with determination. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. The exam begins now. You have 2 hours. Kitazawa's voice rang out just as the school bell faded. The students of Class 1A immediately lowered their heads over their papers, pens scratching furiously as they plunged into the written test. Kitazawa stood at the front for a moment, observing them thoughtfully. Then, without a word, he formed a hand seal. A shadow clone appeared beside him. Handle the proctoring for me, Kitazawa instructed. The clone nodded and crossed its arms sternly, standing watch over the room. Meanwhile, the real Kitazawa slipped quietly out the door, heading straight for the Ninja Academy's training ground. Since there's no mission tied to this month's exam, why should I bother answering those questions myself, he thought with a smirk. Instead, he decided to practice fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. 2 hours flew by. When he returned to the classroom, the students were just putting down their pens, eyes glazed with exhaustion. The practical exam is tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp on the training field, Kitazawa announced, collecting the stack of test papers. Don't be late. Back in his office, Kitazawa settled into his chair and started grading. He already had a good sense of how the practical results would turn out. Once he finished scoring the written tests, he'd know whether Naruto had made it into the top 10, an outcome crucial for his mission's success. If Naruto fell short, the entire mission would be void. Before he knew it, noon rolled around. Hinata's not here today, Kitazawa murmured, stretching his arms over his head. Almost as if on cue, a knock sounded at his door. Speak of the devil, Kitazawa chuckled. Come in. The door creaked open. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata stepped inside, her eyes shy but determined. Kitazawa's gaze dropped to the scroll clutched in her hands. What's that you're carrying? He asked curiously. It's a storage scroll. Hinata unfurled it on his desk. In a puff of smoke, a delicious aroma wafted through the room, and an impressive spread of grilled meats appeared. Kitazawa blinked, momentarily stunned. She really is a rich little heiress. You bought all this yourself? He asked. I asked KO to get it for me, Hinata replied, lowering her head. I thought you'd be busy grading papers and wouldn't have time for lunch. Kitazawa felt a warm pang of appreciation. Hinata, you really are thoughtful, he said, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. Last month, after the written exam, Hinata had also come to keep him company for lunch. Back then, he'd ended up taking her to Ichiraku ramen instead. Clearly, Hinata remembered and wanted to plan ahead this time. I didn't do anything special. Hinata mumbled, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. It's always me troubling you, Kitazawa-sensei. Enough with the formalities, Kitazawa said with a grin, handing her a pair of chopsticks. Let's eat. Hinata gave a small, genuine smile. Ever since she'd stopped hiding her secret talent for eating enormous amounts of food, she found mealtimes one of the purest joys of her day. After they'd finished their meal, Hinata paused, gathering her courage. Kitazawa-sensei, is it alright if I keep training this afternoon? Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Tomorrow's the practical exam. Don't you want to rest up? It's fine. Hinata shook her head resolutely. Resting at night is enough for me. Kitazawa gave her a long look, then nodded. Alright then, Hinata. Try activating your Byakugan. Hinata blinked, utterly caught off guard. Why so surprised? Kitazawa teased with a soft laugh. What do you think all this leaf training was for, anyway? Hinata stared at him, realization dawning. Kitazawa had once explained that the purpose of balancing leaves was to train her vision and, by extension, her reaction speed. For someone of the Hyuga clan, honing one's eyesight meant only one thing, awakening the Byakugan. A flush of warmth and determination welled in Hinata's chest. If I awaken my Byakugan, what kind of expression will father have then? Taking a deep breath, she formed the familiar seal. Byakugan activate. Hinata focused intently, gathering chakra into her eye sockets just as her father had taught her. But the Byakugan didn't awaken. She remained frozen in place, shoulders drooping in disappointment. Don't move. Kitazawa stepped closer, gently placing a hand over her eyes. Try it again. Though surprised, Hinata obediently nodded. Kitazawa activated his own Byakugan. In an instant, he could see the intricate flow of chakra swirling around Hinata's eyes. Train for another week, and you will be able to activate it, he said as he deactivated his Byakugan. Really? Hinata's gloomy expression transformed into one of bright hope. Why would I lie to you? Kitazawa replied, giving her a reassuring pat on the head. Come on, let's head to the training ground. As for the stack of exam papers waiting to be graded, Kitazawa left that task to his shadow clone. Dusk. Once Hinata's training session ended, Kitazawa watched her leave, then returned to his office. His shadow clone had already finished grading the written exams, so Kitazawa picked up the results to review them. At the last monthly exam, Hinata had claimed first place in the theoretical portion. This time, though, without additional study, she dropped to third place. Sasuke had taken first, Sakura second, and Naruto had landed in sixth place. Kitazawa let out a quiet breath of relief. Given Naruto's current abilities, securing a top 10 finish in the practical exam would be no problem. Combining both scores, he was confident Naruto would meet the mission's requirement. The next day arrived. Kitazawa-senpai. Iruka approached, arriving earlier than he had for the last exam. It's almost time. Get them organized to begin the practical, Kitazawa instructed. Got it. Iruka immediately called Class 1A into formation. Kitazawa faced the assembled students. Same as last time, the practical exam has 4 events, the physical fitness test, clone jutsu, kunai throwing, and shuriken throwing. He glanced at the roster in his hand. The exam begins now. First up, clone jutsu. Because of his mission, Kitazawa's attention was focused squarely on Naruto. After a month of rigorous training and after learning the shadow clone jutsu, Naruto's clone jutsu was now excellent, far beyond the sloppy illusions he used to produce. When it came to clones, he'd surpassed the skill level he'd had upon graduating in the original timeline. While Naruto's kunai and shuriken throwing hadn't improved dramatically, they were still solid. And in the physical fitness test, Naruto once again claimed first place. Not surprising, given that he'd been training under Guy's intense regimen. His stamina and strength were at a whole new level. As soon as the practical exam ended, Naruto bounded over, eyes shining. Kitazawa-sensei, what's my rank? Sasuke, Sakura, Choji, and the others crowded closer as well, eager for the results. Among them, Kiba looked the most anxious, practically vibrating with nerves. He was terrified of being beaten by Naruto. Right behind him, Sasuke stood silent but tense. He still hadn't gotten over missing first place the previous time, an unacceptable outcome for an Uchiha. He simply had to be number 1. Naruto, you're 6th, Kitazawa announced with a smile. That's awesome. Naruto whooped, leaping into the air. Wait, what about me? Inuzuka Kiba cried, eyes wide. You're 7th, Kitazawa replied calmly. Huh. Kiba stared at him in disbelief, feeling as though the floor had dropped out from under him. He actually lost to Naruto. Ha ha ha, I win. Naruto crowed, flashing Kiba a victorious thumbs up. That's the power of youth. Who's first? Sasuke demanded, unable to hold back any longer. That would be you, Kitazawa said, giving him a nod. Congratulations, Sasuke. Sasuke paused for a moment, then a small smirk curled at the corner of his lips. At last, he'd reclaimed his rightful place at the top. Chapter 69, Chapter 69. 3 lines of text suddenly flashed before Kitazawa's eyes. Current mission, help your lifelong rival, Uzumaki Naruto, achieve a top 10 ranking in the next monthly exam. Mission reward, yin release. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. Kitazawa nodded slightly, satisfied. At least the system's rewards arrive on time. With yin release, Kitazawa now possessed 4 chakra natures, wind, fire, water, and yin. Only earth, lightning, and yang release remained for him to collect, bringing him closer to mastering all 7 basic types. In the world of Shinobi, there were extremely few who could wield every chakra nature. Theoretically, once someone mastered them all, they could comprehend yin-yang release and even create truth-seeking orbs. Of course, achieving that required complete mastery of both form and nature transformations for every element, an impossible task for most. With Kitazawa's talent, it was unrealistic, so the burden of progress fell squarely on the system's shoulders. The May monthly exam ends here. After reading out the rankings, Kitazawa dismissed the students. All of you, go home and get some rest. Kiba. Naruto grinned and called out, don't forget our bet. Humph, as if I'd forget. Kiba waved a hand dismissively, saying with forced bravado, it's just Ichiraku ramen. Eat as much as you want. Awesome. Naruto exclaimed, eyes gleaming. Then I'm not holding back. Don't get cocky, Naruto. I'm beating you next time for sure. Kiba declared, slinging an arm around his shoulders. You never know. Naruto blinked at the unexpected show of camaraderie, then broke into a bright smile. Kitazawa watched them with a faint chuckle. Bad company, he thought wryly. Though, to be honest, he was relieved that Naruto had friends like Kiba by his side. The kid had been through enough loneliness growing up. Unfortunately, no new mission had been triggered this time. But thinking about it realistically, even if the system did hand him a new quest, it might be too difficult to complete. The next task would probably be something like getting Naruto into the top 5, or even the top 3 or first place. And the difficulty of that was roughly on par with Kakuzu trying to assassinate Senju Hashirama. Sasuke-kun, want to walk home together? Sakura hurried to block Sasuke's path, looking hopeful. No, we're not going the same way. Sasuke spared her a glance and picked up his pace. Ugh. Sakura clenched her fists, glaring after him. Am I really that annoying? Sasuke dislikes everyone equally, Ino said dryly, shaking her head. Though Ino was certainly boy crazy, she wasn't quite as obsessive as Sakura. She could let go when necessary, which allowed her to see Sasuke's personality more clearly. Yet even Ino didn't fully understand Sasuke's motivations. He wasn't avoiding Sakura because he disliked her personally. He was simply eager to get home. After all, he'd finally secured first place this time and he wanted nothing more than to hear his father's praise. Dad, praise me. Big brother, praise me. Kitazawa. A voice called out suddenly. Mizuki appeared, smiling as he approached. Let me guess, Kitazawa said blandly. Niji scored perfectly again. Mizuki stiffened. His confident entrance faltered completely under Kitazawa's casual prediction. Congratulations, Kitazawa said coolly. Mizuki cleared his throat, trying to save face. Actually, I came to ask about scheduling the friendly match between our classes. How about next Friday? Kitazawa suggested after a moment's thought. No problem, Mizuki said, puffing up his chest. Makes no difference to me when it happens. I think we should have a referee, Kitazawa continued thoughtfully. How about inviting Hokage-sama? Are you serious? Mizuki scoffed. Why would the Hokage care about a friendly match between two school classes? Under normal circumstances, of course he wouldn't. Kitazawa's smile turned mysterious. But if I invite him, there's a pretty good chance he'll come. In truth, even if he didn't issue a formal invitation, Hiruzen would probably sneak a look anyway. You. Mizuki's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. Sure, Kitazawa had been summoned by the Hokage before, but in Mizuki's mind, Kitazawa was still just a lowly Chunin instructor, nowhere near important enough to attract the Hokage's attention. Then we'll see, Kitazawa said lightly, turning to leave. Humph. Mizuki glared at his back, his pleasant facade vanishing. Let's see how far you can actually go, Kitazawa. As for whether the Hokage would truly show up to referee, in Mizuki's mind, that was absolutely impossible. A simple sparring match between first and second year classes was far too trivial to interest the Hokage. Sasuke sprinted all the way home, practically bursting with anticipation. Take a bath first. Before he could even speak, his mother, Mikoto, cut him off gently. Your father and brother aren't home yet. Really? The excitement that had lit up Sasuke's face dimmed slightly. You got first place in the monthly exam, didn't you? Mikoto asked as she walked toward the bathroom. How did you know? Sasuke blinked in surprise. You're my son. Of course I know. She gave him a knowing smile as she turned on the tap and started running a hot bath. They should be back by the time you're finished, but there's no rush. Got it. Sasuke shut the door behind him, stepped into the steaming bath, and sank into the warmth with a sigh of satisfaction. Half an hour later, the front door opened. Father. Sasuke shot out of his room, practically thrusting his report card into Uchiha Fugaku's hands. First place, huh? Fugaku gave it a quick glance, then nodded. Well done. I also learned Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sasuke puffed out his chest with pride, silently begging for more praise. You didn't disgrace the Uchiha name. For once, Fugaku offered a rare smile. As expected of my son. Thanks, father. Sasuke fought the urge to shout with joy. His father had acknowledged him, truly acknowledged him. Just then, the door opened again. Big brother. Sasuke dashed to Itachi, eagerly pressing the report card into his hands. Congratulations on getting first place, Itachi said warmly, without hesitation. You'll probably earn it more times than I ever did. Sasuke's eyes widened. That thought hadn't even crossed his mind. Itachi had entered the academy at age 6 and graduated by 7. With 3 semesters a year and 4 monthly exams per semester, Itachi hadn't stayed long enough to rack up many first-place finishes. If Sasuke stayed longer, he really could surpass his brother's record. The thought made him grin from ear to ear. In that moment, he felt like the happiest person in the entire ninja world. Itachi, come to my room. I need to speak with you. Uchiha Fugaku turned and walked toward his study. Sasuke, wait for me, Itachi said, patting his little brother on the head before following their father, his earlier smile vanishing. Inside the study, Fugaku wasted no time. Any activity from within the village? Especially from Root. He had allowed Itachi to join the Umbu for one reason, to serve as the Uchiha clan's eyes and ears inside Konoha, especially keeping tabs on Danzo's Root division. Nothing unusual, Itachi replied coolly. What about your investigation into why Lady Tsunade returned to the village? Fugaku narrowed his eyes. It's related to Kitazawa, Itachi answered. He proposed the creation of a psychological medical ninja system to Lord Hokage. Kitazawa. Fugaku's brow furrowed. Who is that? He's a teacher at the academy, Itachi replied, a trace of disappointment creeping into his voice. Also Sasuke's homeroom teacher. It stung a little how little attention Fugaku paid to his younger son. Still, Itachi understood why his father found it hard to believe. For a mere Chunin to propose such a groundbreaking system, it was unprecedented. Explain in detail, Fugaku said, voice firm. Yes. And so, Itachi explained everything he knew about Kitazawa and the system he was developing. I see. Fugaku fell silent, his brows knitting. I wonder how long Tsunade intends to stay. I think her presence is a good thing, Itachi said after a short pause. At the very least, it'll keep the R clan in check for a while. Tsunade was no ordinary shinobi. As one of the legendary Chunin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and a former student of the third Hokage, her influence in the village was undeniable. Ever since Shisui's death, more and more hardliners had begun to rise within the clan. But Tsunade's return was inconvenient for them. Her power and prestige made any rebellion far more dangerous and far more likely to fail. Itachi, Fugaku said gravely, don't forget where your loyalties lie. You are a shinobi of the Uchiha clan. I understand. Itachi fell silent for a long moment before replying softly. Chapter 70, Chapter 70. Ichiraku Ramen. Kiba, I'm stuffed. Thanks for the treat today. Naruto patted his stomach, grinning with satisfaction. Next time it's your turn. You'd better have your money ready, Kiba said, elbowing him playfully. Don't worry, I've got plenty of cash. Naruto waved him off, looking utterly relaxed. Kiba blinked in surprise. It felt strange for Naruto not to protest or make excuses. Heh, see you tomorrow, Naruto. Kiba chuckled and turned to leave. The two parted ways in front of Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto watched Kiba's figure disappear down the street, then turned and headed home, a small smile still lingering on his lips. A few minutes later, he pushed open the door to his apartment. He barely paused before grabbing the green jumpsuit hanging in his closet. Stripping off his clothes, he slipped into the bright outfit, brimming with energy. He was just about to rush out to look for Guy when an unexpected voice stopped him in his tracks. Heading out again right after school, Naruto. Naruto froze, eyes widening. Standing in his living room was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage eyed Naruto's green jumpsuit and fought to keep his lips from twitching, but he quickly regained his calm, grandfatherly demeanor. Grandpa Hokage. Naruto lit up instantly, all thoughts of training momentarily forgotten. Did you eat dinner already? Hiruzen asked, glancing around and not spotting any of Naruto's usual instant noodle cups. Yep. Kiba treated me to Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto's grin grew even broader. Oh, why'd he treat you? Hiruzen settled onto a chair, curiosity in his eyes. Because I ranked 6th in our class on this month's exam, one spot higher than Kiba. Naruto practically bounced as he pulled out his report card. Look, Grandpa Hokage. Hiruzen accepted the paper and read over it, raising his brows in mild surprise. Still, it made sense given what he knew. Congratulations. Your hard work paid off. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. But Kitazawa-sensei helped me a ton. Then you should thank him properly. Hiruzen chuckled. He knew that without Kitazawa's, let's say, creative approach to homework, Naruto never would have cracked the top 10. I will. Naruto beamed. Kitazawa-sensei even taught me the shadow clone jutsu. Hiruzen let out a thoughtful hum. Kitazawa has a sharp eye, that's for sure. It still amazed him that Kitazawa had realized how perfectly suited Naruto was for such a high-level technique. A shame his rank and strength weren't higher, otherwise, Kitazawa might have been an excellent candidate for Naruto's future squad leader. Your class has a friendly match with Class 2A coming up, right? Hiruzen shifted topics. Yep, it's next week. The second years are the top students of their grade. Do you think you can beat them? Hiruzen studied Naruto closely as he spoke. Yes. Naruto clenched his fists. I'll take down those elites. A one-year gap isn't so easy to bridge, Hiruzen cautioned gently. We've got Kitazawa-sensei, Naruto declared with fierce confidence. We'll definitely win. Hiruzen smiled faintly, watching Naruto's eager face. It was clear how deeply Naruto trusted Kitazawa. And perhaps, that wasn't a bad thing at all. Hiruzen himself had never had such a devoted sensei back during his own days at the academy. Remember, Hiruzen said softly, winning or losing isn't as important as giving it your all. Make sure you have no regrets. I will. Naruto replied firmly. Do you want me to continue the story of the fourth Hokage tonight? Hiruzen offered with a twinkle in his eyes. Next time, Naruto said, looking torn. I promised Guy-sensei yesterday that I'd train with him today. If you make a promise, you should keep it. Hiruzen patted Naruto's head fondly. We'll finish the story another time. Okay, I'm going now, Grandpa Hokage. Naruto dashed out the door, leaving it swinging open behind him. This boy, he never even closes the door. So impatient. He's nothing like Minato. Hiruzen gently shut the door, lingering there for a moment in thought before turning to leave. Not long afterward, Hiruzen arrived at Kitazawa's house. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he suddenly sensed a surge of powerful chakra. With a quiet hum of surprise, Hiruzen stepped around to the back of the house. There he spotted Kitazawa, deep in training. Flames coiled and roared as he unleashed a fierce jutsu. Hiruzen recognized it instantly. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Hokage-sama. Kitazawa, noticing him, hurried over. How long have you been practicing the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu? Hiruzen asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. A week and a half, Kitazawa replied honestly. Hiruzen's brows rose. To pick up the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu in only a week and a half, your talent with fire release is impressive. In Hiruzen's mind, Kitazawa had always been an average Chunin, but the power behind that jutsu suggested otherwise. At the very least, this young man was operating at an elite Chunin level. Hokage-sama, you flatter me, Kitazawa said, shaking his head modestly. No need for false modesty, Hiruzen countered with a faint smile. I am the Hokage, after all. I'd like to think I can recognize talent when I see it. He paused for a moment, then added, in a couple of days, I'll be organizing a special Jonin selection. I'm going to nominate you. Kitazawa blinked. Special Jonin were ninja recognized for exceptional skills in a specific field, whether it was teaching, research, interrogation, or assassination. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kitazawa said gratefully. He certainly didn't mind a promotion. Becoming a special Jonin would let him take on higher-level missions, and as a teacher, it meant better pay and benefits than a standard Chunin's salary. It's nothing, Hiruzen said, waving a hand. All I'm doing is putting your name forward. Whether you succeed will be up to your own abilities. According to Konoha's regulations, Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, and Jonin all had to pass examinations for promotion. However, arranging a personal assessment was a privilege reserved for the Hokage, a gesture Hiruzen was making with Naruto's future in mind. Suddenly, a translucent screen flickered in front of Kitazawa's eyes. Your strength has attracted the attention of Principal Hiruzen Sarutobi, who has opened the Special Jonin assessment for you. Current mission, pass the Special Jonin assessment. Mission reward, Master Level Chakra Shape Transformation. Do you accept? Kitazawa stiffened slightly. An unexpected bonus? Master Level Chakra Shape Transformation. Wasn't this essentially a cue to learn the Raise-Non? Of course, it wasn't only Raise-Non, virtually every advanced ninjutsu depended on mastery of chakra shape manipulation. I'll give it my all, Kitazawa said, a hint of excitement glimmering in his eyes. Hiruzen nodded approvingly. So what do you think your odds are in next week's friendly match against Class 2A? Kitazawa paused thoughtfully. About 50-50, I'd say. Hiruzen chuckled. That's quite confident of you. Kitazawa suddenly remembered the boast he'd made to Mizuki. Hokage-sama, are you free next Friday? Oh. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Why? I'd like to ask you to serve as the referee for the friendly match, Kitazawa said. Hiruzen let out a low laugh. Of course. I'd be very interested to see how you plan on beating the best second-year students. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. The next day, Monday. With June's arrival, the sun beat down harder over Konoha, bringing with it the thick, muggy heat of early summer. In front of the Ninja Academy, a large crowd of students had gathered, crowding around the bulletin board that displayed the overall grade rankings for the May monthly exam. Kitazawa strolled up casually and took a glance. As expected, the top 10 students in Class 1A also dominated the top 10 in the entire grade. Kitazawa. A familiar voice called out. Mizuki stepped forward, a smug look on his face. Shame your class didn't get any perfect scores. Still trying to flex after last time. Kitazawa smiled faintly. Oh, by the way, Hokage-sama has agreed to my request. He'll be the referee for our friendly match this Friday. Mizuki froze, caught completely off guard. He wanted to call it a lie, but with the Hokage involved, even he knew Kitazawa wouldn't dare fabricate something like that. Which meant it was true. His face darkened slightly. What good were perfect scores now? Kitazawa wasn't just some promising young Chunin instructor anymore. He'd gained the Hokage's favor and had a bright future ahead. Mizuki could already sense it wouldn't be long before Kitazawa outranked him. I'll be heading to class now. See you around. Kitazawa turned away, hiding a satisfied smirk as he watched Mizuki's expression cycle from pale to green. There's no happiness quite like the kind that comes from watching your enemy squirm. Of course, Kitazawa considered himself a kind and reasonable man. It's just that Mizuki had insisted on walking into his own defeat. Honestly, he was more of a bump in the road than a rival. Later that morning, after the first class ended, Kitazawa led 4 students to the academy's training ground. Trailing behind him was the so-called truancy squad, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Ino Yamanaka, and Sakura Haruno. Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke called out eagerly. What fire release jutsu am I learning today? He was still riding high from the praise he'd received from both his father and older brother the night before. The thrill hadn't worn off, and now he was hungry for more power. You've already mastered 2 C-rank fire release jutsu. To boost your strength further, it's time to tackle a B-rank jutsu. But that takes time, Kitazawa said after some thought. With the friendly match approaching, I have something more immediately useful in mind. What is it? Sasuke asked quickly, eyes lighting up. He didn't care if it wasn't fire release so long as it made him stronger. Manipulating shuriken using strings mid-flight. Kitazawa grinned slightly. Sasuke's expression brightened instantly. Everyone in Konoha knew Sasuke's 3 signature talents, Sharingan, fire release, and ninja tool mastery. And this particular technique was a classic from the Uchiha clan arsenal. The key is using nearly invisible wire to control your shuriken mid-flight, Kitazawa explained, pulling out 2 shuriken. He flicked his wrists thwip. The shuriken flew into a nearby tree with a satisfying thud. With another quick motion, the blades reversed direction, pulled back by the wire, and stuck neatly into the ground at his feet. Start with stationary targets. Once you get the hang of it, we'll move on to moving ones. He handed the shuriken to Sasuke. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke gripped them tightly, immediately throwing himself into training with laser focus. The rest of you, get started on your training too, Kitazawa called over to Hinata, Ino, and Sakura. Hinata resumed her leaf-catching concentration drills, while Ino and Sakura continued practicing water-walking exercises. Kitazawa didn't idle either. He sent a shadow clone off to a quiet corner to keep working on fire release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, the orange hues of sunset stretched across the sky. As he casually tossed a leaf into the air, 3 glowing lines of text appeared before his eyes. Mission complete. Help Sakura Haruno finish her water walking special training. Reward, healing jutsu acquired. Kitazawa blinked and looked over. Sakura stood with her hands on her hips, face glowing with pride. Opposite her, Ino was clearly sulking, her expression a mix of frustration and reluctant admiration. Today's victory clearly belonged to Sakura. Meanwhile, Kitazawa received a rush of knowledge about the healing jutsu, a more basic version of the mystic palm jutsu. It was just as he'd expected, a stepping stone toward advanced medical ninjutsu. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. With their water walking training complete, it was time to move Sakura and Ino onto something new. But, what? He didn't have an immediate answer, so he decided to call it a day. Training ends here. You're all dismissed. Thanks, Kitazawa-sensei. See you tomorrow. Sasuke, Hinata, Sakura, and Ino gathered their things and left one by one. Kitazawa stood in the fading light, already thinking about what tomorrow's lesson would bring. After leaving the ninja academy, Kitazawa made his way toward Kurene's house. Today, they planned to discuss Yakumo's fourth jutsu. The door opened, revealing Kurene standing there in red. Since she was at home, she'd changed into her usual low-cut red dress. To be honest, Kitazawa preferred this version of her attire. It accentuated Kurene's elegant figure, highlighting the subtle glow of her fair skin. Seeing a beautiful woman like you after work washes away all my fatigue, Kitazawa said with a grin. Oh, are you flirting with me now? Kurene asked, crossing her arms under her chest. The movement pulled the fabric of her dress taut, making her curves even more prominent. How could I be? Kitazawa answered solemnly. I'm simply stating a fact. All right, get in here, Kurene said, giving him a playful glare before turning around. As she walked toward the living room, her hips swayed ever so slightly. Has Lady Tsunade not arrived yet? Kitazawa asked, noticing the room was empty. She's probably at the casino, Kurene replied with a resigned smile. She'd spent enough time with Tsunade to know exactly where to look for her. You get used to it, Kitazawa chuckled, settling onto the sofa beside her. A small tilt of his head gave him a perfect view of her long legs. You really are a pervert, Kurene teased, catching his wandering gaze. She lifted her foot and pressed it down lightly on the top of his. She wasn't wearing shoes, and Kitazawa could distinctly feel the soft warmth of her sole against his instep. You're welcome, Kurene said with a playful smile. She already liked Kitazawa enough to enjoy teasing him without reservation. Next time, you should wear black stockings, Kitazawa said with a completely straight face. Kurene blinked, momentarily speechless. This man who was so serious with others had become increasingly shameless when speaking to her lately. A thought crossed her mind that made her pause. What's wrong? Kitazawa waved his hand in front of her face when she fell silent. Nothing, Kurene said quickly, snapping out of her daze. Then she added, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow I have to take the special Jonin assessment, Kitazawa said, pausing for a moment. But it shouldn't take too long. Wait, the special Jonin assessment. Kurene's eyes widened in surprise. The Hokage said my abilities meet the requirements, so I'm being promoted, Kitazawa explained, smiling faintly. Kurene felt a moment of quiet shock. She'd always believed herself to be the standout talent in Genjutsu and had considered Kitazawa's skills to be merely average. She never imagined she'd fall behind him in rank. Her feelings toward him shifted subtly in that instant. Kitazawa no longer felt like someone beneath her. In that moment, he felt like an equal. I'll come with you tomorrow, Kurene said after a moment's thought. When you're done, we can take a walk and have lunch. Kitazawa blinked, surprised. That definitely sounded like a date. Given Kurene's personality, it was entirely possible she meant exactly that. All right, Kitazawa agreed without hesitation. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Kitazawa awoke with the first light of dawn streaming into his room. He sat up, stretching and stifling a yawn. The night before, he, Tsunade, and Kurene had stayed up discussing new types of ninjutsu, but despite hours of brainstorming, they'd failed to produce any concrete results. The problem was simple yet formidable. After creating 3 jutsu that served primarily as diagnostic tools, they'd reached the point where the next step had to be jutsu capable of truly treating psychological illness. Even Tsunade, with all her medical brilliance, couldn't devise something like that in just a few hours. If it had been solely up to Kitazawa, he would have shifted focus for now to helping Yakumo develop her Kekkei Genkai. But the goal of Konoha's psychological medical ninja system wasn't to serve just a single person. Both Hiruzen and Tsunade wanted a set of general-use psychological medical jutsu. The prior jutsus, the therapeutic words jutsu, the truth extraction jutsu, and demonic illusion, inner mind were useful, but what they really needed next was a jutsu that could replicate the effects of Yakumo's bloodline limit. A task much easier said than done. Fortunately, time was on their side, allowing them to advance on 2 fronts, helping Yakumo grow stronger while continuing research into broader applications of psychological medical ninjutsu. A sudden knock at the door broke his thoughts. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow and quickly threw on some clothes. Good morning, Kitazawa. Kurene stood at the door, still dressed in the same low-cut red dress from last night, a warm smile lighting her face. You're here so early. Have you had breakfast? Kitazawa stepped aside to let her in. No, not yet. Kurene slipped off her shoes at the entrance as she stepped inside. Kitazawa's gaze automatically dropped to her feet. Only then did he notice she wasn't barefoot today. Instead, she wore sleek black stockings. In the clear morning sunlight, the fabric hugged her legs perfectly, the dark sheen emphasizing the smooth contours of her pale skin. What are you staring at? Kurane asked, breezing past him. Why the black stockings today? Kitazawa asked, feigning innocence while smiling. What I wear is my business, Kurane sniffed. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she added, I'm starving. Make me your ramen. Coming right up, Kitazawa replied. He took a few steps toward the kitchen, then turned back and said, by the way, black stockings suit you perfectly. You look incredible. Kurane paused briefly, then broke into a smile. A woman dresses up for the man who appreciates her, she thought. Truth be told, she'd worn the black stockings precisely for Kitazawa, and hearing his compliment made it all worth it. Though, she mused, this man's preferences are far less proper than his serious exterior suggests. Still, Kurane wasn't some shy teenage girl. She was more than capable of handling such things. Come eat, Kitazawa called after about 10 minutes. He carried out 2 steaming bowls of ramen and set them on the table. When's your special Jonin assessment scheduled? Kurane asked, leaning forward slightly. Her glossy red lips parted as she blew gently on the steaming broth. When she took a sip, a hint of oil glistened on her soft lips. 8 o'clock sharp. At the Umbu training grounds, Kitazawa replied. That's definitely a special arrangement by Hokage-sama, Kurane said, eyes widening slightly. Normal special Jonin assessments aren't held there. This kind of treatment is reserved for very few. I'm partly benefiting from being a sensei, and from Hokage-sama's attention toward Naruto, Kitazawa said honestly. Kurane understood perfectly. She'd lived through the Nine Tails incident and was among the few who knew the truth about Uzumaki Naruto's identity. You shouldn't sell yourself short, she said firmly. Hokage-sama is fair. He wouldn't help you if you didn't have the skill to back it up. She paused, then added with a wry smile, it's a pity Genjutsu isn't included in the special Jonin selection. Otherwise, I'd have been promoted long ago. Kitazawa chuckled. There's no rush. With your abilities, you'll definitely make Jonin sooner or later. I'll take that as a good omen. Kurane smiled. All right, enough mutual flattery. Let's eat up and head to Umbu together. That's not flattery. It's just the truth. Kitazawa corrected her with a grin. Kurane tilted her head, narrowing her eyes playfully. Then tell me, who do you think will become a Jonin first, you or me? It doesn't really matter who's first. Kitazawa neatly sidestepped the question. Kurane shot him a sidelong glance. That answer clearly didn't satisfy her, but she didn't push further. Besides, deep down, she already knew the answer. From everything she'd seen so far, Kitazawa's strength wasn't a single step behind hers, and more importantly, he had never once shown his full power. But very soon, she'd see just how strong he truly was. The special Jonin assessment in Konoha was straightforward yet demanding. First came the evaluation of specialized skills areas like teaching, interrogation, or unique talents. Kitazawa, for his part, had an impeccable record. For 3 consecutive years, he'd been an outstanding instructor, his contributions to ninja education recognized by all. Next came the test of strength. A special Jonin's power lay somewhere between that of a typical Chunin and a full-fledged Jonin. They were, in essence, the elite among Chunin. The skill evaluation was conducted through a review of official records and recommendations. The combat test, however, was far more direct, a sparring match against an established special Jonin. After breakfast, Kitazawa and Kurane arrived at the Umbu base. 2 masked Umbu were already waiting on the training grounds. Among them was Haru, someone Kitazawa recognized immediately. Kitazawa, Haru said without preamble. This will be your examiner Nezumi. You'll spar with him for the assessment. Kita cough. Nezumi barely managed to speak before he was seized by a fit of violent coughing, clutching his chest. Kurane blinked in surprise, her expression turning incredulous. Is this guy really an Umbu? He looked like he might drop dead on the spot. Kitazawa, however, remained unfazed. He had immediately recognized Nezumi as Hayate. In the original timeline, Hayate had quite a few appearances, notably serving as an examiner during the Chunin exams. Unfortunately, his story ended tragically. The Hayate who died in Naruto was indeed this unlucky soul. But despite his sickly appearance, Nezumi was no pushover. Not only was he a bona fide special Jonin, he was also far stronger than the average Chunin. He specialized in Konoha-style Kenjutsu, and his signature jutsu, the Dance of the Crescent Moon, was an A-rank secret sword art renowned for its lethal precision. That was no small feat. Even among Jonin, few mastered multiple A-rank jutsu. Hayate also possessed a rare bloodline limit, transparent escape, which allowed him to vanish completely from sight, a perfect skill for espionage and reconnaissance. It was partly this jutsu that secured him his special Jonin rank. Please, step forward. Kitazawa offered no unnecessary words and moved to the center of the training ground. Nezumi observed his calm demeanor and arched an eyebrow, but inwardly, he remained skeptical. He'd never even heard of this so-called Kitazawa. Usually, any Chunin with genuine strength had at least some reputation in the village, like Kurane, whose prowess in Genjutsu was already widely recognized. But Kitazawa? He seemed to have appeared from nowhere. And for Hokage-sama himself to arrange a special Jonin assessment solely for him? It defied explanation. Hayate narrowed his eyes, his cough subsiding as he adjusted his grip on his sword. In the blink of an eye, he launched forward with a body flicker, his movements crisp and deadly. After all, facing someone being groomed for promotion meant he couldn't hold back. If he underestimated Kitazawa and lost, he'd end up nothing more than a stepping stone. Chapter 73. The air split with a hiss as Nezumi drew his blade, the glint of steel slashing toward Kitazawa in a deadly arc. On the sidelines, Kurene's eyes narrowed, her pupils contracting in alarm. The instant Hayate struck, she knew, this man's strength was the real deal. Wind release, vacuum bullet? Kitazawa's hands blurred through seals. A barrage of wind bullets erupted from his mouth like machine gun fire, screaming through the air. Hayate's chest clenched in shock. So fast. He slashed with precise swings, deflecting the wind bullets as best he could. At the same time, he pivoted left, dodging the remainder of the storm. But before his feet even found solid ground, Kitazawa was already there, a whirlwind of motion. Leaf great whirlwind? Kitazawa spun into a vicious roundhouse kick aimed for Hayate's ribs. He's good at taijutsu too. Hayate's mind flashed with surprise, but his reflexes kicked in. With a flick of his wrist, he angled his blade upward, slashing toward Kitazawa's incoming leg. But in the next instant, Hayate's eyes widened in disbelief. His blade passed cleanly through Kitazawa's leg yet drew no blood. Before he could process what had happened, gnarled branches erupted behind him like living serpents, snaring his body and slamming him against a tree. Genjutsu? When did he? Hayate's voice was strangled with alarm. Kurene stared in shock. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death, she breathed. Kitazawa knew her genjutsu? And she'd seen it all with perfect clarity. The reason Hayate fell for the illusion so easily was because Kitazawa had performed his hand seals one-handed. Most shinobi defaulted to two-handed seals, a subtle trick that made all the difference. Kitazawa stepped down from the treetop, kunao flashing as he lunged forward. Damn it! Hayate struggled violently against the branches, but he was just a hair too slow. The kunao grazed across his cheek, a thin line of blood blossoming in its wake. Genjutsu, release? The pain snapped Hayate out of the illusion, and the towering tree vanished like smoke. He stared at Kitazawa, silent for a long moment. In a real battle, that kunao would have pierced his heart. But he wasn't ready to concede yet. One last move. Hayate's eyes glimmered with fierce resolve. Leaf-style Kenjutsu, Dance of the Crescent Moon. His body blurred as two shadow clones split off to flank Kitazawa on either side. 3 Hayats rushed in from the left, right, and above, blades flashing, killing intent pouring off them like a suffocating fog. There was nowhere to run. Be careful. Kurene cried out involuntarily. In Kitazawa's place, she knew she'd stand no chance if her genjutsu failed and she faced the Dance of the Crescent Moon. But Kitazawa's reaction was instantaneous. Shadow Clone Jutsu? 2 clones exploded into being beside him. Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu? All 3 Kitazawas formed seals in perfect sync, spewing enormous fireballs into the air. The battlefield lit up like dawn. 3 blazing suns surrounded Kitazawa, searing heat rolling off them in waves. Hayate stumbled back, sweat pouring down his face, his mind spinning. He and his clones couldn't get anywhere near Kitazawa and were forced into retreat, scattering under the roaring flames. You win, Kitazawa-senpai, Hayate said at last, lowering his blade in surrender. There was no shame in the admission. No one would question promoting a Chunin capable of wielding wind release, fire release, taijutsu, and genjutsu to special jonin. Kurene stood frozen, a mix of awe and disbelief swirling in her crimson eyes. Was that Kitazawa's full power? Though they'd never truly sparred, she realized now that a gulf had quietly opened between them. Thank you, Kitazawa said with a faint smile. Had he used his Byakugan, he could have ended the fight even faster, but he was content. After all, Hayate was a named character in the original timeline. Battling him had solidified Kitazawa's own confidence in his strength. Congratulations, Kitazawa, Haru said, stepping forward. I'll inform Hokage-sama of your assessment results. Expect your official notice tomorrow. Understood. Kitazawa nodded. And with that, the training ground slowly fell silent again, though Kurene's mind was anything but quiet. Cough cough. Kitazawa-senpai, Nezumi rasped between coughs, I hope, cough, we'll have a chance to work together next time. His unspoken meaning was clear. With the strength Kitazawa had just displayed, there was no way he'd remain a simple academy sensei for long. Kitazawa gave a quiet nod. Nezumi and Haru exchanged brief farewells and left together, their footsteps fading into the distance. Mission update, pass the special Jonin assessment. Reward, master-level chakra-shape transformation. Status, mission complete. Reward issued. A flood of knowledge crashed into Kitazawa's mind. He flexed his hands, feeling an electric thrill surge through him. Until now, his claim about being able to manually create the Raiznon had been a mere theory, but suddenly, he knew with certainty that he could do it. The Raiznon, an A-rank jutsu renowned as the pinnacle of chakra-shape manipulation. It used pure, non-elemental chakra and didn't rely on nature transformation, but it could be combined with elemental chakra to devastating effect. A formidable and practical jutsu, it was a staple of Naruto Uzumaki's arsenal right until the end of the original timeline. Kitazawa's eyes glimmered as possibilities bloomed in his mind. What are you spacing out for? Kurene's voice snapped him from his thoughts as she stepped closer, reaching out to flick him lightly on the forehead. You. She hesitated, at a rare loss for words. Today's sparring match had shown her, for the first time, the true measure of Kitazawa's strength. It rattled her upending how she'd thought of him until now. You've been hiding all this so well, she said at last, letting out a soft sigh. I just don't like fighting and killing, Kitazawa said, clearing his throat. And in front of real powerhouses, my strength is nothing special. That's the kind of thing that makes people want to hit you, Kurane retorted, pouting as she reached out and pinched his side. If your little strength is nothing, then what does that make me, who's even weaker than you? Okay, my bad, Kitazawa said quickly, wincing. He could tell she hadn't pinched him very hard. So, what now? Are you going back to the academy? She asked, pulling her hand away. Back to the academy? Kitazawa lifted an eyebrow. I took a day off for you, remember? Or did you already forget what you said yesterday? I was just talking. Kurane said, startled, her eyes widening slightly. You didn't have to take it so seriously. Our first date deserves to be taken seriously, Kitazawa said firmly. How did this turn into a date? Kurane stammered, flustered. Isn't it a date? Kitazawa replied, putting on a crestfallen look. Kurane gazed at him, a swirl of warmth and exasperation rising in her chest. She was hardly the shy type and her decision came quickly. You can think of it as a date, she said, cheeks tinted pink. What do you mean, think of it as? Kitazawa teased, eyes fixed on her delicate, flushed face. Kurane felt her heartbeat skitter. Biting her lip, she suddenly rose onto her tiptoes and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. Do you understand now what I mean? She demanded, rolling her eyes at him even as her face burned. Nope, Kitazawa said innocently, blinking at her. Hey, Kurane began, indignation bubbling up. Don't you MMPH? Her eyes flew wide. Kitazawa had seized her in his arms, cutting off her protest with a kiss that pressed softly but firmly against her lips. A rush of heat washed through her, and she felt the world tilt. A delicate pink flush spread across her cheeks and down her neck, her fair skin glowing with warmth. A few breathless seconds later, her brain spinning, Kurane found herself pushing him back, her mind a haze of embarrassment, surprise, and something she dared not name. Chapter 74. The third arc is complete. Check it out on email protected/novice author 777. You scoundrel. Kurane shouted, cheeks blazing with a mix of anger and embarrassment. My apologies. You're just too beautiful, I couldn't help myself, Kitazawa said with a wicked grin, licking the corner of his mouth as if savoring the memory of her warmth. Kurane was struck speechless, then stomped down hard on his foot. If you're still upset, you're welcome to stomp a few more times, Kitazawa said solemnly, as though making a generous offer. Kurane drew back her foot for another stomp but paused, hesitating as a thought crossed her mind. What's the matter? Can't bear to hurt me? Kitazawa teased, a smirk tugging at his lips. I just refuse to indulge your twisted little kink, Kurane shot back, wrinkling her nose in disgust. Kitazawa's mouth twitched. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. What normal person would want to get stumped on for fun? So you admit you're not normal, Kurane said triumphantly. The memory of that sudden kiss flashed in her mind, and her face grew even hotter. She realized she'd seriously underestimated just how bold Kitazawa could be. Though she was usually confident and forthright, this was an entirely new experience for her and it left her rattled. Kitazawa let out a resigned sigh. Is your logic even forming a closed loop at this point? He waved it off. Forget it. Whatever you say, you're right. The girlfriend's always right. I never agreed to be your girlfriend. Kurane retorted, crossing her arms. Well, we have kissed, Kitazawa said, putting on an expression of hurt innocence. Aren't you going to take responsibility for that? You were the one who kissed me. Kurane snapped. Kitazawa leaned in closer, his eyes twinkling. Then let's call it even. Why don't you kiss me back? Kurane's jaw dropped. For the first time, she understood the true meaning of shamelessness. With a frustrated growl, she balled her hand into a fist and punched him in the arm. Keep dreaming. Spinning on her heel, she stumped away at a quickened pace. Wait up. Kitazawa called, striding forward and gently catching her hand. Be serious. Kurane hissed, glaring at him, but notably, she didn't pull her hand away. I'm serious, Kitazawa said, his tone softening. I took the day off just for you. So, where do you want to go? Kurane glanced around, hesitating. I've lived in Konoha my whole life. I've already been everywhere. Her crimson eyes lit up suddenly. Oh, how about we go see a movie? A movie? Kitazawa blinked. That's a bit odd, isn't it? It makes sense you wouldn't know, Kurane explained, her voice bright with excitement. Movies have only started getting popular recently in the ninja world. You could think of them as giant TV screens that tell stories. Kitazawa chuckled. Well then, let's go see a movie. Once inside the cinema, Kitazawa scanned the colorful posters lining the walls. Almost all of them featured ninja-themed adventures, with heroic figures striking dramatic poses. No sign of Yuki Fujikaze yet, he murmured to himself, noting the absence of the familiar name. In his memories from another life, Yuki Fujikaze was the dazzling heroine of a movie, a famous actress throughout the ninja world. She was the princess of the land of snow, rescued by Kakashi Hatake, who eventually became a renowned star and, with Naruto's help, reclaimed her royal title and became daimyo. I'll go grab some sodas, Kitazawa said, tearing his gaze from the posters. You go buy the tickets. He pulled out a roll of bills and handed it to her. I have my own money, Kurane protested, pushing it back toward him. Kitazawa shook his head and gently refused. Come on. Why split hairs over a bit of money between us? With that, he turned and headed off to buy drinks. Kurane watched him go, a faint, amused smile tugging at her lips. She made her way to the counter and bought 2 tickets for the next showing. Here, Kitazawa said when he returned, pressing a cold bottle of soda into her hand. The two of them strolled into the dim theater. Not many people watching movies, huh? Kitazawa observed, glancing around. Only a handful of people, 6 at most, were scattered through the rows of seats. It's still morning. Most people are at work, Kurane said, twisting off her bottle cap and taking a sip of soda. Fair point. Kitazawa slid into a seat beside her. With so few patrons, they easily claimed one of the best spots in the theater, the glow of the screen casting gentle shadows over their faces as the lights dimmed and the movie began. What flavor's your soda? Kitazawa asked, glancing down at the bottle in his hand. Apple, Kurane replied, raising an eyebrow. Why, mine's lemon. Kitazawa promptly swapped bottles with her. Congrats, you're getting 2 flavors for the price of 1. Immature, Kurane muttered, her eyelid twitching in mild exasperation. She twisted open the new bottle and raised it to her lips but then paused mid-motion. Wait, did this count as an indirect kiss? She hesitated, sneaking a glance at Kitazawa. Was this on purpose? It tastes good, Kitazawa said, locking eyes with her. Smooth and soft. Do you want to die? Kurane's face blazed scarlet, a mix of fury and embarrassment surging through her. At that exact moment, the movie started, the swelling music drowning out her voice. I was talking about the soda. Kitazawa leaned closer and whispered, his breath warm against her ear. Flustered, Kurane stiffened and pretended to focus on the screen. Just watch the movie. Kitazawa tilted his head, planted a quick kiss on her cheek, then faced forward as if nothing had happened. Kurane opened her mouth to scold him, but the words caught in her throat. She turned back toward the giant screen, feeling her throat inexplicably dry. Neither of them spoke again until the credits rolled. That movie was pretty average, Kitazawa said as they exited the theater, looking unimpressed. Honestly, the Chunin sparring matches are more exciting. In the ninja world, movies lacked flashy special effects, and even the fight scenes felt tame compared to real ninja battles. After all, actual ninja didn't spend time making movies. You mean special Jonin sparring matches, Kurane corrected, shooting him a pointed look. By the time they stepped back outside, it was nearly 11. The June sun poured golden light over the village, and a hot breeze rustled the leaves along the streets. What do you want for lunch? Kitazawa asked, intertwining his fingers with hers. Grilled fish, Kurane said after thinking a moment. Then her eyes lit up. Let's catch them ourselves. Kitazawa raised a brow. Where exactly are we fishing? He'd been a passionate angler in his previous life, and the mention of fishing made his fingers twitch with anticipation. I know a good river in the forest of death, Kurane said mischievously. She dragged him along, stopping first to buy fishing gear, then led him to a quiet, sun-dappled stretch of riverbank. Prepare to be amazed by my fishing skills, Kitazawa declared grandly, gripping his rod with confidence. I haven't fished much, Kurane admitted, smiling sweetly. But don't cry when I beat you. Oh, I'm not worried. Kitazawa cast his line into the water with a flourish. But within moments, he realized something was horribly wrong. Because Kurane was already reeling in a fish while his line bobbed uselessly. How's that? Kurane asked, smirking in triumph. Kitazawa's jaw tightened. This is just beginner's luck. The world always protects beginners. Really? Kurane burst into laughter. Because I've got another one. Kitazawa felt a creeping sense of doom. And rightly so. An hour later, Kurane had caught 5 fish. He'd caught exactly 1. Kitazawa stared at his lonely fish, his shoulders sagging. A fishing enthusiast's worst nightmare, a personal Waterloo. Don't look so defeated, Kurane teased gently. Come on. Let's grill the fish. Then, out of nowhere, she tilted her face upward and brushed her lips softly against his. Kitazawa froze, eyes wide, heart skipping a beat. I'll go clean the fish, Kurane said, cheeks faintly pink as she tucked a stray hair behind her ear and headed toward the riverbank. Kitazawa blinked, watching her go. A fishing enthusiast might not catch many fish, but apparently, he could still reel in love. With a grin breaking over his face, he jogged forward to help. Chapter 75, Chapter 75. The third arc is complete. Check it out on my email protected/novice author 777. Tuesday. After breakfast, Mizuki waved Iruka Omino over as they headed for the Ninja Academy together. I wonder if Kitazawa-senpai's coming in today, Iruka said with a sigh. I covered his classes yesterday, and the kids absolutely hated it. He rubbed the back of his neck, looking sheepish. They didn't say anything outright, but I could tell they were disappointed it wasn't him teaching. Mizuki blinked. Wait. He didn't come to work yesterday. Iruka nodded. He took the day off. Mizuki frowned. The friendly match between their classes was coming up on Friday, and Kitazawa was skipping work? Could it be he'd already given up on beating his class? A grin spread across Mizuki's face. Looks like our class is winning the friendly match for sure. That's not necessarily true, Iruka said quietly, remembering the intense training session from the day before. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, each one had surprised him with unexpected skill and power. Are kids these days all this strong? No, he realized. It was just the kids from Class 1A, because they had Kitazawa. How long have you even known Kitazawa? Mizuki snapped. Don't you trust your good friend? I trust you, Iruka said, but his voice was uncertain. Mizuki narrowed his eyes, hearing the hesitation loud and clear. Damn that Kitazawa. I can't stand him. By the time they reached the faculty office building, Mizuki was still scowling. Mizuki, Iruka. A middle-aged instructor approached them, holding some papers. This is the new notice from the principal. Mizuki took the sheet, gave it a glance and felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck him. What? Iruka gasped, reading over his shoulder. Kitazawa-senpai actually made special jonin. The notice was brief but explosive. Kitazawa had passed the special jonin assessment. The principal had sent it out because it directly affected staffing and salary structures at the academy. After all, in the ninja world, strength commanded respect and a special jonin wasn't just a regular sensei anymore. In modern terms, Kitazawa had basically become a senior instructor or even a professor. He took yesterday off for the assessment, the middle-aged instructor explained. Then he moved on to distribute notices to other offices. Iruka slowly exhaled. Since the academy was founded, I think fewer than 10 people have ever been promoted to special jonin for their educational skills alone. He trailed off, looking rattled. That's incredible. Most good senseis lacked serious combat ability, and the truly strong shinobi usually didn't bother teaching, or if they did, they weren't necessarily any good at it. Those realities meant the academy had only a handful of special jonin or jonin instructors. The majority were Chunin. Mizuki clenched the paper so tightly it crumpled in his fist, his expression twisting into something ugly. Why him? In Mizuki's mind, Kitazawa had never seemed particularly strong. He'd always assumed Kitazawa was weaker than himself. He must have pulled strings. Hokage-sama probably went easy on him. The longer Mizuki stewed on it, the more convinced he became. Resentment and bitterness tangled inside him like barbed wire. Iruka, noticing Mizuki's dark expression, instinctively stepped half a pace back. That tiny movement hit Mizuki like a blade. Even Iruka doesn't believe in me. I'm going back to the office. Mizuki snapped through clenched teeth. Before Iruka could reply, Mizuki spun on his heel and stormed away. Moments later, the sound of frustrated yelling echoed from the faculty room. Kitazawa walked down the bustling street, his mind already occupied with ideas for new ninjutsu. After sharing grilled fish with Kurane the day before, he'd returned to the village only to run into Tsunade emerging from the casino, looking thoroughly defeated. She had, unsurprisingly, gambled away every last ryo. With no other option to replenish her funds, she'd roped him into brainstorming sessions about medical ninjutsu. They ended up discussing possibilities all afternoon and well into the evening, finally arriving at a preliminary direction. There would be two approaches: treating the symptoms and treating the root cause. Treating symptoms meant easing the pain of psychological trauma jutsus to displace negative emotions, for instance. Treating the root cause was more radical, such as erasing memories altogether. Of course, which approach to use would always depend on the patient's choice. The fourth ninjutsu they planned to develop was memory erasure. In the ninja world, plenty of jutsus already existed for infiltrating or manipulating memories, but all of them were designed as weapons tools for espionage and interrogation, never for healing. To repurpose such jutsus as therapy, extensive modification would be necessary. Kitazawa mulled over the challenge as he walked. Before long, he reached the academy. As soon as he stepped inside the main office building, he was met by an unusual wave of enthusiasm from his colleagues. Congratulations, Kitazawa. Kitazawa-senpai, you're incredible. Please look after us from now on. You're the first sensei promoted to special jonin in the past 5 years. He greeted everyone patiently. By the time he reached his own office, he was nearly 5 minutes behind schedule. A folded notice sat neatly on his desk. So the old man decided to make it public, Kitazawa thought, recognizing Hiruzen's handwriting. He couldn't help a faint smile. He knew perfectly well why the Hokage had broadcasted the news. Hiruzen wanted him to shape Naruto and the others into heirs of the will of fire. But he was equally aware that all this trust and all these privileges would vanish the moment he strayed from the village's ideals. In the end, power is the only thing that truly matters. Still, if the promotion meant better pay and more resources, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Kitazawa-sensei. He turned as Hinata and Ino walked into the room. Where's Sakura? He asked, setting down the breakfast he'd brought. She already ate and went to train with Sasuke, Ino reported. Not surprised, Kitazawa said with a smile. Come on, let's eat. Kitazawa-sensei, why weren't you here yesterday? Ino asked as she bit into her rice ball. You don't know how much we missed you. Beside her, Hinata instinctively nodded in agreement only to look down shyly when Kitazawa's gaze landed on her. After breakfast, the three of them headed out to the training ground. As usual, Ino hurried off to join Sakura for tree climbing practice. Kitazawa created a shadow clone to work on the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, while he stayed behind to guide Hinata with leaf-catching exercises. Half an hour passed. Then, all at once, he felt a strange stillness inside himself, a pause, as if the world had momentarily held its breath. Mission complete, learn a B-rank ninjutsu within half a month. Reward, 10% Senju clan bloodline acquired. As the notification echoed in his mind, a rush of unfamiliar energy coursed through him. Kitazawa instinctively clenched his fists. So this is what it feels like. Even a mere 10th of Senju lineage was enough to transform him. First, he'd awakened Yang release. Second, his chakra reserves had expanded by at least a fifth of his own chakra. Third, every aspect of his physical constitution, his strength, stamina, and recovery had improved noticeably. This world really does revolve around bloodlines. He exhaled slowly, feeling the changes settle into his body. And for the first time, he sensed that his journey had only just begun. Chapter 76, Chapter 76. And, the third arc is complete, 45 extra chapters. Check it out on my email protected/novice author 777. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and crimson. Kitazawa dismissed the students of Class 1A, then made his way to the training ground. Kitazawa-sensei, Sasuke, Hinata, Ino, and Sakura paused their training and gathered around him. Sasuke, starting tomorrow, you'll move on to practicing manipulating shuriken with moving targets, Kitazawa said, turning to the dark-haired boy. As an Uchiha, Sasuke had picked up the basics of the jutsu in record time. If only he'd awakened his Sharingan, Kitazawa thought. He'd master it in under an hour. The Sharingan truly was a cheat code in the ninja world, overwhelming ordinary shinobi with ease. After all, Kakashi Hatake had copied over 1,000 jutsu thanks to a single Sharingan, while most shinobi considered themselves lucky to learn a few dozen ninjutsu in a lifetime. Understood, Kitazawa-sensei, Sasuke replied, nodding firmly. Kitazawa shifted his gaze to Hinata. Among the four, she trained the hardest by far. Her Byakugan was right on the cusp of awakening, it just needed the right spark. Yet Hinata's gentle, introverted nature kept her unaware of how close she was to a breakthrough. Kitazawa planned to enter her in the upcoming friendly match against Class 2A. A bit of real combat pressure might be exactly what she needed to push her Byakugan over the threshold. Of course, he had no intention of matching her against Hyuga Niji. Despite Hinata's growth, she'd stand little chance against Niji at this stage, and Kitazawa refused to risk a loss that might send her retreating back into her shell. Still, he knew the day would come when she'd have to face Niji, the shadow over her heart she'd eventually have to overcome. Sakura, Ino, he said, turning to the two girls, you're nearly finished with your water walking training. Once the friendly match is over, it'll be time for something new. What kind of new training? Ino asked eagerly, eyes shining. Kitazawa smirked. Ino, hasn't your father started teaching you the Yamanaka clan's secret jutsus? Ino pouted slightly. My dad keeps saying my basics aren't solid enough yet. He promised he'd teach me later. Well, in a few days, go talk to your dad again, Kitazawa said with a knowing smile. It's time you started learning those jutsus. Clan secret jutsus were specialized ninjutsu, and like any ninjutsu, they rested on three foundations: chakra control, chakra shape transformation, and chakra nature transformation. Ino's chakra control was good enough now that she could at least begin dabbling in her clan's arts. She might not master them right away, but a basic grasp was certainly within reach. Really? Ino's voice leapt an octave, delight lighting up her face. Her biggest motivation for training was to surpass Sakura, and she hadn't expected this unexpected opportunity. Kitazawa nodded firmly. What about me? Sakura blurted out, unable to keep quiet any longer. Unlike the others, she wasn't born into a shinobi clan and had no inherited jutsu waiting to be unlocked. So what kind of jutsu do you want to learn? Kitazawa asked, his tone gentle. I want to learn medical ninjutsu, Sakura declared after a short pause, her voice bubbling with excitement. Part of her inspiration was Tsunade, her idol. And part of it, well, she couldn't deny she liked the idea of healing an injured Sasuke. Then maybe, she thought mischievously, he'd be completely at my mercy. Sakura, Ino hissed, shooting her friend a sharp look. As the Yamanaka clan heiress, Ino knew very well how incredibly difficult medical ninjutsu was to learn. No matter how talented Kitazawa was, he was still just a Chunin level instructor. How could he possibly teach medical jutsu? If he did know medical ninjutsu, he'd be working at Konoha Hospital, not teaching a bunch of kids. She spoke up quickly, trying to save Sakura from embarrassing herself and Kitazawa from impossible expectations. You can, Kitazawa said calmly. In fact, Sakura's wish fit perfectly with his own future plans. He'd been searching for a chance to demonstrate his interest and talent in medical ninjutsu to Tsunade. Teaching Sakura might be the perfect opportunity. That's amazing. Sakura squealed, practically bouncing with joy. Ino's eyes went wide, her entire worldview briefly shuddering. The world's gone crazy, she thought. Since when can a regular academy sensei teach medical ninjutsu? That's not how the ninja world works. Current mission, help Sakura Haruno learn her first medical ninjutsu. Mission reward, chakra scalpel. Accept. Kitazawa felt a thrill of surprise as the mission prompt appeared in his mind. Chakra scalpel. It was a B-rank medical ninjutsu, capable of precisely extracting toxins or even performing organ transplants, a jutsu normally reserved for elite Jonin-level medical specialists. He couldn't help the grin tugging at his lips. Looks like things are about to get interesting. All right, for the next 2 days, keep training as usual, Kitazawa announced, clapping his hands. Let's focus on winning the friendly match against Class 2A first. See you tomorrow, Kitazawa-sensei. The 4 students chorused their farewell before scattering to their own tasks. After leaving the academy, Kitazawa headed straight to Kurene's house. Tsunade-sama isn't here yet, Kurene said with a sigh, collapsing onto the sofa. We can start discussing things ourselves. Is Yakumo here? I've got something I'd like to ask her, Kitazawa said, remaining standing. His gaze lingered appreciatively on Kurene's figure. Today she'd reverted to her usual attire, a white outfit with red sleeves, showing off her slender legs against pale skin. Up on the rooftop, Kurene said, pointing a finger upward. I'll go find her first, Kitazawa said with a small smile, making his way up the stairs. When he stepped onto the rooftop, he found Yakumo seated in front of an easel, brush in hand. She was painting the silhouette of a tree visible a short distance away. Kitazawa-sensei, Yakumo said, noticing him and greeting him warmly. Yakumo, have you ever heard of Hyuga Niji? Kitazawa asked without preamble. I know of him, Yakumo replied, nodding. He's supposed to be a genius from the Hyuga clan. Kitazawa folded his arms. Our class has a friendly match with second-year class this Friday, he explained. Do you want to spar with Niji? Me? Yakumo blinked in surprise, then hesitated. Can I really do that? Kitazawa chuckled. You don't seem to realize your own strength, he said. Even your current genjutsu, false surroundings would give most shinobi a headache. Yakumo's bloodline limit made her illusions exceptionally dangerous. The terrifying thing was that without external help, it was nearly impossible for someone caught in her genjutsu to dispel it. There were only two ways to break free from genjutsu. 1. By dispelling it yourself if you were aware you were trapped and could disrupt your chakra flow. Or 2. By receiving help from an ally either because you didn't realize you were under genjutsu, or because it was a special genjutsu like the Uchiha's Sharingan, which was notoriously difficult to break alone. The Uchiha's Sharingan was so overpowered partly for this reason, most people caught in its illusions simply couldn't escape on their own. Yakumo's bloodline limit was frighteningly similar. So long as Niji didn't manage to close in for taijutsu, Yakumo could very well be unbeatable. Then I'll try, Yakumo finally said after a moment of hesitation. Though she'd never fought seriously before, she couldn't bring herself to refuse Kitazawa, who had always been there for her. Half an hour later, Tsunade and Shizen arrived, and everyone gathered to discuss the development of new medical ninjutsu. Several memory-sealing jutsus already existed in Konoha, and they could all serve as reference material. Unfortunately, Kitazawa had never learned any of them firsthand. After contributing what he could to the discussion, Kitazawa slipped out to a quiet spot behind the house. From his pouch, he pulled out a set of balloons he'd bought earlier. Time to try it for real, he thought. I'm going to create a raise-non with my own hands. After all, the steps for learning the raise-non were well documented in the original timeline. Stage 1, burst a water-filled balloon by spinning chakra inside it. Stage 2, pop a rubber ball 100 times tougher than a regular balloon. Stage 3, abandon all props and condense the spinning chakra directly in one's hand, maintaining its shape and force. Each stage was exponentially more challenging. Kitazawa held up a balloon sloshing with water and focused his chakra into it. Immediately, the water inside began swirling chaotically. As a genius, you should master ninjutsu on your own. Current mission, master the raise-non without anyone's help. Mission reward, Konoha body flicker jutsu. Accept. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, a spark of excitement lighting his eyes. Well, now, this is getting interesting. Chapter 77, Chapter 77. And, the third arc is complete 45 extra chapters. Check it out on my email protected/novice author 777. In the ninja world, countless variations of the body flicker jutsu existed. The most basic form simply concentrated chakra into the legs to boost speed. More advanced versions incorporated chakra nature transformations, for example, the Hidden Rain Village's leader, Hanzo, who used water release, water body flicker jutsu to blur like a torrent of water. Beyond that lay true spacetime ninjutsu, like the legendary Flying Thunder God jutsu. But what exactly was the Konoha body flicker jutsu? Kitazawa stood lost in thought for a long time before the memory clicked into place. In the original timeline, it had been used by Konoha Jonin Hayama Shirakomo, who could disperse his body into a swirl of leaves, evading enemy attacks. In Kitazawa's eyes, it strongly resembled Itachi's Crow clone jutsu, a clever, deceptive escape tactic. All in all, it was an excellent ninjutsu to have in one's arsenal. Shaking himself from his musings, Kitazawa refocused on the balloon in his hands. He continued channeling chakra, causing the water inside to swirl faster and faster. An hour later, with a sharp pop, the balloon exploded in a splash of water. Kitazawa nodded in satisfaction. His mastery of chakra control and chakra shape transformation truly bordered on abnormal. In the original timeline, Uzumaki Naruto had needed about a month to learn the raise-non. Kitazawa estimated that at his current pace, he could fully master it in just 2 days, and unlike Naruto, he wouldn't need shadow clones to help stabilize the jutsu. Night soon fell. Tuesday passed in the blink of an eye, leaving only 2 days until the friendly match on Friday. For that match, Kitazawa had already done all he could in preparation. From this point on, victory would depend on Sasuke and the others. With nothing else pressing, he left his students to their usual training and devoted himself to finishing the raise-non. At last, Friday dawned bright and cloudless. Warm sunlight spilled over the rooftops of Konoha village. Kitazawa stood before a large rock in the yard behind his house, taking a deep breath. Raise-non. Chakra surged in his palm. A spiraling sphere of pure energy whirled into existence, crackling with power. A faint smile touched Kitazawa's lips as he drove the raise-non forward into the rock. Stone cracked, and fragments flew in all directions under the violent rotation of the jutsu. In an instant, the raise-non bored straight through the rock, leaving a deep pit gouged into the ground. That was the terrifying power of the raise-non. A direct hit from it could easily leave most ninja half dead or worse. Mastering the raise-non had given Kitazawa another powerful trump card. His only problem now was how to justify knowing it. Kitazawa rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe once Tsunade finishes creating her 4th medical ninjutsu, I can ask Hiruzen for an A-rank ninjutsu in exchange. The illusion, mind-heart jutsu he'd contributed earlier had only earned him money, not any new jutsus. 2 powerful jutsus traded for 1 A-rank ninjutsu, it might just work. He also thought about the friendly match happening today. If I put on a good show in front of Hiruzen, I'll have an even better chance of bargaining for an A-rank jutsu. I can't afford to lose, Kitazawa murmured to himself. Just then, glowing text flickered before his eyes. Current mission, master the Raise Non without anyone's help. Mission reward, Konoha body flicker jutsu. Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. A rush of information flooded Kitazawa's mind. He felt his chakra mold itself into a new pattern, almost instinctively. In the next instant, his body scattered into a swirl of dancing leaves. An instant later, he reappeared 5 meters away, solid and whole again. This body flicker jutsu, it's going to be very useful. Kitazawa gave a satisfied nod. He cleaned up the training area, then set off toward the ninja academy, his mind already strategizing for the day ahead. Kitazawa-senpai. As Kitazawa approached the gates of the ninja academy, Iruka's voice rang out behind him. He turned and saw Iruka hurrying over, with Mizuki beside him wearing a thin smile, though it was the kind of smile that looked glued on, hiding something darker underneath. Kitazawa. Mizuki crossed his arms, voice clipped. Don't forget about today's friendly match. How could I? Kitazawa replied calmly. But don't you forget, if you lose, you owe me a favor. He still needed that promised favor as bait to lure Mizuki out and expose him later. Don't worry, I always keep my word. Mizuki let out a dismissive snort. Not that you'll ever get the chance to collect on it. Iruka glanced back and forth between the two of them, caught in the tension. On one side was first-year Class A, his own students. On the other, second-year Class A, taught by his friend Mizuki. Thanks to Kitazawa, a subtle rift had formed between him and Mizuki, and Iruka didn't know who he ought to side with anymore. One more thing. Mizuki's voice dropped an octave, tinged with bitterness. I hope Hokage-sama actually shows up today. Since Kitazawa's surprise promotion to Special Jonin, Mizuki had felt increasingly slighted. He'd convinced himself that the aging Hiruzen Sarutobi was losing his touch, that the Hokage had completely misjudged who was truly talented. After all, in Mizuki's eyes, he was the superior ninja. You'll see Hokage-sama soon enough, Kitazawa said with a half-smile, waving a hand. See you at 10. You can only smile for now. Mizuki shot back, his voice tight with resentment. Mizuki, why are you always picking fights with Kitazawa-senpai? Iruka asked, genuine confusion in his tone. Mizuki's lips twitched. Naive fool. Does he really not understand? It's just a friendly match. Mizuki forced his voice into neutrality. I'm not targeting anyone. Of course, had Kitazawa still been there, he might have added a wry comment. Mizuki was jealous of anyone who did better than him. Period. Even in the original timeline, that was simply the kind of man Mizuki was. Kitazawa headed into the academy and pushed open the office door, where Kurane was waiting. Yakumo's already gone to the classroom, Kurane reported. Thanks, Kurane. Kitazawa approached her, taking both her hands in his own. It's nothing, she said coolly. I happened to be free today, so I decided to watch your match. Your hands are so soft, Kitazawa said suddenly, a playful grin on his face. I'm trying to have a serious conversation here. Kurane shot him an exasperated glare. Haven't we already finished the serious talk? Kitazawa sat down in his chair but kept hold of her hands, refusing to let go. Kurane sighed, but instead of pulling away, she stepped closer and slid onto his lap without hesitation. A delicate fragrance drifted up as Kitazawa felt the warmth and softness of her against him. He loved this side of her, a woman who was neither shy nor afraid to act boldly. Kitazawa wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Yakumo's facing Hyuga today. If things get dangerous, you'll step in, right? Kurane shifted slightly, looking a bit flustered by the intimacy, though she tried to hide it. Of course, Kitazawa promised. I'll keep an eye on her. Besides, with Hiruzen personally attending the match, there was no way any serious injury would be allowed to happen. All right then. You should head to class. I'll wait for you here. Kurane gently pried his fingers off her waist and stood. See you at 10, Kitazawa said, reluctantly letting go of her warm, jade-like presence. The clock ticked to 9:45. In the first-year Class A classroom, the first period had just ended. The friendly match with second-year Class A is about to start. Are you all feeling confident? Kitazawa asked, wearing an encouraging smile. Yes. The students erupted with enthusiasm, Uzumaki Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba shouting the loudest. Let's go, then. Kitazawa waved them forward. And for no reason at all, 2 random words flashed through his mind. Avengers assemble? He blinked, shook it off, and led his students out the door toward the day's showdown. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Students from both the first and second year classes had gathered at the academy's training grounds. Although this was officially called a friendly match, no one expected it to be friendly. These were aspiring shinobi, and every one of them was here to win. The air was tense, competitive sparks flying. All except for one. Hinata stood quietly among the crowd, her gaze drawn to a figure standing on the opposite side with the second years. The moment she saw him, her heart clenched. Niji had already noticed her. He frowned slightly disappointed. He had expected something different from her after hearing she'd become the top student in her year. But seeing her timid expression, it seemed she hadn't changed much at all. Frankly, he wasn't even interested in facing her. What Niji did care about was something else entirely. He, like Uchiha Sasuke, believed that only the strongest deserved to fight each other. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans, Konoha's two great dojutsu bloodlines, had long been rivals in both open competition and subtle rivalry. And more often than not, the Uchiha came out on top. So much so that people had begun to silently accept them as the #1 clan in the village. Neji himself didn't care much for that label, but the Hyuga elders? They certainly did. If he were to lose to Sasuke today, he knew he'd never hear the end of it. But Neji wasn't worried. He wouldn't lose. Hinata. Kitazawa stepped forward, gently patting her head. If you're feeling nervous, use the method I taught you. Hinata blinked in surprise, then nodded silently. Rice ball, she repeated in her mind. Almost instantly, a sense of calm settled over her heart. Just then, the chatter around them died down. All heads turned. 4 figures were approaching from the far end of the field. At the front, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage himself. Flanking him were 2 masked Dumbu, and walking beside him was a younger shinobi in a Jonin vest. His spiky, pineapple-like hair was unmistakable. Scars lined his cheek and forehead. Oh no, muttered Shikamaru, snapping out of his lazy daze the moment he recognized the man. Why did my dad have to show up too? Ino chuckled beside him. You're in trouble. If you mess up, there's no escaping your dad. Shikamaru sighed dramatically. It's not my dad I'm worried about, it's my mom. In the Nara household, it was his mother Yoshino who laid down the law. She had rules for everything he and his father said or did. She was, frankly, terrifying. That's why Shikamaru's greatest dream was simple: marry a normal, quiet woman. Go get Shikamaru. Koji gave him a supportive slap on the back. Ugh, Shikamaru groaned. This was going to be such a drag. Mizuki, standing nearby, clenched his fists unconsciously. He really came, the Hokage actually came. Jealousy flared inside him like a wildfire, but he quickly masked it with a bright, practiced smile as he and Kitazawa stepped forward to greet their honored guests. Hawk Mizuki started, hoping to take the lead as the teacher representative, but he was cut off instantly. Kitazawa, Hiruzen said, smiling warmly. I brought along another referee. You don't mind, do you? Not at all, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa replied with perfect courtesy. We're honored to have both you and Shikaku-sama here. The Jonin beside Hiruzen was indeed Nara Shikaka, Konoha's sharpest strategist and, of course, Shikamaru's father. A crowd had also begun to gather around the training grounds. Several other academy teachers had shown up to watch, including Kurone. None of them had expected the third Hokage himself to attend. That, along with the friendly way he addressed Kitazawa, instantly changed the way many viewed him. Now, no one dared underestimate him. Mizuki watched Kitazawa laugh and chat with the Hokage, his jaw clenched so tightly it hurt. Damn it. Those should have been my connections. My privileges. Looks like it's time, Hiruzen finally said, checking the position of the sun. I'm looking forward to your performance. Hokage-sama? We won't let you down. Mizuki declared loudly, faking enthusiasm. He might have hated the favoritism Hiruzen showed Kitazawa, but he wasn't stupid. In the ninja world, power and connections were everything. You never disrespected the village leader. As Hiruzen made his way to the observation area, he turned to Shikako. So, who do you think will win? Shikako raised an eyebrow. Hard to say. Oh, Hiruzen looked amused. I thought you'd bet on second years. Shikako folded his arms. Shikamaru told me about first-year Class A special training. Sounds promising. He smirked faintly. They might just surprise us. Hiruzen chuckled. Well then, let's see what these kids are made of. He had only caught glimpses of Class 1A's training through watching Uzumaki Naruto, but the full scope of their regimen remained a mystery. Judging by the standard expectations for an academy instructor, Kitazawa's teaching methods already far surpassed what was allowed, perhaps even bordering on unorthodox. But that was exactly the kind of ninja Hiruzen admired: principled, ambitious, and bold. The first event is chakra form, Kitazawa announced, standing before the students. Put simply, it's the demonstration of ninjutsu power. The stronger the jutsu, the higher your score. He looked across the assembled students. We'll go in turns by class. Class 2A will begin. Mizuki, Kitazawa gestured. Mizuki, sparing him a cold glance, stepped forward. Kojima hide, he called out in a measured tone. Kojima hide moved confidently to the center and formed hand signs. Water release, water bullet jutsu. A water orb the size of a clenched fist shot out from his mouth and splashed onto the ground. Kitazawa raised a brow. Well prepared, are we? Though the jutsu was rough around the edges, it was still a legitimate water release jutsu, a rarity for students at this level. Mizuki smirked smugly, but Kitazawa remained unshaken. Chiho, he called. A small girl hesitantly stepped forward and performed a basic clone jutsu, her hands trembling slightly. Compared to the watery spectacle Kojima Hide had delivered, it seemed underwhelming. Mizuki's snort of derision didn't go unnoticed. Watching from the sidelines, Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples. The ninjutsu from both sides looked clumsy to his seasoned eyes. Hyuga Niji, Mizuki's tone lifted noticeably. Niji stepped forward, calm and poised. He dropped into the stance of the Hyuga clan and executed a seamless sequence of gentle fist strikes. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed with interest. The rhythm, the precision. He could almost see the shadows of the 8 trigrams 64 palms within the form, a technique traditionally passed only to the main branch. Uzumaki Naruto, Kitazawa said next, turning to his student. Kitazawa felt a jolt of confidence. While Niji's performance was crisp, it lacked the explosive flair that could captivate an audience. And this was still a show. Finally, my turn. Naruto cheered, flipping theatrically into the center. Kitazawa and Hiruzen both flinched. He was wearing that same garish green jumpsuit again. How intriguing, murmured Shikako with a thoughtful smirk, adjusting his collar. He couldn't reconcile the boy before him with the legacy of the fourth Hokage. Hiruzen braced himself. He swore if Naruto used that technique, he'd be giving both Kitazawa and Kakashi a long, stern lecture. Thankfully, Naruto played it safe. He demonstrated taijutsu loud, wild, but energetic. Hiruzen exhaled a long sigh of relief. If the boy had used sexy jutsu, the Hokage himself would have been publicly implicated. After all, half the village already whispered that he was Naruto's guardian. Tenten, Mizuki called. Kitazawa immediately understood. Niji may have been the top student in Class A, but Tenten wasn't far behind. To Kitazawa, she was always two things, a rich loli and an absurdly lucky person. The kind of girl who could trip and stumble across a Six Paths ninja tool. She stood tall in the center and unrolled a summoning scroll. With a dramatic spin, she unleashed a torrent of kunai and shuriken that glittered as they rained down around her. The crowd gasped in awe. In terms of pure spectacle, she had just blown Niji's gentle fist out of the water. Nara Shikamaru, Kitazawa called casually. Such a drag. Shikamaru sighed, slouching forward. With a reluctant glance at his father on the sidelines, he performed a clone jutsu flawless and precise, far better than his usual. If this kid had any motivation, he'd have learned the shadow imitation jutsu by now, Shikako muttered. He's still young. Let him be a little lazy. Hiruzen chuckled, his mind drifting to his own rebellious son, Asuma off wandering the land of fire as a guardian ninja. One by one, the remaining students took the stage. Hinata and Rock Lee showcased their taijutsu. Sakura, Ino, Koji, and the rest displayed basic ninjutsu like the clone technique. I suspect first-year Class A will dominate the chakra control event, Hiruzen observed. As a ninjutsu expert, he could easily discern the finer details even from simple techniques. Both Sakura and Ino had remarkable chakra control for their age. But beyond them, the class's overall finesse stood out. Still, I think second-year Class A will take this round for chakra form, Shikako noted. Their ninjutsu skill level is higher. Not necessarily, Hiruzen said with a smile, eyes gleaming. Look, first-year Class A's ace has arrived. Uchiha Sasuke, the younger brother of the Umbu prodigy, Uchiha Itachi. Shikaku's interest piqued immediately. Yes, Hiruzen said quietly. Fugaku really did raise two exceptional sons. Sasuke strode to the center of the field, expression calm and unreadable. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. His chakra flared wildly. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. A massive blaze erupted. An 8-meter-high fireball tore into the sky. Gasps echoed across the training field. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Sasuke's lips curled upward ever so slightly. As he scanned the faces frozen in awe, he felt it, the sweet taste of dominance. He was the center of attention. And he liked it. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. The scorching flames raged for a few seconds before gradually fading into wisps of heat. So huge. Sakura gasped, then quickly shouted with sparkling eyes, "You're amazing, Sasuke-kun." Her voice triggered a wave of excitement as the students of Class 1A erupted in cheers. Everyone understood Sasuke's fire release, great fireball jutsu had practically sealed the victory for their class. The difference in power was overwhelming. There was no longer any suspense. The second years fell into uneasy silence. A worthy opponent, Niji muttered, his brows tightening slightly. He had already regarded Sasuke as a real rival, but now, he couldn't help but feel troubled. That fireball was something he could only dodge. He had no means to counter it directly. What youthful energy! Rock Lee exclaimed, his fists clenched in admiration. Tenten subtly shifted closer to Niji, ignoring her green jumpsuit-clad classmate. Rock Lee had clearly been influenced, poisoned, even by Guy's non-stop talk of youth. This can't be. Mizuki's eyes were wide with disbelief. That fireball, it was the kind of power he'd only ever seen a jonin wield. Damn it. Another cursed genius. Jealousy twisted in his chest like a blade. A prodigy, another one, Shikako muttered, stunned. He's only 6, yet he's already stronger than many genin. The Ino-Shikacho alliance had always stuck together to make up for their individual clan weaknesses. But the Uchiha were different, brimming with raw talent and elite strength, time after time. His chakra volume, his control, even his mastery of nature transformation, all exceptional for his age, Hiruzen observed with a deep nod. At this rate, his future won't be far behind that of Itachi. Shikaku's gaze sharpened slightly. He recalled how Hiruzen once evaluated Itachi, a child who, at 7, could already think like a Hokage. Could the Uchiha clan truly produce a Hokage, he wondered. But the thought vanished just as quickly. He understood all too well the complicated politics surrounding the Uchiha. Hiruzen's efforts to win them over, Danzo's quiet suppression. It was a precarious balance, protect Konoha's peace, but never let the Uchiha gain too much power. Meanwhile, Sasuke basked in the glow of admiration. Sasuke, that was awesome. Kiba called out, impressed despite usually finding Sasuke's personality irritating. Sasuke responded with a small, cool nod. He tried to maintain his calm, aloof demeanor, but inside, he was practically glowing. If only his father and brother had been there to see this moment. Sasuke, you're my eternal rival. Naruto shouted and threw an arm around his shoulders. Naruto, get off him. Sakura shrieked, panicked. Why does Naruto get to touch Sasuke before me? Outrageous. Sasuke squirmed, trying to break free, but Naruto's grip was surprisingly strong. That expression of helplessness on Sasuke's face caught in Naruto's hold sparked a wave of laughter among their classmates. The tension broke into cheerful chaos. Hiruzen watched it all with a soft smile. This is the future I want to see. Konoha, full of life and laughter. Settle down, Kitazawa called out, noticing Hiruzen walking toward them. The group quieted quickly. You all performed admirably, Hiruzen announced, sweeping his gaze over the students. But Class 1A was the clear winner of this round. Yeah, Naruto and the others jumped and cheered. Mizuki took a deep breath and forced a smile. That was just the first event. There are still more rounds. If we win the next ones, Class 2A will come out on top. His words helped rally second year's spirits a little. Good. Keep up that energy, Hiruzen nodded in approval. We'll take a 10-minute break before starting the second round. During the break, 2 Umbu operatives arrived to help prepare the next trial. The second test focused on chakra control. At Kitazawa's request, the Hokage had assigned one Umbu with earth release and another with water release to help set the stage. There was no need to plant trees for surface walking. Earth release created solid stone pillars, and for walking on water, they simply molded an earthen basin and filled it with water using water release. As Kitazawa surveyed the now-ready training ground, he couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. It's starting to feel like one of those obstacle course game shows from my past life, he thought with amusement. Only, here, there were just 2 rounds but the stakes were far higher. The rules for the second event are simple, Kitazawa announced as the break came to an end. Attach chakra to your feet and race to the finish line. The first to arrive wins. Everyone, take your positions at the starting point, Iruka called out, quickly organizing the Class 1A students. Soon enough, both classes stood side by side at the edge of the course. Ahead lay a large pool of water. Across it stood a forest of pillar-like structures that mimicked trees. The final challenge was to scale one and jump down, marking the finish line. Niji's going to take this one for sure, Tenten said confidently, cheering him on. Niji gave a calm nod. He agreed. As a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, masters of the Byakugan and gentle fist chakra control was second nature. After all, striking a foe's chakra points with precision demanded nothing less than flawless control. We're counting on you, Niji, Mizuki said, clapping him on the shoulder. Losing the first round had stung, but losing 2 in a row in front of the Hokage would be humiliating. Elsewhere, Ino was already stretching. Sakura, feel like a little friendly race. Sakura smirked. Sure. Loser does double homework tonight. Naruto, who had been about to join in, froze mid-step. Double homework? He immediately retreated. Thanks to Kitazawa's special training regimen, Naruto had developed a deep-rooted fear of assignments. Naruto, Rock Lee gave a thumbs up, let's have a youthful showdown. Naruto beamed, full of fighting spirit. On the name of youth, let's go. Ready. Kitazawa interrupted their chatter, voice sharp. 3, 2, 1, go. The students took off. Naruto and Rock Lee sprinted across the water in unison, full of enthusiasm. Then came a loud splash. Rock Lee had plunged straight into the pool. Lee. Naruto slowed in shock. This is my limit, Rock Lee declared from the water. Naruto, carry the flame of youth and keep moving. Lee. Naruto's eyes welled up with tears. I'll do it for both of us. Go. Lee gave a teary thumbs up. Youth. Naruto shouted dramatically, and fell into the water moments later. His chakra control wasn't much better. If not for Kitazawa's earlier training, he might not have made it even this far. On the viewing platform, Hiruzen let out a deep sigh. I'm starting to regret it, Shikaku. Nara Shikaka stifled a chuckle. Regret what? Letting Naruto hang out with Guy. Hiruzen massaged his temples. He's already been infected. It might not be such a bad thing, Shikaka mused. A Naruto full of passion and determination could do wonders for the village. Maybe, Hiruzen said. But Minato and Kushina will probably kill me again in the afterlife. Kitazawa, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Were these people here for a competition, or a comedy skit? That's Guy for you, Kurane chuckled. Too bad Kakashi isn't here to witness this madness. Kitazawa had a sudden thought, if Naruto still ended up as Kakashi's student, like in the original timeline. Poor Kakashi. His peaceful life was about to get very loud. At least Guy himself isn't here, Kitazawa muttered. Thankfully, Kurane replied. She imagined a scene of Guy, Rock Lee, and Naruto crying in a group hug. Just the thought made her shiver. Kitazawa's attention returned to the course. Looks like Niji's in the lead. Most of the students had already been eliminated. Walking on water and scaling vertical surfaces were high-level training techniques usually reserved for post-graduation training. It was no surprise that many struggled. As expected from a Hyuga genius, Kurane commented. But your 4 students are right on his heels. She meant Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and Sasuke all keeping pace with Niji. Their strong performance took many by surprise. Is this some kind of genjutsu? Mizuki muttered, eyes wide. Class 1A actually had 4 students comparable to Niji? Impossible. Or so he tried to convince himself. As the race continued, 5 students made it to the pillar climbing stage. Niji glanced around and frowned. 4 others were still with him. Even Hinata. Gritting his teeth, he surged ahead with renewed speed. Hinata and Sasuke faltered, falling behind. Only Sakura and Ino kept up. But halfway through the climb, Ino began to lose momentum. Niji, meanwhile, felt his stamina draining fast. He unconsciously slowed just enough for Sakura to leap past him. In a burst of determination, she reached the top first, her eyes shining with focus. What? Niji's heart dropped. He watched in disbelief as Sakura descended toward the finish line. He was frozen in place. He could accept losing the first round. Fire release, great fireball was flashy, and gentle fist lacked such spectacle. But this was a chakra control competition. And he had lost. Utterly. Chapter 80, Chapter 80. I won. Sakura beamed, her voice bursting with excitement. You managed to get ahead of me. Congrats, Sakura. Ino smiled graciously, her tone sincere. She had always been a good sport, and since the winner was her best friend, offering heartfelt congratulations came naturally. Sasuke-kun. Sakura practically floated toward Sasuke, as light and gleeful as a butterfly. Ino couldn't help but shake her head. Some things never changed. No matter how much Sakura trained or matured, the moment she saw a handsome guy, especially that guy, she instantly reverted to her fangirl ways. It was barely acceptable. Sasuke muttered as Sakura approached him, clearly fishing for praise. For a moment, he saw a reflection of his younger self in her determination and decided to toss her a crumb. Sakura's eyes went wide. Did Sasuke-kun just compliment me? Stars sparkled in her eyes. She looked ready to leap on him like Naruto often did, except this time with more hearts than heroism. Sasuke sensed imminent danger and quickly put distance between them. Great job, Sakura. Naruto and the rest of Class 1A gathered around to celebrate. Their class once again entered a wave of jubilation. To defeat the second years twice despite being younger and less experienced, felt like something out of a dream. Yet they all knew who the true architect behind their victory was. Almost in unison, they glanced at Kitazawa. How could this happen? Mizuki staggered back, the blow to his pride landing hard. Niji, supposedly unbeatable, had lost again. Mizuki's disbelief was so intense it twisted into bitterness. So much for a prodigy. You always act so powerful, but at the crucial moment, you choke. Ino's chakra control has reached this level. Shikaka murmured, visibly impressed. She might be ready to learn the Yamanaka clan's secret jutsu, the mind-body switch. Mentioning clan jutsus inevitably brought his thoughts to his own son. Shikamaru had the intellect and natural talent. The problem? He was too smart to care. So lazy that his mother had to drag him to class. Inoichi's got a solid air. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, agreeing. But his thoughts were elsewhere on Sakura. Unlike Ino, Sakura didn't come from a ninja clan. She was a civilian. For a non-clan child to have such refined chakra control at this age, it was no small feat. And as Hokage, Hiruzen always had a soft spot for civilian ninjas. They didn't just serve the village, they belonged to it. Unlike some clan members, especially the Uchiha, she simply worked harder than most. Shikaku sighed. Shikamaru only trains when his mom threatens him. I might have a solution. Hiruzen's eyes shifted toward Kitazawa. What if we asked him to tutor Shikamaru? Shikaku blinked. At first, it seemed unnecessary. Kitazawa already taught his son at school. But then he realized, the Hokage meant special training. Under Kitazawa's intense program, Ino and the others had transformed. Shikamaru hadn't participated at all. A private mentorship might actually work. I'll speak to him about it, Shikaka said after a thoughtful pause. As a father, he respected Shikamaru's choices, but deep down, he still hoped his son could become something greater. Maybe Kitazawa could spark that change. The second event, Class 1A wins, Hiruzen announced, his voice firm and official. Compared to the cheers from the first years, the second years stood in tense silence. They had entered the match with a year's worth of training and confidence, aiming for a clean sweep. Now, with 2 back-to-back losses, the mood had completely soured. The real decider is the final event, actual combat, Mizuki said, attempting to rally morale. They've only beaten us in gimmick games. He was trying to convince his students, and himself. Niji's clenched fists loosened slightly. His pride still smarted, but his warrior's heart burned stronger. He still believed in strength above all, and losing twice was a humiliation he couldn't tolerate. But if he defeated Sasuke in the final round, then maybe, just maybe, he could salvage this. The third event, physical endurance, Kitazawa announced once the break ended. There's only one rule, the last one still running wins. Most endurance tests involved running a set number of laps. But Kitazawa had changed the rules. He didn't want speed to be the only deciding factor. He worried Naruto wouldn't be able to keep up with Niji in a sprint, so endurance would level the playing field. Mizuki, confident in Niji's strength, hadn't altered the rules at all, and now they were paying the price. Still, the competition wasn't over. Just run like you're in regular training. Don't pressure yourselves too much, Kitazawa reminded his class gently. Don't worry, sensei. Naruto grinned, brimming with confidence. I'll come in first this time too. The opponent is Niji, don't get cocky. Kiba nudged him. But this time, instead of picking a fight, he was focused. Now was the time to unite as a team. Why's everyone only worried about Niji? Naruto scratched his head. I think Rock Lee's a serious threat too. He had trained alongside Lee and knew firsthand how intense the boy could be. In sheer effort and youthful passion, Lee matched him step for step. Who's Lee? Kiba asked, puzzled. Rock Lee, Naruto replied, pointing to the boy in the unmistakable green jumpsuit. Kiba blinked in realization. Naruto, Rock Lee noticed them and immediately stood to greet his rival. The sudden shout broke the tension and drew the attention of all of second-year Class A. In a moment of brooding silence, the appearance of two loud, energetic, and completely different kids felt like someone had thrown open a window. Lee. Naruto gave him a dramatic thumbs up. For youth. For youth. Lee responded with a fiery gleam in his eyes. I won't lose to you in this test. These two are hopeless. Tenten sighed, rubbing her temples. Niji wanted to scoff but stopped himself. Lee challenged him often but had never won once. And Naruto? He mostly played around. No real threat. Niji's eyes locked on Sasuke. That was his true rival, the top student of Class A. The one he had to defeat. Ready. Kitazawa's voice rang out loud and clear. All the students immediately dropped into position. The moment he gave the signal, they sprang forward like arrows released from a bow. At the front was Niji, leading the pack with Sasuke, Naruto, and Lee close behind. Kitazawa, Mizuki called out, striding over with a curious expression. Why is there a student in your class who hasn't participated in any of the events? He was referring to Yakumo Karema, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines. She's not feeling well today, Kitazawa replied calmly. Her genjutsu was formless, and her physical endurance wasn't the best due to her condition, so she was excused from the chakra control and physical tests. I see, Mizuki muttered, shooting Yakumo a quick glance before losing interest. She wasn't on his radar. She hadn't ranked among the top 10 students, which meant she wasn't a threat. Time ticked by. After 50 laps, more than half the students had dropped out. Fewer than 10 remained. At the front, Niji still held the lead. This one's in the bag, Mizuki said, finally letting out a breath of relief. Don't speak too soon, Kurane chimed in unexpectedly. Mizuki blinked in surprise. What's with her? Why was she siding with Kitazawa? She's right, Kitazawa said with a small smile, naturally supporting his girlfriend. Kurane's lips curved into a warm smile in response. Mizuki suddenly felt a sting in his chest. Wait a second, are they together? You bastard. Mizuki cursed silently. You actually managed to win over Kurane Ui? Even though Mizuki had a girlfriend of his own, he couldn't help feeling envious. Kurane was not only one of Konoha's most beautiful kunoichi, but her genjutsu prowess was also widely respected. Why would she fall for him? Niji's going to win, Mizuki muttered through clenched teeth. If the third Hokage weren't standing nearby, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the wave of killing intent welling up inside him. This guy, this damn Kitazawa, he's stolen all the spotlight? Kurane's expression subtly shifted. She could sense Mizuki's emotions clearly. But then again, envy only follows the truly outstanding. Her smile deepened. She had no regrets about her choice. When the lap count hit 80, only 5 students remained, Niji, Sasuke, Naruto, Lee, and Kiba. What is happening? Mizuki muttered, his vision swimming. Wasn't this just like the previous event? 2 students from second-year Class A and 3 from first year. It defied all logic. He had imagined a landslide victory for his class, dominating all 10 top spots. After all, they had an entire year of extra training. But not only were they being matched, they were being outperformed. It made Mizuki question his teaching abilities. Was he really that far behind Kitazawa? Maybe organizing this friendly match was a huge mistake. I can't. Go on. You guys keep going. Kiba finally stumbled off the track and collapsed onto the ground. Niji wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression grim. Both Naruto and Lee were still going strong. The pressure was intense. Lee. Naruto wheezed. What a passionate battle of youth. Why youth should burn like this? Lee cried, even more winded than Naruto but still determined. Sasuke felt his confidence slipping. What was with these monsters? After another lap, his body gave in. He dropped out without a word. Niji, too, was nearing his limit. Then, suddenly, burn, youth? Ha! Naruto let out a yell and exploded forward, accelerating out of nowhere. A sight full of youth. Lee stopped in his tracks, eyes brimming with tears. I've got nothing left to give. With that, he dropped out, snot and tears running freely. Niji felt dread settle over him. What is this guy made of? How did Naruto still have this much stamina? He gritted his teeth and tried to keep up. But Naruto turned his head mid-sprint, flashed him a thumbs up, and pushed even harder. Niji faltered. His lungs were on fire. His legs felt like lead. He couldn't keep up. With a heavy heart, he finally stopped, completely spent. Silence fell across the training ground. Everyone was stunned. Naruto had won. Again. Chapter 81, Chapter 81. After the physical endurance test, nearly every student collapsed to the ground, gasping for air except for one. Uzumaki Naruto. Still bursting with energy after claiming first place, he ran laps around the exhausted crowd, grinning from ear to ear. Kitazawa couldn't help but think, if he breaks into "We are the champions," I won't be surprised. What a familiar sight, murmured Shikaku, watching the blonde blur with narrowed eyes. The image reminded him unmistakably of the yellow flash Minato Namikaze. Hiruzen gave a subtle nod of approval. There was no denying it, Naruto carried echoes of his father. Yet, unlike Minato's composed presence, Naruto radiated uncontainable spirit. But admiration aside, Hiruzen was faced with a dilemma. What kind of reward could he possibly give Kitazawa? According to the rules of Konoha, rewards were reserved for shinobi who completed missions above expectations or contributed in exceptional ways. Kitazawa was just teaching. But considering Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the importance of his growth and stability could not be overstated. Even if he broke protocol and rewarded Kitazawa, no one would question it. Meanwhile, Mizuki sat slumped to the side, muttering under his breath. Did I really lose again? Kurane cast him a glance, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Losing 3 times in a row was no small blow. She doubted she'd handle it any better in his shoes. To his credit, Kitazawa didn't rub salt in the wound. He was already deep in thought planning strategies for the upcoming practical combat competition. There was no doubt about second-year Class A's lineup, Niji, Tenten, and Lee. Kitazawa began matching counters in his mind. Hyuga Niji? He had faith that Yakumo could hold her own against him. Rock Lee? That was easier. From the results of the physical test, it was clear that Naruto now outclassed him in stamina and speed. Tenten, though, she was a wild card. Her vast arsenal of ninja tools gave her an edge. Against younger genin like Sasuke and the others, even a minor slip-up could end in defeat. Kitazawa's first thought was Sasuke. Though his Sharingan hadn't awakened yet, he possessed fire-release jutsus and a strong grasp of manipulating shuriken. That gave him a fighting chance. Then, another idea struck him. Hyuga Hinata. If she activated her Byakugan, Tenten's weapons would be nearly useless. The Byakugan's near 360-degree vision would completely negate Tenten's long-range attacks. The only problem? Would Hinata actually activate it? Kitazawa mulled it over and decided he'd have to give her a nudge. Just then, Hiruzen stepped forward to make an announcement. Congratulations to first-year Class F for yet another victory. We'll take a 30-minute break before beginning the practical combat competition. Right, the combat round. Mizuki sat up straight, energy suddenly returning to his eyes. This was it. All the written tests, the physical training, it was fluff compared to this. For a ninja, nothing spoke louder than battle. To Mizuki, this was his last chance to salvage his pride. He returned to his students with renewed purpose and began giving detailed instructions. As a Chunin, he could see the bigger picture and had a strong guess as to which 5 students Kitazawa would choose. He poured everything he could into prepping his team. Aren't you going to talk to your students? Kurane asked Kitazawa, glancing at him with mild curiosity. There's nothing left to say, he replied, calm and confident. I've taught them what I could. The rest is up to them. Kurane looked at him, slightly baffled. Your students really are performing exceptionally. I honestly don't know how you train them. If you're curious, Kitazawa said with a wink, I could always teach you too. You want to be my sensei now, she said, rolling her eyes. In your dreams. Kitazawa smiled but said nothing more. Truthfully, he wasn't joking. In the original timeline, Kurane was a jonin, but her strength never quite reached the elite tier. If possible, Kitazawa did want to help her improve, to teach her a few more advanced ninjutsu, to make her stronger. Unfortunately, he was still limited by what techniques he knew. He'd have to rely on the system to unlock more eventually. Half an hour passed. The crowd slowly gathered again around the training ground, forming a wide circle of spectators. It was time. The final event, practical combat. Only 5 students from each class would take part. Without a doubt, these were the elite, the strongest of their year. Standing at the center of the field, Hiruzen prepared to officiate the matches. He was genuinely excited. Here, gathered before him, was the future of the Hidden Leaf. Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Niji, Uchiha Sasuke, Rock Lee, Tenten. Geniuses, every one of them. Not since the era of Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and Asuma Sarutobi had the village seen such concentrated talent in its youth. The outcome of these matches would not only decide the day's victor, it would foreshadow the fate of Konoha itself. I'll now announce the rules. Hiruzen spoke with calm authority. First, no reckless actions, be sure to stop before things get out of hand. Second, absolute fairness. As the referee, I will remain impartial and miss nothing. Mizuki, Kitazawa turned toward him with a slight nod. Go ahead. Previously, Kitazawa had cleverly tricked Mizuki with a strategy, one that required second-year Class A to reveal their competence first. Back then, Mizuki, confident in his students' superiority, had agreed without a second thought. But now, he was starting to regret that decision. After 3 consecutive defeats in the earlier events, Mizuki's confidence had been thoroughly shaken. Even his faith in winning the practical combat round was starting to waver. Tenten. He called the name in a steady voice, concealing his inner turmoil. Right now, the second years desperately needed a win to salvage their pride. But he couldn't send out Niji right away, the strongest always came last. So he chose the second best. Let's go, Tenten. Rock Lee cheered enthusiastically. Niji remained silent, but his slight nod spoke volumes. Leave it to me. This'll be over quick. Tenten patted the massive scroll at her hip with a confident grin. Hyuga Hinata. Kitazawa's calm voice called the first challenger from his class. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected to be chosen first. Their eyes met. Kitazawa gave her an encouraging look. Hinata took a deep breath and nodded with determination. Kitazawa-sensei has done so much for me. I can't let him down. With that thought, Hinata stepped onto the training ground, her expression uncharacteristically firm. Hi, I'm Tenten. Tenten offered a cheerful smile and extended her hand. Niji's mentioned you before. Never thought we'd be facing off today. Hinata's gaze briefly shifted to Niji. He remained impassive, showing no reaction. Hello. She quickly refocused and returned the handshake. Better be careful, Tenten said as she unrolled her scroll. I won't be going easy for the pride of Class 2A. Hinata didn't respond. Instead, she lowered into her gentle fist stance, her focus razor-sharp. Tenten summoned her weapons instantly, but before she could attack, Hinata had already dashed forward. A sharp whoosh split the air. Dozens of shuriken flew toward Hinata in a dense barrage. Tenten wasn't bluffing. She really wasn't holding back. Hinata's eyes widened. Now's the time. The leaf-catching training Kitazawa had drilled into her flashed through her mind. She moved like flowing water, weaving between the whirling blades. Not only that, she deflected many of them with kunao in both hands, her movements fluid and precise. Impressive, Tenten muttered, genuinely surprised. Even though using so many ninja tools bordered on overkill, it was completely within the rules. Still, the ease with which Hinata dodged was beyond expectation. Twin rising dragons. Tenten launched 2 more scrolls into the air, spinning them overhead. They unfurled midair, transforming into twin spiraling dragons that unleashed a storm of weapons in every direction. Unlike her earlier linear barrage, this was a true area of effect onslaught. Hinata began to struggle. She barely dodged a kunao only to be grazed by a shuriken on her wrist. Blood began to drip, and cold sweat formed on her brow. There's too many. I can't dodge them all. Should she give up? In that moment, Kitazawa's warm smile and trusting gaze surfaced in her mind. No, I can't give up. Not now. A sudden surge of chakra erupted from Hinata's body. Her veins bulged at her temples, the telltale sign. The Byakugan. Tenten gasped, her heart skipping a beat as she stared into Hinata's transformed eyes, sharp, cold, and surgical in precision. Even Niji's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. She awakened it now? At her age, she wasn't far behind him anymore. How had she changed so much? Rare to see Byakugan awaken this young, Shikaka remarked in surprise. It seems the Hyuga clan, like the Uchiha, now has 2 geniuses, Hiruzen added, stroking his beard thoughtfully. He knew Hinata well. Like Niji, he had once doubted her potential as a ninja. But now, with such a dramatic awakening, it could only be one person's influence. Kitazawa. Hiruzen grew more impressed. In less than a month, this teacher had transformed Hinata, Naruto, and others. His talent was undeniable. With her Byakugan active, Hinata's perception sharpened tenfold. The chaotic rain of weapons now looked as clear as day. She dashed through the storm like a phantom, weaving between blades with uncanny accuracy. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Tenten. Without hesitation, Hinata struck with her fingers, precise, graceful, deadly. A pressure point on Tenten's wrist was hit. Her chakra spiraled into disarray. Hinata followed up with a palm strike, sending her opponent flying. I surrender, Tenten said with a wry smile as she steadied herself. I can't use my scrolls anymore, and I know better than to engage a Hyuga in close combat. Silence fell for a moment. I awakened, my Byakugan. Hinata finally spoke, her voice filled with awe. A flood of emotion swelled within her, and somewhere beneath it all, a quiet, radiant joy. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Kitazawa looked at Hinata's newly awakened Byakugan and gave a small, satisfied nod. All that effort had finally borne fruit. In the original timeline, Hinata certainly hadn't awakened her Byakugan at the age of 6. But under his guidance, she had done it, and the sense of accomplishment swelled within him. Just then, the system chimed in with a prompt. Mission complete. Help Hyuga Hinata awaken her Byakugan. Reward, 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher. The reward was instantly delivered. The 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher, one of the Gentle Fist's signature moves, paired perfectly with the 64 palms technique. Where one focused on explosive power, the other emphasized relentless precision. Together, they formed a deadly 1-2. And once he defeated second-year Class A, he'd unlock the 64 palms as well. At that point, his overall strength would rival that of an elite Jonin. I did it, Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata, beaming with excitement, ran toward him. Her Byakugan still faintly glowing, a rosy flush lingered on her cheeks. Congratulations, Hinata, Kitazawa said warmly, his smile genuine. You were amazing out there, Hinata. Ino praised without hesitation. The Byakugan really is as incredible as they say, Kiba added with a grin and a thumbs up. Naruto scratched his head, tilting it with a puzzled look. Hey, I've been meaning to ask, why are Hinata's eyes all white? He clearly had no clue what a Kekii Genkai even was. Bloodline Limai Shino began, adjusting his sunglasses. But Kiba jumped in with a smirk. Let me explain it instead. He took center stage, animatedly describing what a bloodline limit was. That's so cool. Naruto shouted, eyes sparkling with amazement. When it comes to Kekii Genkai, Sakura said with her hands on her hips, nothing beats the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, have you awakened your Sharingan yet? Naruto asked, tilting his head curiously. Sasuke's mouth twitched. He didn't bother answering. If he had awakened it, would he really be keeping it a secret? Still, watching Hinata's sudden power-up stirred something in him. Jealousy? Ambition? Maybe both. Could he still beat her as easily as before? Sasuke found himself wanting to test it out with a sparring match. But first, there was someone else he needed to face. Hyuga Niji. Mizuki, meanwhile, was reeling from the loss. Just when Tenten had the upper hand, Hinata's Byakugan had awakened, completely flipping the outcome. The emotional whiplash left him frustrated and stunned. I'm sorry, Tenten said softly as she returned to her classmates. It's no shame losing to the Byakugan, Niji said flatly, his tone unreadable. Mizuki had wanted to reprimand her, but at Niji's words, he fell silent. Now wasn't the time to damage morale. Yeah, Rock Lee chimed in cheerfully. Hinata really was strong. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. Niji glanced at him, deep in thought. Could Hinata now be called strong? He had to admit, awakening the Byakugan at 6 was unheard of, something only a true prodigy could achieve. For the first time, Niji saw Hinata not as a burden or a weak heiress, but as a worthy opponent. Lee, Mizuki finally said, after a long pause, you're up next. Rock Lee, once the weakest in second-year Class A, had grown rapidly under Might Guy's tutelage. His taijutsu was now top tier, and among the second years, he stood as a powerhouse. Mizuki-sensei, I swear on my youth, I won't let you down, Lee declared, giving a sparkling thumbs up. Kitazawa-sensei, Naruto called eagerly as Lee stepped forward. Go on, Kitazawa said with a nod. Just be careful. All right. Naruto jumped to his feet, bursting onto the training ground without hesitation. Lee's thick eyebrows shot up in surprise. Naruto, you're my opponent. Lee, Naruto shouted with a grin. Naruto, Lee shouted back, his own eyes shining. I never thought we'd be standing across from each other like this, Naruto said with a nostalgic smile. Guy-sensei will be proud, Lee said, clenching his fists. A taijutsu duel in front of the Hokage himself. In the next moment, the two flung their arms around each other and cried tears of passion. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, utterly confused. How did this get so emotional? This is overflowing with youthful energy, Shikaka muttered, his eyelids twitching. You don't have to praise it, Hiruzen grumbled under his breath. I was being honest, Hokage-sama, Shikaka coughed, clearly regretting his words. Begin the match. Kitazawa couldn't contain his excitement and barked the signal. Watch out, Naruto. Lee launched a precise kick with no hesitation. Leaf whirlwind. Naruto parried with his own spinning kick. The two gusts of wind clashed in midair, producing a heavy reverberation. Youth thrives in battle. Lee stepped back and then lunged forward. Leaf great whirlwind. Leaf rock crushing rise. Naruto countered with a flying elbow, the impact sending a shockwave outward. Lee maintained a calm facade, though inwardly he knew he was under pressure. Naruto's Uzumaki resilience, fueled by Nine-Tails chakra and his proud bloodline, made him exceptionally durable. Lee, a pure taijutsu specialist, simply couldn't match that endurance, but he refused to back down. The two traded blows fast, fierce, and unrestrained. Guy taught him well, Hiruzen Sarutobi observed, eyes gleaming at Naruto's advantage. Naruto truly has talent, added Shikako with an approving nod. Hiruzen's tone grew thoughtful. Yet taijutsu nin are vulnerable to ninjutsu, they wear out without other skills or a bloodline limit. He mused, hoping Naruto would someday harness ninjutsu like Minato. After several intense minutes, Lee retreated slightly. Give it everything you've got, Naruto. At that, Naruto paused, not from fatigue, but doubt. Hiruzen watched intently. Could Naruto be learning the 8 gates? It was almost unimaginable the gates were too advanced for his age. Lee's voice rang out again, youth demands total effort? I want to lose, but lose honorably. Mizuki's scalp prickled. Voluntarily conceding? Madness? Naruto's hesitation vanished in an instant. Okay. He formed hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. From the swirling smoke appeared 2 Narutos. They immediately repeated the seals, producing 4, 6, and finally 7 Narutos on the field. Lee, teach me, the 7 blonde-haired shamans chanted before charging. Unsurprisingly, Rock Lee was overwhelmed by this coordinated onslaught. Hiruzen watched, astonishment etched on his face. He can use multiple shadow clones, at 6 years old. He wondered if Naruto should officially learn it. The boy clearly had the aptitude. Shikaka stared, incredulous. What kind of chakra volume is that? Kiba's face spoke volumes about the gap between them. Sasuke fell silent. Could he hope to take on 7 Naruto clones? The crowd was stunned. How could a mere first-year produce such genius-level feats? Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Hiruzen announced with a satisfied smile. Naruto dispelled the clones and extended a hand to Lee. That was amazing, but I'll catch up. Lee gave him a bright thumbs up. I'll be waiting. Naruto replied. Mizuki then turned to Niji. Niji, your turn. He knew this match was critical. Everything rested on Niji now. Niji met the challenge with cool confidence. I won't lose. He strode to the center of the grounds. Sasuke stood ready, eyes flicking to Kitazawa in anticipation. But Kitazawa surprised everyone by uttering an unexpected name, Yakumo Karema. Sasuke froze in shock. Niji stared at the slight, unfamiliar girl who stepped forward, confusion etched on his face. Chapter 83, Chapter 83. Kitazawa-sensei, what's going on? Sasuke couldn't help but ask, his tone edged with disbelief. Though he deeply trusted Kitazawa, having his long-awaited battle with Hyuga Niji taken away left him confused and frustrated. He wasn't the only one. Naruto and Ino exchanged baffled glances. None of them could understand the choice. The reason? Yakumo Karema barely had a presence in Class A. She often skipped lessons, only occasionally showing up for practical training. And ever since Tsunade's return to the village, she had taken a leave of absence altogether. To the rest of the class, Yakumo was just a sickly, frail girl, someone who always seemed on the verge of collapsing. But now, that same girl was about to face the genius of the academy, Hyuga Niji. It was simply unthinkable. You'll understand once the match begins, Kitazawa said coolly. But Sasuke protested, still unwilling. He had wanted to test himself against the Byakugan, to gauge the strength of one of Konoha's most legendary dojutsu. Sasuke, calm down. Kitazawa placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't worry if Yakumo loses, I'll let you spar with Niji afterward. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then gave a small nod. He could accept that. Still, his eyes remained on Yakumo, curious. What kind of ability did she possess to earn Kitazawa's confidence? The Kurama clan, murmured Shikaku, glancing at Hiruzen. Weren't they once as renowned for genjutsu as the Uchiha? That's right. A flicker of intrigue passed through Hiruzen's eyes. I didn't expect Kitazawa to field her against Niji, but it's a choice that suits his style perfectly. He, too, wanted to see how far Yakumo had developed her bloodline limit. Shikaku immediately began to consider the implications. If Yakumo had truly awakened the legendary Kurama Kekkai Genkai, one that rivaled the Sharingan, then the clan might be on the verge of resurgence. It could be wise to establish ties early. Let's begin. Niji raised his hand and formed the traditional confrontational seal. He wasn't sure why Sasuke had been replaced, but it didn't matter. No matter the opponent, he intended to win. Yakumo stepped forward slowly, nervous but composed. Niji's reputation preceded him, and deep down, she lacked confidence. But Kitazawa believed in her. She had to try. Begin, Kitazawa declared. Niji immediately activated his Byakugan, veins bulging beside his eyes. In that instant, he saw Yakumo's chakra network and froze. What is this? His pupils narrowed. Enormous yin chakra surged within Yakumo's delicate frame, radiating an oppressive power. Shit. Niji muttered, just as Yakumo unfurled a scroll. With a sudden whoosh, flames burst from the scroll, transforming the area into a blazing sea of fire. The temperature spiked. Niji began to sweat as he retreated. What kind of fire release is this? Sasuke was stunned. The sheer scope and intensity of the flames eclipsed both the jutsus he had studied. She's strong, Naruto exclaimed. So this is why Kitazawa-sensei picked her. There's something off, Shikaku muttered, eyes narrowing. She didn't use any hand signs. Ino and Shino looked equally shocked. Even Hinata stared in disbelief as Niji struggled to dodge the inferno. A Hyuga genius reduced to simply running. Damn it. Niji gritted his teeth, surging forward in a burst of speed. But Yakumo calmly produced a second painting. Boom! Thunderclouds erupted overhead. A cascade of lightning bolts rained down, forcing Niji to retreat again. Still unfazed, Yakumo opened a third scroll. Gale force winds surged out, forming invisible kunai that sliced through the air with surgical precision. Fire, lightning, wind, what is she? Gasped one student. Sasuke clenched his fists. Is she really the same age as us? This has to be a Kekkai Genkai, Shikamaru said, eyes sharp. The Kurama clan. I remember now, they had a genjutsu bloodline limit that rivaled the Sharingan. Sasuke's head snapped up. Rival, the Sharingan? Impossible. And yet, what he saw defied disbelief. Yakumo's illusions weren't illusions at all, they were real. No wonder they once matched the Uchiha, Shikaku murmured. He could see deeper than the others. What Yakumo wielded wasn't just unique, it was absurd. On par with forbidden techniques. This is genjutsu made real, Hiruzen said gravely. Even he hadn't expected such a display. The potential of the Kurama bloodline limit was staggering. Shikaku was at a loss for words. Genjutsu was supposed to be illusion and deception. But Yakumo's ability had broken that very rule, turning thought into reality. Anyone caught off guard by her would stand no chance. And that's exactly what Niji was discovering. Under the unrelenting barrage of Yakumo's conjured elements, he had no room to counterattack. Dodging was all he could do. Kitazawa, meanwhile, stood quietly at the side, thinking, this is basically a god tier ability. With a few scrolls, Yakumo could hold the battlefield on her own. It was, without exaggeration, a form of invincibility. Kurane let out a long sigh. Even though she had long known of Yakumo's abilities, witnessing them firsthand still left her feeling hollow. As a traditional genjutsu user, she could only despair. Whether it was the Uchiha or the Kurama, once their bloodline awakened, they soared beyond reach. Mizuki, meanwhile, was frozen in place. His team had lost every single match. Even Niji, his trump card, had been crushed by an unknown, seemingly frail girl. What kind of joke is this? A bitter, self-mocking smile crept onto his lips. Winner, Yakumo Kurama, Hiruzen announced, chuckling. I declare first-year class the victors of this friendly match. We won. The students erupted in cheers. Niji stood in silence, gasping for breath. He heard the declaration, but it felt distant. Unreal. Did I really just lose, like that? He reached up, touching the cursed seal on his forehead. Is this the fate I can never escape? Mizuki collapsed onto the ground. He had lost too badly to even feel anger anymore. Only confusion remained. Why were there so many geniuses in first-year class A? And then it hit him. I was set up by that evil Kitazawa. From beginning to end, the match had played out exactly as Kitazawa wanted. But Mizuki wouldn't blame himself. Instead, he shifted all his resentment onto Kitazawa. If he ever had the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Mission complete. Defeat second-year class A in the friendly match. Reward, gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Reward issued. Kitazawa smirked subtly. At last, he had obtained the technique he'd been waiting for. With 8 trigrams, mountain crusher, and now 64 palms, all he needed was rotation and vacuum palm, and he'd match even Hyuga Hayashi in strength. After all, the system didn't just give techniques, it maxed their mastery instantly. Even Hayashi, the clan head, might not wield gentle fist as perfectly as Kitazawa now did. It really was cheating. Kitazawa. Hiruzen approached. I'll head back for now. Come to my office once you've wrapped up here. The surrounding teachers glanced over, many with envy in their eyes. Clearly, this meant a reward was coming. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa replied with a respectful bow. After Hiruzen and Shikako left, the tension lifted from first-year Class A, and their celebration erupted with even more energy and joy. Mizuki. Kitazawa approached with a calm demeanor. You lost. That means you owe me one favor. Mizuki masked the killing intent simmering beneath his skin and asked coldly, what do you want? Simple, Kitazawa replied with a smile. Be my escort next weekend. We'll take a mission outside the village, just the two of us. Mizuki's eyes widened. Outside the village? Alone with Kitazawa? This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. I accept, Mizuki said, forcing a grin. Kitazawa wasn't surprised. This was exactly the outcome he'd anticipated. In the original timeline, Mizuki had even gone so far as to kill his teammates to complete missions. Kitazawa was merely leveraging that ambition. He turned, just in time to see Niji walking toward Hinata. Kitazawa's brow arched. Hinata-sama, Niji said coolly. I'd like to challenge you. And Niji and I. Hinata faltered, clearly startled and overwhelmed by the sudden request. Just as Kitazawa was about to intervene, a familiar screen of glowing text materialized before his eyes. A student from another class has issued a challenge. As class representative, it's your duty to respond. Current mission, help your desk partner, Hyuga Hinata, defeat Hyuga Niji. Reward, 8 trigrams palms, rotation. Accept mission. Niji, Kitazawa stepped between them, his voice calm but firm. Hinata just awakened her Byakugan. You've been training for an entire year longer. How about this, why don't you two spar next semester instead? I'll listen to Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata said quickly, relieved to have an out. Fine. That's more reasonable, Niji replied, turning away without argument. Don't worry, Kitazawa whispered to Hinata with a reassuring smile. I'll help you train. After exchanging a few words with Kurane, Kitazawa headed for the Hokage's office. After all, it wouldn't do to keep the Hokage waiting. Hokage's office. Kitazawa entered after receiving permission. Kitazawa, Hiruzen said with a warm smile, today's match you and your class truly impressed me. If only Naruto and Sasuke had shown growth, it would have been expected. Their talents were well known. But today, even the civilian students had shown, especially Haruno Sakura. Thank you for your praise, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa said humbly. But I still have a long way to go. Nonsense. Hiruzen waved a hand dismissively. There's hardly a better teacher in the entire academy. You've more than earned it. Kitazawa bowed his head respectfully. This year's outstanding teacher selection hasn't officially begun, Hiruzen continued with a grin, but I'll ensure the title is yours. It was a clear reward, but the Hokage wasn't finished. I also want you to take charge of the academy's administration. The position oversaw the school's administrative operations, teacher assignments, exam planning, and curriculum goals, essentially making Kitazawa the second most powerful figure in the school after the principal. It was a meteoric rise. Kitazawa was more than pleased. With this authority, his position in the village would be solidified. As long as he didn't make critical mistakes, Hiruzen's protection was assured. You're now officially a special Jonin, Hiruzen added, so you're entitled to one A-rank ninjutsu. Go with Haru to the ninjutsu vault and choose one. This time, Kitazawa's gratitude was genuine. Thank you, Hokage-sama. A-rank jutsu were rare and invaluable. Most Jonin had only 1 or 2 to their name. You may go, Hiruzen nodded. Today's rewards were exceptional, both a recognition of Kitazawa's worth and an incentive tied to Naruto's development. Hiruzen was in high spirits. Until the door burst open. A single-eyed gaze met Hiruzen's, and the warmth drained from the room. Danzo, Hiruzen muttered, his expression cooling. Hiruzen, Danzo said gravely, I heard that Yakumo Kurama has awakened her bloodline limit. Your spies work fast, Hiruzen said dryly. The Kurama clan's ability is on par with the Sharingan. She must be placed under proper supervision. I want her transferred to Root, under my direct training. No. The refusal was immediate and firm. Hiruzen, Danzo pressed, narrowing his eye, her power is dangerous. Without guidance, it could become uncontrollable. She already has a capable teacher. Kitazawa? Kurane? Neither of them is qualified to guide someone like her, Danzo snapped. Her bloodline limit could be invaluable against the Uchiha. Enough. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk. The Uchiha are loyal shinobi of Konoha. There is no need to deal with them. Our sensei once said the Uchiha are inherently cursed. We must be prepared. Danzo's tone was dark, resolute. Hand her over. Absolutely not. Hiruzen stood, authority crackling in his voice. There will be no further discussion. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo turned, seething, and stormed out of the office, the door slamming behind him. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Kitazawa stood in the ninjutsu archive, completely unaware of the dramatic "you'll regret it" bang moment that had just unfolded in the Hokage's office. Had he known, he might have felt a tinge of regret for missing a scene destined to become a village legend. He surveyed the shelves around him, quickly recognizing many familiar ninjutsu. Hiruzen had been generous. With the exception of a few forbidden or confidential jutsu, all 7 chakra natures were represented and Raiznan was among them. Kitazawa paused, lost in thought. He debated whether to choose an A-rank ninjutsu he hadn't yet mastered. But after a bit of internal back and forth, he chose Raiznan. The reason was simple. He had the system. Why waste time grinding through the intricacies of A-rank jutsus? That time would be better spent learning medical ninjutsu, an excellent excuse to get closer to Tsunade. A-rank scrolls cannot leave the room. Please memorize the content right here. Haru reminded him. If you forget anything, you're welcome to return. Understood, Kitazawa replied with a nod. A-rank ninjutsu were, after all, foundational secrets of any major village. If leaked, the consequences could be catastrophic. He unrolled the Raisnon scroll and pretended to study it intently. 15 minutes later, he closed it. I've memorized it. Thanks, I'll take my leave. He offered a polite nod to Haru and exited the Hokage building. Back on the streets of Konoha, Kitazawa let out a long breath. With the friendly match now behind him, his strength had once again taken a significant leap forward. As long as he didn't cross paths with monsters like Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, or Hiruzen himself, he felt confident in his survival. Scanning through his remaining tasks, he quickly formed his next plan of action. Step 1. Begin training in medical ninjutsu. Step 2. Help his students with specialized training. Step 3. Quietly deal with the ticking time bomb that was Mizuki. Instead of heading back to the academy, Kitazawa turned in the direction of Kurene's house. It was Friday, and with the friendly match taking up most of the day, the Class 1A students had been dismissed early. You're back already? Kurene asked, slightly surprised as she opened the door. What did Hokage-sama reward you with? He made me head of the academic administration office, Kitazawa replied with a grin. And he gave me an A-rank ninjutsu. An A-rank? Kurene's eyes widened. I've only mastered 2 and both are clan jutsus. Well then, Kitazawa chuckled as he stepped inside and casually shut the door behind him. Aren't you lucky to have such a talented boyfriend? All right, you're amazing, she said, rolling her eyes. Not convincing enough, he teased, patting her thigh. Her skin rippled gently under his hand, soft but firm. She clearly trained regularly. You're asking for a beating. Kurene sprang forward and stomped on his foot. Unfortunately for her, she was barefoot, and Kitazawa barely felt it. 1 hit each. Now we're even, she said with a smug little snort, though the corners of her lips betrayed a smile. Then why not stomp a few more times? Kitazawa's eyes flicked to her long, toned legs. In your dreams, she huffed, crossing her arms, both sultry and adorable. Kitazawa laughed and flopped onto the sofa. So, which ninjutsu did you pick? She asked, sitting beside him. Is it wind release? Nope. I chose Raisnon. Kurene's expression changed immediately. Wait, the Raisnon? 4th Hokage-sama's Raisnon. That's the one, Kitazawa confirmed. No hand signs. Great destructive power. If I can master it, my combat capabilities will jump. Kurene looked like she wanted to say something but stopped herself. She had been about to mention how difficult it was to learn Raisnon, but remembering Kitazawa's recent leaps in strength, she bit her tongue. He was already stronger than her and she hadn't seen that coming. Where's Lady Tsunade? Kitazawa asked, gently taking Kurene's hand. It was warm and smooth in his own. She's at the casino, of course, Kurene replied, glancing at the wall clock. She usually doesn't return until after 6. Kitazawa nodded thoughtfully. He was pondering how to take the first step into medical ninjutsu. Before he could say anything more, Kurene suddenly grabbed his wrist. What is it, Kurene? He asked, blinking. What do you think? She snapped, cheeks flushed. Stop touching me. Oops, sorry. I was just lost in thought, Kitazawa said innocently, pulling his hand off her thigh. Oh please. Do I look like I believe that? She grumbled. How about this, since we have some free time, want to train in Raisnon together? Kurene blinked, surprised. Me? I can't. That jutsu was a personal reward for you. It wouldn't be right. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know, Kitazawa grinned. Unless you think I'd rat you out. That's not the issue. Kurene looked conflicted. Secretly learning a restricted ninjutsu was no small matter in Konoha. But Kitazawa persisted. It's not like you'll use it openly. And if it ever comes down to life or death, are you really going to worry about rules? His offer wasn't just generous, it was tactical. Kurene's reliance on genjutsu left her vulnerable. If an enemy broke it, she'd lose more than half her combat potential. Raisnon could change that. If worst comes to worst, we'll just ask Tsunade-sama for help, he added, tugging her toward the backyard. I swear, you're too persuasive for your own good, Kurene mumbled, reluctantly following. Behind the house, in a secluded spot, Kitazawa handed her a water balloon. This is the first stage of Raisnon training. Focus the chakra into the balloon and make the water spin. Kurene nodded seriously. If she was going to do this, she would give it her all. Your turn. She extended her hand and started channeling chakra. The water slowly began to swirl. You'll probably need 2 to 3 hours, Kitazawa noted, watching her progress. Her chakra control was excellent, but not quite at his system-enhanced level. How are you so good at this? She asked suspiciously. I already completed stage 1 on my way here, he lied smoothly. No way, that fast. Kurene's jaw dropped. Kitazawa casually grabbed another balloon and burst it with a single pulse of chakra. You're seriously a monster, she muttered, half impressed, half annoyed. Go train somewhere else. You're distracting me. Call me if you get stuck, Kitazawa said, smiling as he backed away. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga compound. Rice balls, they're all rice balls. Hinata sang to herself, skipping merrily into the courtyard. She was so cheerful, she forgot all about the strict etiquette drilled into her since childhood. Hinata. A deep, stern voice echoed across the courtyard. Hinata froze. She knew that tone. It was her father, Hyuga Hayashi. Her heart sank as she realized how unrestrained she had just been. I'm sorry, she began, bowing instinctively only to stop midway. What is it? Hayashi frowned. Something about her felt different. Father, she said, summoning her courage. I've awakened the Byakugan. As if to prove it, she activated her dojutsu. The veins near her eyes bulged. You've done well, Hayashi said, stunned. Activating the Byakugan at 6 years old was no small feat. Aside from Niji, the most gifted prodigy in the clan's recent history, Hinata's achievement was remarkable. Hayashi himself hadn't been much stronger at her age. Thank you, father, Hinata said softly. She saw it in his eyes approval. For the first time in a long while, she had his praise. And she knew, this change, this growth, was all thanks to Kitazawa. You're ready, Hayashi said. From today, you'll begin training in Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. It's a main house jutsu, passed down only through our lineage. Yes, father. Hinata looked at his faint smile and felt her heart swell. In her memory, he had smiled only a handful of times. Was this because of the Byakugan? Or maybe it was something else, something Kitazawa had awakened in her. In that moment, one thought lingered in her mind. How can I ever repay him? Chapter 85, Chapter 85. I was this close to winning back everything I lost earlier. Tsunade growled, kicking a loose stone in frustration. Unbelievable. Trailing behind her, Shizun sighed and muttered under her breath, more like a million miles away. In all the years she'd followed Lady Tsunade, not once had she seen her win a single game. And yet, her addiction to gambling remained as fierce as ever, leaving Shizun utterly exasperated. Lady Tsunade, Shizun interjected, hoping to redirect her focus. Are we heading back to the inn or going to meet Kitazawa and Ui? First things first, money, Tsunade said darkly. Shizun wasn't the least bit surprised. At the moment, their only legitimate income came from the psychological medical ninja system project. Everything else? A stack of ES. It's open. Shizun blinked, spotting the door ajar. That's odd. Tsunade didn't seem to care. She slipped off her shoes, padded barefoot into the living room, and flopped onto the sofa like she owned the place. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa greeted, looking up as she entered. As she strode across the room, Kitazawa couldn't help but notice how the tension in her steps made the fabric of her clothes shift. He briefly considered offering a hand but wisely held back. Yakumo had a match today, he offered. I gave her the day off. If you're here to discuss the new jutsu, he added, we can talk about it tomorrow. Combat match. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. That the friendly competition you mentioned? Kitazawa nodded. Yes. Our class won decisively. He paused, then smiled faintly. Hokage-sama even rewarded me with an A-rank jutsu. The Raise-non. You actually picked the Raise-non. Tsunade frowned. You still have time to change your mind. Why? Kitazawa asked, though he already knew the answer. Because it's not an easy jutsu, Tsunade explained. Minato created it, and it's one of the hardest in chakra-shape transformation. Few can master it. Then how about a bet? Kitazawa smiled, seeing the spark in her eyes. A bet. Her tone sharpened. What do you have in mind? If I master Raise-non in 3 days, you teach me medical ninjutsu, Kitazawa proposed. Tsunade burst into laughter. 3 days? You're joking? The Rasengan's design is based on the tailed beast bomb. It's no child's game. Then, do we have a bet? Kitazawa repeated, undeterred. Tsunade eyed him carefully. So confident. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. All right. But I'm not accepting you as my student. Just teaching you medical ninjutsu. Fair enough. Kitazawa had originally planned to wager for her mentorship, but it was clear that Tsunade had her own standards. Still, this was enough. Once he demonstrated his talent, things would change. From the side, Shizun watched the two. Despite Rasengan's difficulty, something told her Lady Tsunade might actually lose this time. Causality, she mused. Where's Ui? Tsunade asked, leaning back comfortably. As she did, her figure shifted in ways that didn't go unnoticed. She's outside training, Kitazawa replied. Then I won't bother her, Tsunade waved. We'll talk about the jutsu tomorrow. She stood and moved to the adjacent room with Shizun. But just as she reached the door, she turned. Wait. What if you don't learn Raise-non in 3 days? Kitazawa shrugged. I'll give you 1 million ryo. Tsunade's eyes lit up. Excellent. I graciously accept your donation in advance. Kitazawa chuckled. It's not over yet, Lady Tsunade. Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can daydream, she shot back with a smirk. What kind of comment is that? He laughed. Shikamaru, Koji, see you next week. Ino waved, then stepped into the Yamanaka flower shop. You're home early, Inoichi said from behind the counter. Our class's friendly match with second-year Class A ended earlier than expected, she beamed. Guess who won? You're smiling, do I even need to guess? Inoichi chuckled. That's right. We crushed them. Not a single loss. Wasn't Hyuga Niji in that class? Inoichi asked, surprised. Did Sasuke beat him? Nope. Ino grinned wider. Now guess again, you won't believe it. Inoichi raised an eyebrow. I give up. Yakumo Karema. Inoichi's eyes widened. The Karema clan produced another bloodline genius? That's impressive. Ino nodded. And guess what? I have a surprise for you. Oh, I want you to teach me the mind-body switch jutsu. That's the surprise. Inoichi blinked. Come on, Dad, now. She darted off playfully. Inoichi chuckled and followed, indulging her enthusiasm. Before long, he was genuinely surprised Ino's progress was far faster than expected. Her fundamentals were solid. Too solid. It's all thanks to Kitazawa-sensei's training, she said reverently. He's amazing. What the? Inoichi felt an odd twinge of jealousy. His daughter admired another man more than her own father? Saturday morning. After a quick wash-up, Kitazawa headed to Kurene's house. Tsunade, Shizune, and Yakumo were already there. Kitazawa, help me in the kitchen, Kurene greeted, then disappeared inside. What's for breakfast? He asked, following. Rice, grilled fish, miso soup, salad, and natto, she replied, reaching for an apron. I'll tie it for you, Kitazawa offered, stepping behind her. His hands wrapped the apron strings around her slender waist. Thanks, she said casually. You still look stunning in an apron, he murmured, admiring her graceful figure. Save the flattery, Kurene said with a small smile. Lady Tsunade's waiting. Together, they prepared a simple but warm breakfast. Just as they finished, a knock came at the door. I'll get it, Kitazawa said, rising. When he opened the door, his eyes widened slightly. Shikaku-sama. No need for titles, Shikaku Nara said warmly. Call me senpai. Kitazawa nodded, still puzzled. Why was the Nara clan leader, a Hokage advisor, visiting him? May I come in? Shikaku chuckled. Of course. Kitazawa stepped aside. But don't be too surprised. What, Tsunade-sama? Shikaku froze. It's been a while, Tsunade said casually from the sofa. Shikaku looked between her and Kitazawa, utterly baffled. What is going on here? Kitazawa gave a diplomatic smile. It's complicated. Hokage-sama's orders. If you're curious, feel free to ask him directly. I see, Shikaku said, quickly recovering. Then I'll get to the point. I want you to be Shikamaru's private tutor. Before Kitazawa could respond, 4 lines appeared before his eyes. Mission triggered. Help Shikamaru Nara build the foundation to learn his clan's secret ninjutsu. Reward, shadow imitation jutsu. Accept. Jackpot. Kitazawa knew this mission wasn't impossible, but Shikamaru's laziness would be the real challenge. Hokage-sama praised your teaching, Shikaku added. That's why I'm asking. Think you can fix my son's attitude? I can try, Kitazawa agreed, accepting the mission. Shikaku handed him an envelope. This is your monthly pay. Kitazawa glanced at it. 500,000 ryo. The Nara clan really doesn't skimp. Lady Tsunade, I'll take my leave, Shikaku said, bowing respectfully. After he left, Kurene turned to Kitazawa. Feels like you're becoming Konoha's most famous sensei. It's just appearances, Kitazawa shrugged. Let's move on to the new ninjutsu. You still have the energy for that. Tsunade arched an eyebrow. Don't forget, only 3 days. 3 days. Kurene blinked. What are you talking about? Kitazawa quickly explained their bet. You. Kurene looked like she wanted to object, but didn't. This might be a bit reckless. It's fine, Kitazawa said. I'll manage. With his system-enhanced chakra control and shape transformation, it wasn't just a bluff. You're awfully confident, Tsunade remarked, but didn't mind. More confidence meant a better chance for her to win. Shizune looked between them, conflicted. Could Tsunade-sama finally win a bet? Was the Raisnon really that easy now? 2 days later. Kurene stood, frustrated, rubber ball in hand. Still can't pop it, she muttered. Stage 2 is much harder. Don't worry, Kitazawa reassured her. You'll get there. What about you? She asked. Only 1 day left. Have you mastered it? Kitazawa smiled faintly and extended his hand. A glowing, spinning Raisnon materialized instantly. Kurene's eyes widened. 2 days? He actually did it. She stood stunned, unable to hide the awe in her expression. Chapter 86, Chapter 86. Kitazawa glanced at Kurene, who seemed momentarily stunned. As the Raisnon in his hand dissolved, he reached out and gently pinched her soft cheek. When did you learn that? She asked, snapping back to her senses. Yesterday, he replied after a short pause. Technically, he wasn't lying. It had only taken him 2 days to master the Raisnon. Kurene pouted, frustration flickering in her eyes. Being surpassed so easily, it's really frustrating. Kitazawa's eyes drifted to her lips, soft, pink, and slightly parted in the morning light. He leaned closer. Kurene looked up at him, her eyes clouded with something unspoken. She didn't move away. Their lips met. Kitazawa's arm slid around her waist, but as soon as his hand brushed against the curve of her rear, she shoved him back, cheeks flushed. You're not being very honest, are you? She said with mock sternness. Clearing his throat, Kitazawa tried to sound serious. I should get going. Duty awaits. And I'm going back to practicing Raisnon, she muttered, stomping lightly on his foot. Kitazawa looked down at her delicate, pale feet and thought to himself, I'll make her pay for that, someday. He changed his sandals at the entrance and left Kurene's house. Konoha Ninja Academy. Opening his office door, Kitazawa spotted Hinata sitting quietly on the sofa. Her posture was rigid, legs together, hands folded in her lap, a perfect example of Hyuga discipline. Good morning, Hinata, Kitazawa said, patting her head. Good morning, Kitazawa-sensei, she said with a slight blush, hopping down from the sofa to greet him. You seem happy today. Something happened? Hinata nodded, a shy smile forming on her face. Father was pleased with me yesterday. He praised me, and even taught me gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow, thought stirring. Could I use Hinata's training as a basis to justify learning the gentle fist myself? Theoretically, yes, but practically, there were serious risks. Unless he had overwhelming strength and influence, learning a clan's secret jutsu as an outsider could be dangerous, possibly fatal. Still, it was an angle, something to keep in mind. That's incredible, Hinata. You're on your way to being a top-tier prodigy. I'm really not, Hinata said, ducking her head. It's only thanks to your guidance, Kitazawa-sensei. He smiled, flicking her forehead gently. You've got to believe in yourself. My guidance wouldn't mean anything if you didn't have the talent. Hinata looked up at him, heart-stirring. No one, not even her family, had ever encouraged her this way. What do you think about Niji's challenge? He asked, taking out the food he had brought. I can't beat him, she whispered. Not yet. You've only just awakened your Byakugan, Kitazawa said, offering her a rice ball. But you don't need to be discouraged. Do you think I can catch up to him one day? Ordinarily? No, he said bluntly. Then he smiled. But you have one thing he doesn't, you have me as your teacher. Hinata's face lit up. She hadn't considered the contradiction yet. How could a non-Hyuga teach her gentle fist? Kitazawa-sensei, I'm here, a lively voice called out. Ino stepped into the room with 2 bento boxes. Hey, you started eating without me, she said dramatically. Without waiting for an invitation, she sat beside Hinata and opened her box. I thought you'd be having breakfast at home today, Kitazawa commented. I was going to, but I wanted to share some great news. Her face lit up with pride. I've learned the mind-body switch jutsu. Kitazawa blinked. You've learned it already? Well, sort of. Ino said, blinking innocently. I can use it, kind of. So she's barely scratched the surface, Kitazawa thought. Still, it was impressive for someone her age. That's already amazing. At your age, learning a clan jutsu puts you far ahead. Ino beamed, embarrassed by the praise. Keep practicing. Master it soon, Kitazawa said, patting her head. Of course, Kitazawa-sensei. I'll be counting on your guidance. Mission triggered. Help Ino Yamanaka master the mind-body switch jutsu. Reward, mind-body switch jutsu. Accept mission. Kitazawa's brow twitched. Looks like the system wants me to collect the secret jutsus of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. Made sense if this was the strongest shinobi system. Mastering all clan jutsus would be a natural path. He smiled. Let's train after first period. Classroom, Class 1A. When they entered the classroom, Sakura was buzzing around Sasuke, much to his silent annoyance. Meanwhile, Naruto was animatedly telling Kiba and Choji about his fishing weekend. Kitazawa remembered Naruto's knack for catching fish in the wild. Hiruzen had even freeloaded off him once. Kitazawa-sensei, the students chorused. They were far more enthusiastic now than they'd been before the match against second-year Class A. You all did great in the friendly match, he said at the podium, unrolling a summoning scroll. So, I prepared a reward. Snacks 1 bag each. Kitazawa-sensei is the best. Thank you, sensei. Cheers filled the room. He smiled warmly. Line up and collect them. 10 minutes later, everyone had their treat. Eat them after class, he added. Now, let's begin. For once, everyone was attentive except Shikamaru, who was his usual lazy self, eyes half open and spirit somewhere else entirely. When the bell rang, Kitazawa dismissed class. Shikamaru, come to my office. Huh. Shikamaru blinked. Busted. Kiba teased. I don't think it's punishment, Ino guessed. He probably needs you for something. Good luck, Choji said, patting his friend. Troublesome. Shikamaru muttered. He entered the office, already on defense. Sensei, I've already mastered the textbook. That's why I wasn't paying attention. Then how about I teach you something new? Kitazawa replied, playing along. Shikamaru frowned. No need to waste your time. Your mom asked me to tutor you. Shikamaru froze. That was a name he feared. Huh. Let's go to the training ground. His eyes went dead inside. At the training field, several students were already waiting. Hinata, Ino, Sasuke, and Sakura. Yakumo was busy working on her bloodline, and Naruto had classes to attend. Sakura, Kitazawa called, handing her a scroll. These are foundational medical texts. Start memorizing. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, she said, then stared blankly as a mountain of books spilled out of the scroll. So many. Ino gasped, realizing they weren't medical ninjutsu books, just pure medical theory. Chapter 87, Chapter 87. As a medical ninja, one must possess a vast foundation of knowledge, Kitazawa said with a warm smile. While medical ninjutsu was fast and convenient, it still required a deep understanding of human anatomy to be truly effective. Beyond healing, a medical ninja also dealt with toxins and antidotes, demanding familiarity with nearly every medicinal herb found across the ninja world. Sakura suddenly felt a pang of regret. Was becoming a medical ninja really worth memorizing so much? Why was this path one she thought would be noble so difficult? You want to learn medical ninjutsu? Sasuke glanced at Kitazawa, then at Sakura, visibly surprised. As someone from a prominent ninja clan, Sasuke understood how demanding medical ninjutsu could be. Sakura was one thing, but Kitazawa? Was he even a medical ninja? Yes. Sakura quickly abandoned her hesitation. Her eyes lit up as she turned to Sasuke. From now on, if you get injured, come to me. I'll treat you for free. Sasuke fell silent. Though her enthusiasm was touching, it sounded like she was already planning for him to get hurt. Sakura, are you sure about this? Kitazawa asked, smiling slightly. I'm sure, she replied, her expression firm with newfound resolve. Off to the side, Yamanaka pressed her fingers to her temple. It was the first time she'd seen someone take up medical ninjutsu out of sheer infatuation. Women are scary, Shikamaru muttered. The thought of reading that many books was enough to make him faint. Well then, good luck, Kitazawa said. He pulled out another summoning scroll, this time revealing a desk and chair set custom prepared for Sakura. Knowing she was love-struck, he simply placed her study station right next to Sasuke's, hoping proximity would be a good motivator. There's not much training for you today, Kitazawa continued. Just practice the mind-body switch jutsu. Although the system had given him a mission related to her clan's jutsu, Kitazawa didn't yet fully understand it. Observing her firsthand would be the first step. Got it, nodded. You already learned that jutsu. Shikamaru looked genuinely surprised. Among the Shika, Cho trio, they were all familiar with each other's secret jutsus. And based on difficulty, their training thresholds were about the same. Neither he nor Koji had been cleared to begin learning their respective family jutsu yet. He hadn't expected to be the first to qualify. That's all thanks to Kitazawa-sensei's brutal training, said with a proud little smirk. But since you're in special training now too, you'll probably learn shadow imitation soon. I really don't want to, Shikamaru moaned inwardly. He remembered her complaints about the training being intense and time-consuming. She had even skipped classes for a while because of it. Just thinking about that lifestyle made him feel like giving up on the future entirely. Sasuke, how's your progress on manipulating shuriken using ninja wire? Kitazawa asked. I've already mastered it, Sasuke replied confidently. He had originally wanted to showcase it during his sparring match against Niji, but the opportunity never came. I know you were frustrated about missing Friday's match, Kitazawa said. So to make up for it, I'll teach you a B-rank fire release jutsu today. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. It's one of the jutsus you brought me. Sasuke's voice rose with excitement. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. He did feel some resentment, but Kitazawa's thoughtful gesture left him feeling both grateful and a little guilty. He made a silent vow to ask his brother if there were more fire release jutsu he could contribute. B-rank. Shikamaru couldn't help but gasp. Typically, only Chunin or Jonin level shinobi learned B-rank jutsus. Sasuke was mastering one at 6 years old. Absolutely ridiculous. Why do geniuses need to work so hard on top of being geniuses, he thought miserably. It's fine that you didn't participate last time, Kitazawa added. Next month's final exam will feature live combat. And I assure you, getting first place won't be easy. Sasuke's gaze turned sharp. If it were before, he'd be confident. But now, he had to contend with Hinata and her activated Byakugan, Naruto with shadow clones, and Yakumo and her powerful Genjutsu bloodline. Is Yakumo going to compete? Ino asked. If she does, she's a guaranteed first place. Sasuke opened his mouth to refute her but found himself without a valid argument. She probably won't, Kitazawa said after a moment's thought. Her body can't handle prolonged battles. The finals would definitely require multiple rounds. Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a small wave of relief. But that doesn't mean she won't participate next semester, Kitazawa added. She's currently under treatment by Lady Tsunade. Sasuke's expression turned serious again. Just a few words, and Kitazawa had stirred him deeply. I'll do my best, Sasuke said after a deep breath. To secure first place, the key was mastering Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Unless his Sharingan awakened. Maybe he should ask his brother how to activate it. Kitazawa was about to speak when a familiar message flashed before his eyes. The first semester is coming to an end. As a genius among geniuses, you must make a lasting impact. Current mission, secure first place in the final exam with an overwhelming lead. Mission reward, 8 gates. First gate, gate of opening, ... Accept mission. Kitazawa's lips twitched. What kind of shady system is this? Then again, even if he unlocked all the 8 gates, he couldn't use them properly yet. The jutsu demanded extreme physical conditioning. Without that, opening the gates would lead to serious injury or worse. He guessed that once he had the complete Senju bloodline, he might try it. For now, unlocking just the first gate wasn't bad either. The first gate, the gate of opening, lifted the brain's natural limits and allowed a person to unleash their full physical capabilities. That might not sound like much, but it could turn the tide of a real battle, essentially keeping him at 100% output at all times. But, the mission itself would be tough. Unlike written exams, the final would involve actual sparring. If he wasn't careful, it might look like a teacher bullying his students. He'd need a convincing excuse to compete, or else his reputation could take a major hit. Luckily, he was their instructor. Sasuke, watch closely. Kitazawa looked around and said, everyone step back. You don't want to get burned. Sasuke, Hinata, and the others quickly moved away. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Kitazawa performed a string of hand signs. Chakra surged within him, compressing tightly until, whoosh, 3 enormous flame dragons erupted, twisting the air with intense heat as they shot into the sky. Those dragons are huge. Ino gasped. So strong. Sasuke whispered, eyes wide. Even Shikamaru was left stunned. The precision and power were unlike anything he'd seen. Wasn't Kitazawa just a regular academy teacher? Only Hinata looked unsurprised. To her, after everything she'd seen, Kitazawa was capable of anything. Here, Kitazawa said, handing Sasuke a ninjutsu scroll. This contains the jutsu and some of my personal insights. Study it carefully. Thank you, Sasuke replied, his voice brimming with excitement. The might of this jutsu clearly surpassed the great fireball jutsu. It was a true B-rank masterpiece. If he mastered it, he could make the Uchiha name shine brighter than ever. Kitazawa suddenly recalled that this jutsu was the prerequisite for lightning release, Kirin, an S-rank jutsu Sasuke developed in the original timeline. Back then, Sasuke used this fire jutsu to summon cumulonimbus clouds to generate natural lightning. My shadow clone will guide the three of you, Kitazawa said, forming a clone. Shikamaru, Hinata, come with me. Hinata nodded eagerly. Shikamaru sighed as if he were walking to his execution. Your training's simple, Shikamaru. Water walking, Kitazawa said as they reached the academy's artificial lake. He'd skipped tree walking, having already noticed that Shikamaru's chakra control was solid, something he deduced from how well the boy executed clone jutsu. Shikamaru might be lazy, but he was undeniably talented. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, Shikamaru replied and began wading into the lake. Hinata, over here, Kitazawa said, leading her to a shaded area. We'll work with 8 trigrams 64 palms today. Show me what you've got. Okay, sensei, Hinata said nervously. Kitazawa watched silently as she performed the jutsu. He saw plenty of mistakes, but that was expected. She'd only been learning for 2 days. More importantly, he knew that Hinata's biggest hurdle was her lack of confidence. The best way to teach her? Praise often and correct gently. With the system's master-level gentle fist experience, Kitazawa could see every flaw, but correcting them, one by one, would be the key. Whether Hinata could one day defeat Niji would depend entirely on her determination. Kitazawa had already prepared everything she needed. And unlike her, Niji, being from the branch family, wasn't even allowed to officially learn 64 palms. If he was learning it in secret, he'd be much slower. Chapter 88, Chapter 88. Artificial Lake at the Ninja Academy. Shikamaru Nara strolled lazily halfway around the artificial lake, glanced around, and sighed when he saw Kitazawa was nowhere in sight. With a relieved grunt, he plopped down beside the water, rubbing his temples. Man, is there a way to be lazy and still get stronger? An idea struck him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. If he mastered that jutsu, he could make his clone do all the hard work. Let the clone train, let it sweat while the real him lounged around. But then a horrifying thought dawned on him. What if my shadow clone ends up just as lazy as me? He groaned. What a stupid jutsu. Why let clones keep your personality? No doubt, his clone would lie under a tree right next to him, both of them napping in sync. Just then, the surface of the lake rippled. Shikamaru instinctively looked up just in time to catch a wave of cold water splashing into his face. With a yelp, he tumbled into the lake. Gurgle, gurgle. 2 mouthfuls of grimy lake water later, he climbed out, sputtering and soaked. Which idiot? Sensei. Shikamaru blinked in disbelief as he spotted Kitazawa standing nearby, smirking. Caught red-handed slacking off, Shikamaru flushed with embarrassment. Kitazawa folded his arms. Your chakra control's solid. I'm raising the difficulty. The only cure for laziness is pressure. The water from earlier. Exactly, Kitazawa replied. From now on, I'll be attacking you with water-style jutsu while you practice water walking. Shikamaru shivered. I need to change clothes first. Nope. Kitazawa shut him down instantly. If you run off now, I'm calling your parents. Wait, what? That's not fair. You're a sensei, you can't just. Contacting parents is a teacher's right, Kitazawa replied smoothly, the corner of his mouth quirking up. Shikamaru was dumbfounded. This guy's too good at this. But your wet clothes are a valid concern, Kitazawa said thoughtfully. Shikamaru perked up. Was he finally letting him off the hook? Next round, I'll use fire style. That'll dry your clothes. Shikamaru stared at him. Thanks, sir. Did I just call him sir? He thought miserably. Kitazawa chuckled. Relax. You won't get burned. He was confident his chakra control was excellent, and his mastery over fire release was practically clinical. Shikamaru sighed. Sensei, please go easy on me. I haven't even gotten married yet. You'll be fine. You'll see. Kitazawa formed hand seals and exhaled a controlled fireball. Shikamaru flinched and bolted. Stop. Kitazawa barked. Shikamaru paused, trembling, then blinked in surprise. The fireball hovered at a precise distance close enough for him to feel its warmth, not its burn. His wet clothes dried in moments. 10 minutes later, Shikamaru's amazement gave way to awe. Maintaining a jutsu for that long with exact heat and size? That was insane chakra control. Wait. If he's this strong, why is he even a teacher? And more importantly, why is he tormenting me? Tears welled up in his eyes as he endured a training session that alternated between raging fire and icy water. By noon, it finally ended. Not bad, Kitazawa said, dismissing the fireball. That's enough for today. Shikamaru collapsed on the ground, gasping. Throughout the session, Kitazawa had switched between water and fire release so many times, Shikamaru felt like he'd been used to test new jutsu combinations. You're done for the day. Head home and get checked by a medical ninja. Kitazawa's voice was calm but laced with concern. Hot and cold training could be risky. He could have examined Shikamaru himself, but he needed to keep a few things under wraps, especially from Tsunade. Just like how he kept the incident with Hinata's injury hidden, letting other medics handle it. The more Tsunade underestimated his abilities, the easier it would be to maintain his genius persona. Wait. Shikamaru's eyes sparkled. So, I don't need to attend classes this afternoon. Nope. but review your textbooks on your own. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei. Shikamaru grinned. A rough morning was a worthy trade for an afternoon of freedom. Kitazawa smiled faintly. Kids are simple. Too much training breeds rebellion. Half training, half rest balance is key. Hinata, time for lunch. He called out to Hinata, who was practicing palm strikes nearby. She hurried over, and he ruffled her hair affectionately before dispelling his shadow clone. Sasuke, Ino, and Sakura had already left for their lunch break. After all, training was important but so was rest. Back at the office, Kitazawa and Hinata finished lunch. He told her to nap in the classroom while he prepared to nap on the office couch. Bang! The door flew open. He didn't even need to look up. That dramatic kick could only belong to one person. His gaze shifted down to a pair of red-painted toenails. Only Tsunade wore those. Lady Tsunade, Kitazawa said, sitting up. Do you need something? Yeah, money. She held out her hand. Kitazawa blinked. Money. The raise-non bet, she said casually. It's been 2.5 days, you won't finish in time. Just lend me 500,000 ryo for now. She'd clearly come straight from a casino. Lady Tsunade, Shizun said sternly from behind, we should come back tonight. I didn't lie. Tsunade snapped. Then turned back to Kitazawa. Well, not happening, he replied. Tsunade scowled. Why so inflexible? Because I already won. He raised his hand, chakra swirling. A perfectly formed raise-non spun in his palm. Tsunade froze. No way. She leaned in close, her cleavage jiggling dangerously near his face. Kitazawa's eyelids twitched. That's a visual jutsu if I've ever seen one. He learned the raise-non in 2.5 days. Shizun gawked. That's absurd. Even Jiraiya had taken longer. Kitazawa dismissed the jutsu. A bet's a bet, he said with a smile. Tsunade groaned. Fine. But if you want to learn medical ninjutsu from me, you'll need to pay tuition. I charge by the hour. Why does that sound vaguely threatening? Kitazawa pulled out his passbook. I only have 500,000. At least he got powerful jutsu in return, and if this put him under Tsunade's wing, he'd essentially join the Hokage lineage. Good. Smart kid. Tsunade snatched the passbook and patted his shoulder approvingly. Shizun handed him a scroll. These are basic medical ninjutsu texts. Study them thoroughly. Kitazawa twitched. Didn't I just give Sakura the same assignment this morning? Now I'm the one buried in textbooks. You've got 2 weeks, Tsunade added. We'll start training next month. Kitazawa nodded. I'll visit after school. You have gained Tsunade's attention. Please continue to work hard. New mission, earn Tsunade's initial approval. Reward, Chakra Scalpel. Accept mission? Absolutely. The Chakra Scalpel was elite-level medical ninjutsu, both a surgical tool and a lethal weapon. I'm off. Time to win back my losses, Tsunade said, already itching for the next gamble. Good luck. Shizun called out, then turned to Kitazawa and added with a smile, I hope you become her student. Maybe then she'll stay put. Kitazawa finally lay down for a nap. Afternoon came. Training resumed with Hinata, Sasuke, Ino, and Sakura. As the final class approached combat training, Kitazawa called everyone together. I'm teaching a new taijutsu today, he announced. Come join the class. You'll benefit too. The 4 followed him to the training field, where Class 1A students were already assembled. Before we begin, I have an announcement. Kitazawa raised his voice. This semester's final exam will be a combat sparring match. Awesome. Naruto punched the air, grinning. He was confident physical tests were his strength, and now that it was a sparring match, he had a real shot at top 3. Sasuke, he flashed a thumbs up. Let's have a fiery youth battle. Sasuke twitched. Why was everything about youth with this guy? Still, Naruto was right. The real fight would be between them and maybe Hinata, now that she had awakened the Byakugan. Kiba sighed. What's up, Kiba? Shino asked. I wish I could be as confident as Naruto. Shino stared. You're jealous because you can't brag? Ambition, huh? Where's Shikamaru? Koji looked around. Sensei gave him the afternoon off, Ino said. Lucky. Koji felt a twinge of envy. Alright, let's begin. Kitazawa clapped. To prepare for combat exams, I'll be teaching you Konoha-style taijutsu. Konoha-style. Ino's eyes widened. That's not part of our usual curriculum. Shino adjusted his glasses. Sensei really is too generous. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Konoha style was a complete taijutsu style, encompassing both punching and kicking, but it remained fundamentally basic. Its name was similar to Konoha Kenjutsu, the swordsmanship used by Gekko Hayate, whom Kitazawa had encountered before. However, that sword-based style was far more advanced and lethal. Unlike Kenjutsu, Konoha Taijutsu lacked any named secret jutsus or finishing moves, no A-rank level attacks like the Dance of the Crescent Moon. Still, for many civilian ninja, Konoha Taijutsu was the only structured hand-to-hand system available. For that reason alone, it held value. Kitazawa divided today's practical class into 2 parts, a theory session followed by combat drills. During sparring, the students' natural talent in taijutsu became immediately apparent. Sasuke, Hyuga, Hinata, and Naruto were quick to pick up the fundamentals. Close behind were Ino, Sakura, and Koji, slower than the first group, but still progressing well. But for the remaining civilian students, mastering Konoha Taijutsu would take at least a year or more of hard, consistent training. No amount of good teaching could shortcut raw talent and early exposure. Kitazawa's gaze settled on Naruto, remembering a particular mission, have Naruto defeat Sasuke just once. The reward was excellent, 1/10 of Naruto's chakra capacity. But the difficulty of the mission had kept it on the back burner until now. After watching Naruto's scuffle with Rock Lee, Kitazawa saw a sliver of hope. If Naruto launched a clean, well-organized group assault, he might just have a chance against Sasuke. Might. Not a guarantee. The truth was, Kitazawa had been training Sasuke intensely for weeks, boosting his abilities significantly. While Naruto's clone swarm tactic was formidable, he was still made of flesh and blood. If Sasuke capitalized on his fire release jutsu and kept his distance, he could easily kite and outlast Naruto. Then Kitazawa thought of multiple shadow clone jutsu. If Naruto could use that, his odds would spike dramatically. But there was a problem. That jutsu was a forbidden jutsu, locked away in the scroll of seals accessible only with the Hokage's permission. A pity about Mizuki. There was no longer a way to extract value from him. With Mizuki's fate sealed, the original plot of him tricking Naruto into stealing the scroll had veered off course. Kitazawa sighed, then made a decision. He would start Naruto's special training. His plan was simple: find a fire release user to simulate Sasuke's tactics, allowing Naruto to adapt ahead of time. As for who would play that role? Kitazawa's shadow clone, of course. It wasn't fair to Sasuke, but for the sake of the mission, sacrifices had to be made. Besides, Kitazawa had trained him plenty. It was time for Sasuke to repay the favor. It was just a final exam anyway. And if Sasuke triggered a mission next time, Kitazawa would help him too. That was his principle, a flexible bottom line. He helped whoever gave him the better return. Today's practical class is over. If you have time, practice more at home, Kitazawa said as the dismissal bell rang. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei. The students of first-year class A scattered like startled birds. Kitazawa was about to leave when he heard someone call his name. He turned and was surprised to see the vice principal, Hisao Sarutobi. It was unusual. Normally, a messenger would be sent if something came up. Vice principal, is something the matter? Kitazawa asked, stepping forward. The June monthly exam is coming up, Hisao said. There's a meeting scheduled for 8:30 a.m. tomorrow in the staff conference room. Got it, Kitazawa nodded, then tilted his head slightly. But why come personally? There's another reason, Hisao said with a faint smile. You will be presiding over the meeting. Me. Kitazawa blinked. In the past, Hisao had always led these meetings himself. Have you forgotten your current position? The vice principal chuckled, patting Kitazawa on the shoulder. That seat was vacant for a while, so I stepped in. But you're officially the head of academic affairs now. Kitazawa froze for a moment before realization dawned. That's right, he was the head of academic affairs. The official announcement hasn't been made yet, Hisao added. We'll do it tomorrow. Congratulations, Kitazawa. You're the youngest person to ever hold this position. Thank you, Vice Principal, Kitazawa said modestly. Since this will be my first time chairing a monthly meeting, I hope you'll offer some guidance. Of course. You're doing well, and this is just the beginning. Hisao's tone was warm. Kitazawa's rapid rise in rank made him someone to watch. In the shinobi world, such things rarely happened without either extraordinary talent or powerful connections. Kitazawa had both. And Hisao Sarutobi, a veteran of the system, knew how to align himself wisely. I'll be there on time tomorrow, Kitazawa promised. Good. See you then. Once Hisao left, Kitazawa made his way to Kurene's home. Tsunade-sama hasn't arrived yet, Kurene said with a grin as she let him in. But I'm looking forward to her reaction when she sees your raison. Don't get your hopes up. She already came to check on me this afternoon, Kitazawa said as he settled onto the couch and opened a scroll Shizune had handed him. You're actually planning to learn medical ninjutsu? Kurene asked, raising an eyebrow. I am. I want to try, Kitazawa replied. Then you have my support, Kurene smiled warmly. She didn't have high expectations. Medical ninjutsu was notoriously difficult, and Kitazawa had already missed the golden learning period. Still, he had surprised her so often that she decided to believe in him just this once because he was her boyfriend. How exactly do you plan to support me? Kitazawa asked with a playful blink. You don't miss a single opportunity, do you? She rolled her eyes, catching his drift. How is it taking advantage? Kitazawa asked with mock seriousness. Kurene sighed, walked over, and bent to kiss his forehead. Kitazawa took the chance to wrap his arms around her waist and bury his face in her chest only. The angle was off, and his face ended up pressed to her stomach instead. Kurene stiffened, then relaxed as warmth spread through her midsection. You're such a child, she murmured, gently stroking his hair. I'll give you 1 minute, You're touching again. Her face flushed as she grabbed his wandering hand. Because he was sitting and she was standing, his hand had drifted somewhere it wasn't supposed to go. Tsunade-sama could come back any moment, she scolded, stepping away. How's your raison training? Kitazawa asked with a smirk, still savoring the memory of her soft thigh. Going well, she said, adjusting her clothes. Thanks to your notes. Good. If you run into trouble, let me know. Kitazawa stood. I'm heading to my room to read. The framework of the new ninjutsu was already done, he didn't need to supervise anymore. Back in his room, he laid out the books. Many overlapped with those he'd given to Sakura, so he set those aside. The rest needed to be finished within 2 weeks. Thankfully, he had the shadow clone jutsu. 2 clones popped into existence, and the trio began reading together. Uchiha clan compound. After waiting for an hour, Sasuke finally saw his brother return. He ran forward, eyes lit with joy. Brother. Sasuke, Itachi greeted softly. That smile, that innocence washed away his fatigue. Life as a double agent was exhausting. Between Uchiha politics and Konoha's expectations, he was always one step from being crushed. But Tsunade's return had eased things, at least on the clan's side. Brother, is there any more fire release ninjutsu we can give to Kitazawa-sensei? Sasuke asked eagerly. Oh, did he teach you another one? Itachi smiled faintly. Yep. Today he showed me fire release, great dragon fire jutsu. Already. Itachi's brow lifted. Has he mastered the 4 jutsus I gave you last time? Yeah, isn't that normal? No, not at all. To master 4 fire release jutsu in such a short time, Kitazawa wasn't ordinary. Kitazawa-sensei is amazing. Sasuke grinned. His dragon fire was huge. I'll teach you sometime, Itachi chuckled. Then we'll see whose dragon is bigger. Deal. As a return gift, let's give him 2 more jutsus, Itachi decided after a pause. The Uchiha didn't mind sharing fire release jutsus. After all, their real strength didn't lie in fire, it lay in the Sharingan. Without it, no outsider could ever truly catch up. Brother, one more thing. Sasuke looked up, hopeful. How do I awaken the Sharingan? Itachi's smile faded. He had awakened his own eyes watching a teammate die. Later, he unlocked the Mangekyo by witnessing Shisui's death. Pain, loss, trauma. That's how the Sharingan eyes were opened. What was he supposed to say? Go lose someone you love. Just wait, I'll kill myself for you. Instead, he gently placed a hand on Sasuke's head. Train hard. When the time is right, your eyes will open on their own. Chapter 90, Chapter 90. Tuesday. After checking on Kurene's Raise-non training, Kitazawa headed to the Ninja Academy. Kitazawa-senpai. Iruka spotted him and jogged over enthusiastically. Kitazawa. Mizuki followed behind, keeping his expression neutral as he greeted him. Morning, Kitazawa nodded, then asked, are you two heading to the meeting as well? Yes, Iruka replied with a touch of sentiment. Hard to believe it's already been 3 months since I became a teacher. You still have a long road ahead, Kitazawa said with a half smile. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the next vice principal someday. He wasn't entirely joking after all. Iruka did become principal in the original timeline. I wouldn't dare. Iruka flailed slightly, flustered. Though he dreamed of such a future, he knew his current strength wasn't close to qualifying him for that role. That was a cold joke if I've ever heard one, Mizuki chuckled mockingly. Iruka, vice principal. If that ever happened, Mizuki might just swallow a kunao on the spot. Mizuki, don't forget be at the village gate by 9 a.m. on Saturday. Kitazawa glanced at him, voice calm but pointed. I know, Mizuki replied stiffly, smile faltering. This bastard again, he could barely contain his killing intent. Kitazawa always ruins everything. What are you planning to do? Iruka asked, ever the kind-hearted one. I'm free Saturday, need a hand. No thanks, Mizuki replied quickly. It's something between Kitazawa and me. With Iruka around, murdering Kitazawa would be much harder. Next time for sure. Kitazawa patted Iruka's shoulder with a smile. You too. Iruka began, but Kitazawa cut him off. The vice principal's here. Let's head in. He'd spotted Hisao Sarutobi in the distance and used it to neatly avoid Iruka's curiosity. Iruka held back his question and followed them to the meeting room, a lingering sense of confusion still gnawing at him. 8:30 a.m. monthly staff meeting. All the instructors from all 6 grades had gathered. The meeting room was packed. Before we begin, I have an announcement from the principal. Hisao Sarutobi stood at the head of the room, voice steady. The Ninja Academy principal was none other than the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. And while he held the title of Hokage, here at the academy, he was referred to by his functional role principal. The principal has appointed Kitazawa as the new head of academic affairs. A ripple ran through the room. What? Mizuki jumped to his feet, face darkening. Why him? He had suspected Kitazawa would one day become his superior, but so soon? The bitterness in his chest twisted into fury. This is the principal's decision, Hisao said calmly. If you have any questions, feel free to take them up with him. Mizuki fell silent and slumped into his chair. Iruka, who had been about to congratulate Kitazawa, glanced at Mizuki and hesitated. Still, deep down, a spark of admiration flared. One day, I want to be recognized like that too. From now on, monthly exam meetings will be chaired by Kitazawa. Hisao stepped aside. Kitazawa, take it from here. Understood. Kitazawa stood and made his way to the front. You sit. Hisao motioned toward the chair. Thank you, Vice Principal. Kitazawa sat down with ease, cleared his throat, and began. Though it was his first time leading the meeting, Kitazawa had attended many before. He was already familiar with the structure. All he had to do was follow the format, and if he stumbled, Hisao Sarutobi would step in. The meeting boiled down to 2 core points. Teachers had to draft exam questions based on their class syllabus. All questions must be submitted on time so they can be compiled into a standardized written exam. Now, the compiler wasn't Hisao Sarutobi, it was Kitazawa. That was perfect. It would make completing his hidden tasks easier, and getting first place, more likely. Fortunately, Kitazawa wasn't responsible for the June exam. His focus was on July, the final exam. Meeting adjourned? Kitazawa stood to close the session. Not bad. Hisao Sarutobi said with a chuckle. That was smooth for a first time, flawless, really. I just followed your example, Kitazawa replied with a respectful smile. Your leadership made it easy. Huh? Flatterer. Hisao laughed again, clearly pleased. If you need anything, come to me directly. Will do. After Hisao left, the other teachers surrounded Kitazawa, offering congratulations and well wishes. Everyone wanted to be in the good graces of the new head of academic affairs. Everyone, except Mizuki. He stood frozen, as if the world had turned against him. Even Iruka eventually went over to join the others in congratulating Kitazawa. Mizuki clenched his fists. Just wait. You'll only get to act superior for one more week. He turned and left the room, already planning how to kill Kitazawa on Saturday. He'd even hire 2 rogue Chunin to pin the blame on them. 9 a.m. Kitazawa finally exhaled. The staff's enthusiasm was overwhelming. This was the downside of being too friendly, too many expectations, too many social entanglements. No wonder the Uchiha were always cold and aloof. It really did help keep people at a distance. Later first year class A. Class begins? Kitazawa stepped into the classroom and scanned the seats. Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Ino were absent. Of course they were with his shadow clone at the artificial lake, continuing their training. If they're already outperforming their peers, there's no reason to waste time in a standard lecture. Adapt the teaching to the student, that's the rule. Class dismissed. Kitazawa concluded the lesson efficiently, picked up his notes, and was about to leave when he suddenly paused. Naruto, come here for a moment. Kitazawa-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto ran up excitedly. Are you gonna teach me a new jutsu again? Clearly, the success of the shadow clone jutsu had left a deep impression. Kitazawa shook his head. Do you still have the energy to learn anything new? Just focus on taijutsu with Guy for now. With Kurama's interference, Naruto's learning curve for most ninjutsu was steep. Unless it was something as simple and direct as shadow clones or raise non, it wasn't worth the investment yet. Okay. Naruto scratched his head. Then what did you call me for? How's your Konoha training going? I've pretty much mastered it. Naruto grinned. Guy-sensei taught me a bunch of katas that are similar. Makes sense, Kitazawa mused. The Leaf Whirlwind series was likely a refined version of Konoha, more advanced and destructive. With your current skill, you don't need to attend regular combat class anymore, Kitazawa said. From now on, during combat class, meet me at the artificial lake. I'll give you personalized training. That's awesome. Naruto beamed. I've always wanted to train with you, sensei. Kitazawa smiled wryly. Only Naruto would be thrilled at the idea of extra training. If it were Shikamaru, he'd disappear like a shadow. All right. After lunch, meet me at the lake. Got it. Naruto saluted, still grinning. Back to class. Kitazawa gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder before walking off, not to the training grounds, but to the mission hall in the Hokage building. He had a mission to choose. Mission hall, Hokage building. The place was buzzing even in the morning. Kitazawa walked over to the mission board. Categories were clearly divided by rank. He scanned the B rank section. A rank missions, though technically allowed for special jonin, were overkill for what he needed. He wasn't doing this for money or recognition. He had a different goal entirely. One mission caught his eye, a bandit suppression operation on MT Tanuki. A known gang had set up camp and was raiding villages in the area. What drew Kitazawa's attention wasn't the mission itself but the location. One of his students was from a nearby town. This works. A teacher taking action to protect a student's hometown? That was the perfect cover. Even if that student only returned home once a month, the logic held. Kitazawa approached the counter. I'd like to take the MT Tanuki bandit suppression mission. How many in your team, and what are your ranks? The staffer asked. 2. 1 special jonin, 1 chunin. Qualified, the staffer said. But I recommend a third member for safety. No need, Kitazawa said with a smile. 2 will be enough. The staffer didn't press it and handed him the mission form. Thank you. Kitazawa took the form and exhaled softly. This whole thing feels like I've stepped into a full-blown assassination mission. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Naruto had just finished lunch when he took off like a rocket toward the artificial lake behind the academy. He was sprinting at full speed, mind buzzing with excitement over new training, when wham, he collided headfirst into someone rounding the corner. Ouch. Shikamaru groaned, staggering back like his soul had just escaped his body. He had just finished a long training session and wasn't expecting to get hit by a human bullet. Shikamaru? What are you doing here? Naruto blinked, startled. Oh, it's you, Naruto. Shikamaru rubbed his lower back, wincing. Man, you hit like a stampede. Are you trying to kill me? Sorry. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. I'm headed to the lake. Kitazawa-sensei said he's got some kind of special training for me. Huh. Shikamaru's eyes sharpened with sudden interest. Is it water walking? He wasn't just being curious. Between 2 people suffering or 1, better to suffer together, especially if Naruto was around to draw most of the heat. He knew Naruto. Strong, sure, but his chakra control was, If they trained together, Naruto would soak up Kitazawa's attention like a lightning rod, giving Shikamaru a golden chance to slack off. Not sure. Sensei didn't say exactly, Naruto replied. If he's bringing you to the lake, it's gotta be water walking, Shikamaru said after a moment, nodding sagely. Really? Naruto believed him without question. Of course he did. Shikamaru was a genius, after all. What a coincidence, I'm training that too, Shikamaru said with an easy smile, holding out a hand. We can team up. Team up? How? Naruto grabbed his hand but tilted his head. Shikamaru gave him a quick rundown of Kitazawa's usual torture methods, training regime. Seriously? That's awesome. Naruto's eyes gleamed like he was being handed a gift. Shikamaru squinted. Is he a masochist or something? Alright, then, Shikamaru said, throwing an arm around Naruto's shoulder with mock enthusiasm. We suffer together, grow together, and shine together. You're training with Naruto. A voice came from behind them, smooth and unmistakable. Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto straightened instantly, full of energy. We're classmates. Training together is, more fun, Shikamaru offered with a forced smile. Fair enough, Kitazawa said, amused. Come with me. Wait, what? Shikamaru felt a chill in his gut. Actually, sensei, I was planning to rest this afternoon. I'll train with Naruto tomorrow. You already agreed. No take-backs. Kitazawa didn't even slow down. By now, most students had gone back to their classrooms for their afternoon naps. The lakeside was quiet. Here's good, Kitazawa said, stopping at a clearing a few meters from the water. He glanced at the boys. One looked like he was heading to war. The other looked like he'd been tricked into signing up for one. Sensei, aren't we doing water walking? Shikamaru asked, eyes darting toward the lake. This wasn't right. He'd assumed Naruto was training water walking, that's why he stuck around. But now, damn it, I played myself. Nope. Combat training, Kitazawa replied with a calm smile. Both of you, attack me with everything you've got. Excuse me. Shikamaru's heart sank. Here I go. Naruto charged forward with zero hesitation. Leaf whirlwind. Kitazawa's eyebrow twitched. His speed's gone up again. Training with Guy must be paying off. With one smooth motion, Kitazawa's fist met Naruto's kick. A jolt ran up Naruto's leg, but he gritted his teeth and spun midair. Leaf great whirlwind. Another spinning kick came slicing in, but Kitazawa vanished, replaced by a flutter of leaves. Naruto hit air, stumbled, then quickly regained balance and charged again. Fire release, great fireball jutsu? Kitazawa wasn't holding back. If Naruto wanted to surpass Sasuke, he had to learn to avoid fire release jutsu. As flames barreled toward them, Naruto shouted, Shikamaru, move. He ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding the inferno. Shikamaru sighed. Too late to back out now. He dodged just in time, then came more fire. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu? Blazing orbs split and streaked toward both of them. Eat this kick. Naruto roared. Extreme, Leaf Great Whirlwind. Blue chakra enveloped his legs as he launched into the flames, slicing through them with powerful kicks. Kitazawa's brows lifted. He's already mastered that? Fourth in the Leaf Whirlwind series. Impressive. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was rolling, ducking, scraping his way out of danger barely. Naruto, shadow clones, he shouted, panting. Got it. Naruto formed hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Bang! Two more Narutos burst forth. Leaf whirlwind. The trio charged in. No, not like that. Shikamaru tried to stop them. Fire release, great fireball jutsu? Kitazawa's grin said it all. Boom! Two clones exploded in flames. Haha, got you. The real Naruto appeared behind him, fist flying. Kitazawa sidestepped and casually kicked him away, then turned to leaves again. Damn it, Shikamaru muttered as his own punch swished through air. And then he was airborne. The two landed in a heap, dazed and fried. N.A. Naruto, Shikamaru muttered, still dizzy. Got any jutsu to control him? Yup. Naruto nodded proudly. Seriously. Shikamaru blinked. You might be as talented as Sasuke after all. Watch me. Naruto beamed, forming a seal. Sexy jutsu. Kitazawa's entire mind blue-screened. Nanny. Shikamaru staggered back as the blonde bombshell materialized. He froze, brain fried by the transformation. They were both paralyzed. I'm not pure anymore. Shikamaru's soul left his body. From now on, no using sexy jutsu in combat training, Kitazawa said flatly and lobbed another fireball their way. Naruto yelped and ran. Shikamaru snapped out of it just in time to follow. An hour later, the two were slumped back to back on the ground, soaked in sweat. Naruto looked tired but fine. Shikamaru looked like someone had wrung him out and left him to dry in the sun. Kitazawa glanced at them. Shikamaru, you'll join combat training twice a week from now on. Given his stamina, daily training was too risky. Twice a week would be intense, but manageable. Naruto, with his Uzumaki vitality and Ninetales chakra, could handle a much heavier load. Shikamaru felt a part of his soul detach. Twice a week. I can survive that. Barely. Shikamaru, you can head home once you've rested, Kitazawa said. Naruto, if you're still good, class resumes this afternoon. No problem. Naruto beamed. He's a monster, Shikamaru thought weakly. That evening, I'm home. Shikamaru mumbled as he stepped through the door. Were you beaten up? Shikako raised an eyebrow. Let's skip that part, Shikamaru groaned. Just show me the scroll. I want to learn the shadow imitation jutsu. What? Shikako nearly dropped his tea. Who are you, and what have you done with my son? Dad, stop messing around. Shikako stared for a long moment, then nodded in awe. You're Kitazawa-sensei, truly a miracle worker. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Miracle worker? He's the devil. Afternoon combat class. Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke approached before training had officially begun. What is it? Having trouble with the great dragon fire jutsu? Kitazawa asked, giving him a curious look. No. Sasuke pulled out a ninjutsu scroll and held it out. This is for you. He had originally planned to hand it over that morning but only found Kitazawa's shadow clone. Wanting it to be a bit more formal, he'd waited for the real deal. Kitazawa opened the scroll and raised an eyebrow. Inside were 2 fire release techniques. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation, B rank. Fire release, Dragon Flame Release Song Technique, B rank. The first was a wide-range jutsu that launched a sea of flames, not unlike the Great Fireball jutsu, but amplified in scale and intensity. The second was essentially a powered-up version of Great Dragon Fire capable of releasing 4 fire dragons in rapid succession. Be sure to thank your brother for me, Kitazawa said after a beat, then added with a small smile, and thank you too. 2 fire release jutsu isn't a big deal. Sasuke replied flatly. I'd give that attitude a solid 99 points, Kitazawa thought dryly. 1 more point, and it might tip into full-blown arrogance. Once again, Kitazawa marveled at the Uchiha clan's sheer pride just handing out B-rank ninjutsu like they were pocket change. I'm going to train now, Kitazawa-sensei. With that, Sasuke jogged off to a nearby clearing to continue working on his Great Dragon Fire jutsu. Naruto. Kitazawa summoned a shadow clone and gestured toward the boy. You'll spar with him for today's combat drill. Got it, Kitazawa-sensei. Naruto and the clone made their way to an open area. Since fire release jutsu were involved, they needed as much space as possible. The last thing Kitazawa wanted was for tomorrow's paper to read. Head of Academic Affairs accidentally incinerates the Ninja Academy. Yes, the ninja world actually had newspapers. In the original series, Minato was once shown reading one. Hinata. Kitazawa turned and gently patted her head. Let's start practicing your gentle fist. Hinata nodded enthusiastically. Kitazawa watched as she moved into her stance, beginning her practice. He observed quietly at first, then started correcting her mistakes. To be fair, Hinata wasn't picking things up especially quickly, not due to lack of talent, but because the 8 trigrams 64 palms was simply a very demanding technique. There were still 2 months left until her match with Niji next semester. Realistically, mastering the full 64 palms within that time was impossible. So, Kitazawa planned to follow a method from her original growth arc, break the technique down into manageable parts. She would first learn the 8 trigrams 32 palms and then work up to 64. Given the time crunch, even 32 palms might be a stretch, so he'd have her begin with 8 trigrams 16 palms instead. Step by step, she'd build her way up. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. The class session passed by quickly. You worked hard today, Hinata, Kitazawa said with a warm smile. Kitazawa-sensei. Hinata suddenly lowered her head, her expression shy and hesitant. What's wrong? Kitazawa asked, a bit puzzled. This is for you. Hinata held out a scroll with both hands, her voice stammering slightly. This is all my pocket money. She had been thinking of a way to repay him for a while now, but nothing seemed appropriate. In the end, this was the only solution she could come up with: give him everything she had. Kitazawa blinked in surprise. I'm not short on money. You really don't have to. And no, you have to take it. Her voice trembled, but her gaze was resolute. You must take it. Kitazawa chuckled, both surprised and amused. It's rare to see you this insistent. All right, then I'll accept it. He took the scroll and casually flipped it open, and instantly froze. 3 million ryo? This was pocket money? Am I really being sugar-mommed by a 6-year-old? Something felt off. While it was true that Hinata was the Hyuga heiress, this was an absurd amount for a mere allowance. Could Hayashi have arranged this? As a form of gratitude? Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata said, cheeks flushed pink but smiling. This child. She just handed over 3 million and thanked him for it. Kitazawa pocketed the scroll and said, I'll walk you home. Hinata's smile widened with joy as they set off toward the Hyuga compound. The walk was short, only about 10 minutes. Soon, they stood at the clan's gate. Goodbye, Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata said, waving as she disappeared inside. You're back? Come practice gentle fist. Hayashi's voice rang out from within. Yes, father, Hinata replied without hesitation. She had been training all day and was clearly exhausted, but she didn't want to let her father down. In fact, Hayashi was anything but disappointed. He was impressed. Her progress had far exceeded his expectations in just a few days. He was beginning to think, could she actually have innate talent for gentle fist? Kitazawa lacked the Byakugan and wasn't from the Hyuga clan. He couldn't have taught her their techniques with such precision. There was only one possibility: Hinata was gifted. Hinata, keep working hard, Hayashi said with a rare smile. The future of the Hyuga clan rests in your hands. Yes, father. She wasn't sure why he suddenly said something so dramatic, but he seemed happy. That was enough. Meanwhile, Kitazawa made his way to Kurene's house, only to find it empty. He paused, thinking. A moment later, he turned and headed around back. Sure enough, he spotted her perched on a tree branch, mostly hidden by dense foliage. In her hands was a familiar rubber ball. She was secretly practicing Raise-non. Kitazawa couldn't help but smirk. Of course she'd be sneaky about it. Learning forbidden ninjutsu in secret was her style. Then a thought struck him. Marriage. According to Konoha law, spouses were allowed to share ninjutsu with each other. Since Kitazawa had received the Raise-non legally as a reward from the third Hokage, there'd be no legal issue if Kurene married him. Just like how Minato learned sealing arts from Kushina in the original story. Of course, their dynamic was different. Still, rules were rules. Kurene. Kitazawa finally spoke. Kurane jumped, then quickly stashed the ball away. When did you get here? Just now? He reached out a hand. Jump down. I'll catch you? She narrowed her eyes. I know what you're thinking. Still, she leapt, wrapping her arms around his neck, her long legs looping instinctively around his waist. She hit him with more momentum than expected, crashing into his chest. Kitazawa felt something soft. He reflexively grabbed her thighs and braced her with his crossed hands. Why did it feel like she was charging at him with the raisonnon? You can put me down now, she said quickly, blushing as she patted his shoulder. I'll walk you back. With her this close, Kitazawa could see her breathing, the rise and fall of pale skin beneath the fishnet underlay. Distracting, very distracting. Not happening. With a quick hand seal, Kurane vanished, leaving only a wooden log in his arms. Classic substitution jutsu. I have a mission this Saturday, Kitazawa said calmly, tossing the log aside. Where to? Mount Tanuki. I'll be paired with Mizuki. Kurane's expression darkened. Mizuki? That guy's bad news. I'm coming with you. I know he's plotting something. That's why I agreed. Kitazawa shrugged. I don't take threats lightly. You're planning to act. Her eyes narrowed. That's dangerous. You know memories can be extracted even after death. In the ninja world, corpses often talked. The Yamanaka clan could probe memories from the dead. Konoha's analysis squad, led by Inoichi Yamanaka, was known for this. I'm not making a move, Kitazawa clarified. But if Mizuki does, I'll defend myself. Nothing more. That way, even if his memories were probed, it would still count as self-defense. I see, Kurane said slowly. Still, I'm going with you. There's no need. He smiled knowingly. He'd told her because he understood her nature, protective, loyal. And right on cue, she'd offered to come. But more people means more risk. If you're spotted, the Hokage might think I set Mizuki up. All right. She didn't argue further. The strength gap between Kitazawa and Mizuki reassured her. With raisonnon in his arsenal, no ordinary Chunin could hope to match him. Saturday arrived. Pop. A crisp sound echoed. Kurane's rubber ball burst in her hand. Congrats, Kitazawa said, grinning. You've finished the second stage of raisonnon training. Just one more to go. Thanks for helping me. She smiled softly. That's it. Just words. He stepped forward, pulling her into his arms. Shouldn't there be a proper thank you? She gave him a playful glare, then stood on her toes and kissed him. A few seconds in, she froze, eyes wide, and shoved him back. You, how could you? Her cheeks turned scarlet. Kitazawa gave a solemn nod. With the blessing of a goddess, today's mission will go very smoothly. You're sure I shouldn't come with you? She asked again, regaining her composure. I'll be fine, Kitazawa reassured her. I have Jonin level strength now. MT Tanuki wasn't far, still within the land of fire. Even if Mizuki managed to hire rogue ninja, finding a Jonin level 1 on short notice was unlikely. And even if he did, unless it was someone like Kakuza, they wouldn't stand a chance. All right then, Kurane said softly. I'll wait for you to come back. Kitazawa leaned in, kissed her again, and with a light wave he turned and walked away. Konoha village gate. Mizuki was already waiting, a scowl carved into his face. He was clearly in a foul mood. Only when Kitazawa approached did his expression somewhat normalize. What kind of mission is it? Mizuki asked, feigning interest. After all, the mission would determine whether his assassination plan could succeed. We're heading to MT Tanuki to wipe out a group of bandits, Kitazawa replied calmly. One of my students is from a nearby village. They've been struggling with this lot. You're really playing the good teacher role, huh? Mizuki muttered, lips twitching into a forced smile. Inwardly, he cursed Kitazawa's holier-than-thou act. Still, he couldn't deny MT Tanuki was a perfect location for an ambush. Not really, Kitazawa said nonchalantly. There's just a free helper there. Mizuki's stomach churned. You evil bastard, Kitazawa. You're not walking away from this mission. They set off in silence. MT Tanuki wasn't far. At a ninja's pace, it took only an hour. You take care of the guards, Kitazawa instructed casually. Without a word, Mizuki vanished, kunao in hand. Moments later, the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground echoed. Except for the two bandit leaders who were actual ninja, the rest were ordinary thugs. That said, they were infamous for their violence and cruelty, so Kitazawa didn't hesitate to order to kill them. Mizuki seemed almost gleeful as he took them down. The two of them ascended the mountain. We'll each handle one leader, Kitazawa said as they reached the ridge where the stronghold sat. Mizuki gave a curt nod. I'll start with a distraction. Kitazawa formed hand seals and spat out a mid-sized fireball. Instantly, flames burst to life across the wooden fortress. Fire. Put it out. Someone get water. The stronghold erupted into chaos. Kitazawa and Mizuki exchanged a glance and split up, slipping in from opposite directions. Stealth 101, Kitazawa thought. He could move unseen without breaking a sweat, but showing off would only raise suspicion. And he didn't want to startle Mizuki yet. Even though Mizuki was average at best, Kitazawa saw no reason to let a snake linger. Within seconds, Kitazawa spotted his target. The self-proclaimed great king of MT Tanuki, a rugged, middle-aged man, stood at the center of the chaos. A ninja blade hung at his side. According to mission intel, he was an elite Chunin known for water release and swordsmanship. Yusaku, the man barked. There are enemy ninja here. Stay alert. Pretty sharp, Kitazawa said, appearing behind a stack of crates. His right hand slipped behind his back as he began forming one-handed seals. Who are you? Shouted a bandit. More surrounded him, eyeing the Konoha forward protector. Konoha scum. Correct, but no prizes for guessing, Kitazawa said with a faint smirk. The boss unsheathed his blade, but something felt off. He glanced down. Vines were snaking up from the ground, wrapping tightly around his legs. He barely had time to react before his body lifted into the air. Genjutsu, tree binding death. Kitazawa blurred forward using a body flicker, closing the distance in a flash. A kunai plunged into the man's chest before he could utter another word. Genjutsu, it really is a first strike killer for most ninjas, Kitazawa muttered, watching the man's eyes go dull. The boss is dead. Run. Panic surged through the remaining bandits. Kitazawa formed more hand seals. A large fireball roared from his mouth, scorching the fleeing enemies. Kunai followed, swift and fatal. Once it was done, Kitazawa turned his gaze to Mizuki, who was still dueling the second Chunin bandit leader. He had the upper hand. Kitazawa didn't intervene. Instead, he sat down to recover, pretending he had drained his chakra. Minutes later, Mizuki walked over, face slightly flushed with victory. You alright? Just a little chakra depletion, Kitazawa said, standing. Mission complete. Let's return. Return. Mizuki scoffed. His expression twisted. Kitazawa, you're not going anywhere. Kitazawa frowned. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Mizuki snarled. You stole my best teacher title. Took my reward? And your class ruined my reputation in the match? You think you get to walk free? Kitazawa's gaze sharpened. Are you questioning the Hokage's judgment? That old fool? He's half blind. Mizuki spat. Perfect, Kitazawa thought. That's the kind of treason that clears me of any suspicion. I'm a special jonin now, Kitazawa said, tone warning. Huh? A backdoor promotion. Mizuki sneered. Kitazawa's lips twitched. But out of old time's sake, Mizuki continued, smirking, I invited a couple of friends. Come on out. Two figures landed beside him, both Chunin level. Still think you have a chance. Mizuki grinned. Kill him. The two lunged, blades drawn. Leaves rustled. Their blades met air. Where? Wind release, violent wind palm. A powerful gust surged from Kitazawa's palms, crashing into the ambushers like a tidal wave. Scatter. Mizuki shouted, stumbling back. Leaf great whirlwind. Kitazawa appeared out of nowhere, his kick slamming into Mizuki. Mizuki barely blocked in time, skidding backward right to the cliff's edge. Mizuki, Kitazawa said coolly, ever heard of the Raisnon? Mizuki's expression changed. Who hasn't? It's the fourth Hokage's. Then he froze. His pupils shrank in horror. Why you? How do you Raisnon? Kitazawa vanished again and reappeared before him, slamming the spinning chakra sphere into Mizuki's chest. AHH. Mizuki screamed as he staggered and tumbled off the cliff. Kitazawa stood motionless, watching his fall. The system's mission had been to imprison him. But Kitazawa decided not to leave threats alive, especially not for the sake of a fire release jutsu. Besides, he wanted to test the system's claim that failure wouldn't result in punishment. Rather than hide the body, he'd let Konoha find it. That would be the proof he needed to appear innocent. Mizuki's own words would bury him. And it worked perfectly. Your turn, Kitazawa muttered, forming hand seals. Demonic illusion, tree binding death? The first Chunin froze in place. Kitazawa's kunai slashed his throat. The last Chunin raised his hands. Wait, I'll give you money. Everything I have. Kitazawa caught up to him instantly. His hand surged with chakra. Raisnon. With a scream, the final enemy fell. Kitazawa exhaled slowly. With just genjutsu, fire release, great fireball, Raisnon, and body flicker, he'd eliminated 4 Chunin with ease. Mission, imprison Mizuki. Reward, fire release, heavenly prison. Mission complete. Reward issued. Due to overcompletion, bonus reward, fire release, great fire heavenly prison. Kitazawa rubbed his chin, smiling. Killing Mizuki didn't fail the mission, it overcompleted it. System, you're incredible. Fire release, great fire heaven prison was an advanced version of heaven prison. In the original story, MUI used it to confine Satori, a creature assumed to be nearly as powerful as a tailed beast. And now, it belonged to Kitazawa. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. A massive wave of information surged into Kitazawa's mind. In an instant, he mastered both fire release, heaven prison, and fire release, great fire heaven prison. Though categorized as fire release jutsus, these were, in truth, sealing jutsu. Their offensive power was moderate at best, but their strength lay in suppression, particularly the great fire heaven prison, which could restrain even massive creatures. In the world of shinobi, size often equaled trouble. The larger the opponent, the more difficult they were to subdue, especially with jutsu limited by range and chakra output. Kitazawa retrieved a storage scroll and sealed away the corpses of the 2 bandit leaders. These scrolls couldn't store living beings, but corpses were fair game. After storing the bodies, Kitazawa scoured the bandits' hideout for anything useful, then made his way to the edge of the cliff where Mizuki had fallen. Peering down, he spotted Mizuki's body nestled at the base of the ravine. Without hesitation, Kitazawa leapt off. The wind howled past him. His hair and dress whipped wildly in the air. As the rocky ground approached, he clapped his hands together. Wind release, violent wind palm. Chakra molded into a burst of wind, cushioning his fall. With his descent slowed, Kitazawa twisted midair and landed cleanly. He approached Mizuki's body. While Naruto's Raisnon had a reputation for leaving enemies miraculously alive, that was usually due to the absurd resilience of major villains. Mizuki, however, was no such foe. A direct raise-on to the heart had killed him instantly. Kitazawa unsealed the storage scroll again and stored Mizuki's body alongside the others. With all loose ends tied up, he began the journey back to Konoha. An hour later, he arrived at the village gates. Normally, a shinobi would simply submit their report at the mission hall in the Hokage building. But Kitazawa's case involved the death of a comrade. Protocol required a direct meeting with the Hokage. He knocked on the office door. "Come in." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up from his paperwork. "Ah, Kitazawa. What brings you here on a Saturday?" Kitazawa stepped inside. "Hokage-sama, there's something important I need to report." He recounted everything, the bet made during the class competition, the mission alongside Mizuki, and the ambush involving rogue ninja hired to kill him. Hiruzen's smile faded as he listened. "Mizuki dared to go that far," he said, voice cold with anger. Konoha had many rules, but one stood above all: no killing fellow leaf shinobi. Even Orochimaru, despite being one of the legendary Chunin and Hiruzen's own student, was branded a rogue for violating this commandment. Of course, the higher UPS weren't always held to the same standard. Danzo had performed just as many unethical experiments as Orochimaru, but as long as they remained hidden, he retained his position. But Mizuki? A low-ranking Chunin without connections or protection. Whether Kitazawa had killed him or not, Mizuki would have faced life in prison, which explained why the system considered this mission overcompleted. "Hokage-sama," Kitazawa said, pulling out the scroll. "Mizuki's body is inside." "I see." Hiruzen visibly relaxed. Mizuki's fate mattered less than whether Kitazawa could be trusted. With his current reputation and teaching skill, there was no one in the village who could replace him. He walked to a clear spot on the floor, unsealed the scroll, and summoned Mizuki's corpse. When the body appeared, Hiruzen blinked. "Raise-on? You learned it." When he'd heard from Haru that Kitazawa had exchanged a reward for the raise-on, he had thought it a poor decision, much like Tsunade did. The jutsu wasn't something just anyone could master. "Just lucky," Kitazawa replied modestly. "One doesn't learn the raise-on on luck alone." Hiruzen shook his head with a wry smile. "With your strength, teaching at the academy might be a waste." Kitazawa's expression was calm but confident. "There are many stronger than me in Konoha, but when it comes to teaching, I don't think any of them can compare. The academy is where I belong." Hiruzen chuckled. "Fair point." He resealed Mizuki's body and looked back at Kitazawa. "According to protocol, Mizuki will be handed over to the interrogation department for memory extraction." "Understood." Kitazawa's tone remained steady. "So, what's next for Naruto?" Hiruzen asked, settling back into his chair. "Taijutsu-wise, he's under Guy's care. No worries there. But he's still lacking in real battle experience, so I've been focusing on live combat drills. Practical combat training? Sounds like a solid plan." Hiruzen gave a slow nod. "If that's all, you can go and submit the mission." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Kitazawa made his way downstairs to the mission hall. The reward for a B-rank mission typically ranged from 50,000 to 150,000 ryo. Given the danger to Rogue Chunin, the payout was the full 150,000. With Mizuki dead, the entire reward went to Kitazawa. Every bit counts. Though he wasn't short on cash, 150,000 ryo was still a decent sum. No reason to leave it on the table. Ironically, the biggest chunk of his savings still came from Hinata. Kitazawa chuckled to himself as he left the Hokage building. "You're back? How was it? Are you hurt?" The moment Kurenai saw him, she fired off 3 rapid questions. "Do I look like I'm in trouble?" Kitazawa replied with a wry smile, holding his arms out theatrically. "Mizuki didn't attack you." Kurenai scanned him quickly, then let out a relieved breath. "Not only did he attack, but he even hired 2 rogue Chunin. But now, they're all corpses." Kitazawa said it casually, with a hint of amusement curling at his lips. "Serves them right," Kurenai snorted. "The important thing is, you're okay." "I've already delivered Mizuki's body to the Hokage," Kitazawa added. He reached out and poked her cheek, smiling. "It's over. No need to dwell on it." Kurenai nodded softly. "I'm going to read. Let me know when Lady Tsunade arrives," Kitazawa said as he ascended the stairs. 1 week of the 2-week deadline had already slipped by, and he still had half the required reading left. If he didn't pick up the pace, he might not complete the task Tsunade had set. The next day, Sunday, Kitazawa expected a typical day: reading, maybe sparring, perhaps a new ninjutsu theory discussion with Tsunade. What he didn't expect was an uninvited guest. Kitazawa. It was the familiar Umbu, Haru, standing at the front door. "Hokage-sama wishes to see you." Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Had his involvement in Mizuki's death somehow come under suspicion? But after a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. He had acted in self-defense the entire time. And if they truly suspected him, Haru wouldn't be knocking, he'd already have him in custody. "All right," he said, closing the door behind him and following Haru toward the Hokage's office. Inside, Hiruzen greeted him calmly. "Kitazawa," the old Hokage said, "the Umbu has reviewed Mizuki's memories. Everything aligns with your report. He acted of his own accord." Kitazawa felt a wave of relief wash over him. Mizuki was now nothing more than a footnote in Konoha's records. Mizuki was the homeroom teacher of 2nd year Class A, Hiruzen continued. "Now that he's gone, I'd like your opinion who should replace him." Kitazawa blinked, then replied evenly, "That's up to you, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen chuckled. "Would you consider taking on the role yourself?" Kitazawa was caught off guard. After a pause, he bowed slightly. I must decline. I'm already fully committed to first-year Class A. He wasn't lying, but that wasn't the full truth either. The real problem was that his system had tied him to first-year Class A. Switching focus might mean losing Naruto, Sasuke, and the others, and with them, his most valuable missions. I understand, Hiruzen said thoughtfully. Then allow me to explain. A new teacher, Tarai, will take over the class. Kitazawa narrowed his eyes. The name rang a bell. A second later, it clicked. Tarai was a root operative in the original timeline. The same one Danzo had sent after Kabuto. Hiruzen continued, as if reading his thoughts. Yes, he's from Root. Danzo initially wanted him to replace you in first-year Class A. I refused. I used the vacancy in second-year Class A as an excuse and had him placed there instead. Kitazawa sighed inwardly. Headache incoming. Don't worry, Hiruzen reassured him. I'm still in charge of the academy. Your task is simple, observe him. Once Danzo realizes he's gaining nothing, he'll pull him out. Understood, Hokage-sama, Kitazawa replied with a nod. It wasn't a dangerous mission. No matter how power-hungry Danzo was, Hiruzen still held the reins. Besides, Kitazawa was confident he wasn't the target. More likely, it was Yakumo, the girl with an extraordinary genjutsu bloodline. The Kurama clan's decline made them easy prey for someone like Danzo. Just as Kitazawa turned to leave, 4 glowing lines appeared before his eyes. As a genius, you should dominate the ninja school. Second-year Class A will be your first step. Current mission, defeat Hyuga Niji, the strongest in second-year Class A. Mission reward, increase Byakugan purity by 10%. Do you accept? Kitazawa stared, momentarily stunned. Was that even an option? Chapter 94, Chapter 94. Kitazawa, from now on, second-year Class A will be your responsibility, with Tarai and Yamada-yu assisting you, Hiruzen said. You can decide the specific curriculum. Yamada-yu had originally been the assisting teacher of second-year Class A. Most classes had 2 or 3 instructors. Previously, Mizuki and Yamada-yu had overseen the class. Understood, Kitazawa replied, collecting his thoughts. Tarai is a ninja from Root, Hiruzen added after a pause. He must not be involved in critical lessons, especially those concerning the will of fire. He didn't want Danzo's ideology seeping into the academy. I understand, Kitazawa nodded. I'll personally handle any lessons related to the will of fire. Very good, Hiruzen said with a satisfied smile. With you teaching, I feel more at ease. Hokage-sama, I'll take my leave. Kitazawa bowed slightly and exited the office. Standing at the entrance of the Hokage building, he let out a breath. Danzo really squeezes into every crack he finds, he muttered. He had no love for Danzo in his previous life, and experiencing the man's machinations firsthand only deepened that dislike. Fortunately, Kitazawa wasn't without allies. Besides Hiruzen, there was also Tsunade. With their protection, he was safe at least for now. Still, Kitazawa couldn't help but think, could Tsunade be the one to finally bring Danzo down? He couldn't rely on Hiruzen. As long as Danzo didn't openly betray the village, the old Hokage would never punish him. Danzo was, after all, Hiruzen's shadow, his necessary evil. The only one who could confront him head-on was Tsunade. Kitazawa's first idea was to expose the wood release experiments. But the issue was his own credibility. How would he even know such things? He had no way to justify the knowledge. Then a name flashed in his mind, Yamato. He was the sole known survivor of those twisted experiments. If Kitazawa could find a way to involve Yamato, he might have a chance. But no matter the method, the risk was enormous. One wrong step and everything could fall apart. For now, the best course was to grow stronger. His thoughts drifted back to the mission from his system. As a teacher, he couldn't just barge into class shouting, Niji, come out. Let's have a fight. Thankfully, as homeroom teacher, he could schedule a practical combat session and create the opportunity naturally. What excited him most was the reward, a 10% increase in Byakugan purity. In the original series, the Byakugan came in 2 tiers. One belonged to the Hyuga clan like Hayashi Hyuga. The other was wielded by the Otsutsuki like Kagaya. Although they looked the same on the surface, their power levels were vastly different. The Byakugan Kitazawa currently had came from the Hyuga line. But this mission reward hinted that his dojutsu could evolve, eventually reaching Otsutsuki level purity. Back at Kurene's home. You're back? What did the old man want? Tsunade asked, lifting her head from the couch. He assigned me as the homeroom teacher of second-year Class A, Kitazawa replied. He paused, then added honestly, and tasked me with keeping an eye on Tarai. Why him? Tsunade asked, frowning slightly. He's from Root, Kitazawa explained. I suspect Danzo has his eyes on Yakumo. Tsunade's expression darkened instantly. He wouldn't dare. Not while I'm here. Her outrage came not only from her dislike of Danzo but also because Yakumo Kurama was her patient. Kitazawa felt a little more reassured. With Tsunade watching over them, Yakumo and he himself was better protected. If Danzo makes a move, tell me immediately, Tsunade ordered. Konoha isn't his playground. Lady Tsunade, you're truly fearless, Kitazawa said with a grin. And you've got guts, kid, she replied, tilting her head. Most shinobi tremble just hearing Danzo's name. That's because you're standing behind me, he said sincerely. Flatterer, Tsunade said, propping her foot on the coffee table. Now go. I've got new ninjutsu to finish. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Kitazawa returned to his room upstairs. Danzo and Root were distant threats. For now, he had to finish those medical texts. Becoming Tsunade's student was his best insurance. The next morning marked the final week of June. Iruka stretched, satisfied with the 30 test questions he had spent the weekend preparing. Each one had taken thought and care. Wonder how many will be selected, he murmured, gathering the papers. After breakfast, he walked to Mizuki's house. Mizuki, you home? Iruka knocked and called out. The door opened but it wasn't Mizuki who answered. Iruka, good morning, greeted a gentle voice. Sabeki stood there, short-haired and soft-spoken. Still no sign of him. Iruka asked. Sabeki's face clouded. No, he left Saturday morning and hasn't returned. Could just be a long mission, Iruka reassured her. Sometimes they run a week or more. I hope that's all it is, she said quietly. Please let me know if you hear anything. Of course. As Iruka walked away, he sighed. When will I get a beautiful, gentle girlfriend like that? With a shake of his head, he headed for the ninja academy. As soon as Iruka stepped into the main office, he paused mid-step. Did Mizuki-senpai really do something like that? He must have lost his mind to envy someone as good as Kitazawa-senpai. Seriously, he's always treated us so well. Iruka instinctively glanced toward the source of the voices. 3 teachers were chatting among themselves. All of them taught first-year students, though none were from Class A. What are you talking about? Iruka approached them, unable to hold back his curiosity. What happened between Mizuki and Kitazawa-senpai? The notice just came out, one of the older teachers said, handing him a paper. Read for yourself. Iruka took it without thinking. Just a few seconds in, his expression changed to one of disbelief. The notice had 2 main points. First, Mizuki had attempted to attack Kitazawa out of jealousy and was killed in self-defense. Second, Kitazawa had been temporarily appointed as the homeroom teacher of second-year Class A. How can this be? Iruka's hand trembled as he held the notice. He had known Mizuki didn't get along with Kitazawa but never imagined it would escalate to this level. You think you know someone? The middle-aged teacher beside him muttered. I remember you and Mizuki were close. At least now you can see his true nature. Iruka opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. The notice had come from Principal Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. If the Hokage had signed off on it, then the contents had to be true. Mizuki was dead. And he had, indeed, committed a serious offense against the village. How am I supposed to explain this to Tsubeki? Iruka felt a deep, unexpected weight settle in his chest. Meanwhile, Kitazawa arrived at the main office. The moment he walked in, he felt an unnatural chill in the air. His gaze swept the room and landed on Tarai. There was no mistaking it. That eerie stillness, that cold, inhuman aura. All root members gave off the same stifling presence, emotionless and silent, like corpses trained to obey. It was a result of Danzo's brainwashing. Once indoctrinated into root, shinobi were stripped of clan loyalty, emotions, and even their identity as members of Konoha. Only one thing remained, loyalty to Danzo. Tarai's mere presence in the office had transformed the atmosphere into something frigid and tense. He was like a slab of ice in human form. Kitazawa-senpai. Yamada-Yu's face lit up the moment he saw him, as if salvation had arrived. We'll hold a short meeting in my office, Kitazawa said calmly. Mizuki's old one. Now responsible for 2 classes, Kitazawa had 2 separate offices. Got it. Yamada all but sprinted away, eager to escape the icy pressure Tarai radiated. Tarai, hello, Kitazawa said as he approached. I'm Kitazawa. Hello, Tarai responded with a monotone voice devoid of warmth or emotion. Follow me. We're having a meeting. Kitazawa turned and left the room without waiting for a reply. Tarai followed silently, saying nothing. Inside Mizuki's former office, Yamada was already waiting. This will be a quick meeting, Kitazawa said, taking a seat. We're going to reassign class schedules. He handed them each a new timetable. Yamada looked his over and was surprised. His workload had nearly doubled, almost matching Mizuki's original schedule. Kitazawa, on the other hand, only had 2 classes, Will of Fire and Ninjutsu, specifically the 3 basic jutsu. As for Tarai, he too had 2 classes, Flower Arrangement and Astronomy. Yamada nearly burst out laughing. Tarai looked like a stone-faced elite shinobi, yet his assignments were the gentlest in the entire academy. Was this some kind of prank? He couldn't help but glance at Tarai. Unsurprisingly, the man remained emotionless, not even blinking at the odd pairing. Was this guy even human? Yamada had never seen a ninja quite like him. What do you two think? Kitazawa asked. Any issues with the new schedule? Nope, Yamada-Yu replied instantly. Even with more classes, he saw an opportunity. Since Kitazawa's notice stated he was only temporarily overseeing second-year Class A, once he stepped away, someone would need to take his place. And Yamada planned to be first in line. No, Tarai said, just as flatly. Good. Then we'll begin with this schedule starting today, Kitazawa said as he stood. If anything comes up, find me in my first-floor office. Understood, Yamada said, catching the hint. Kitazawa's focus remained with first-year Class A. Once he left, the tension in the room immediately returned. I'm Yamada-Yu, pleased to. But before he could finish introducing himself, Tarai turned and walked out. Yamada froze. What's wrong with this guy? No manners whatsoever. Back in the first-year wing, Kitazawa returned to his office. Kitazawa-sensei, Hinata approached him, worry etched on her face. Are you okay? I'm fine, he replied with a slight pause. He figured she must have heard about Mizuki's failed assassination attempt. The news had spread quickly, especially with the official notice from Hiruzen. I can ask my father to send someone to protect you, she said hesitantly. It's not that serious. He flicked her forehead gently, smirking. Hinata had no idea how dangerous that offer sounded. She was a Hyuga heiress, naturally surrounded by protection. But Kitazawa? He was just a regular academy instructor. But Hinata started to speak again, only to be silenced by Kitazawa's mild glare. She pouted but obeyed. All right, it's time for breakfast. He ruffled her hair with a chuckle. Okay, she beamed, mood restored instantly. After breakfast, they entered the first-year Class A classroom. Kitazawa-sensei, are you okay? That Mizuki guy dared to lay a hand on you? He's scum. Say the word, and we'll go teach those second-year students a lesson. The classroom erupted the moment Kitazawa arrived. What nonsense are you spewing? He said, half amused, half exasperated. Mizuki is Mizuki. Second-year Class A is second-year Class A, don't confuse the two. He was genuinely worried they might actually go pick a fight. If the Hokage caught wind of that, he'd get an earful. I'm now the homeroom teacher for second-year Class A too. That makes us all part of the same team. With that, he added, let's begin class. After the first period, he hurried over to the second-year classroom. Did you hear about Mizuki-sensei? What an idiot. Maybe it's a good thing Kitazawa-sensei is replacing him. You mean the first-year teacher? I heard he's insanely strong. If he wasn't, how else could first-year Class A beat us? Niji sat silently, frowning slightly as he listened to the chatter. He didn't have a strong opinion on Kitazawa, but it did feel odd. Hinata's teacher, now theirs? Not long ago he was our rival, Tenten mused, resting her chin on her hand. Now he's our homeroom teacher. Life's full of surprises. Naruto talks about him all the time, Rock Lee added eagerly. They say he's the best teacher in the whole academy. He brightened. Do you think we'll get to train with first-year Class A? He was dying to join one of Naruto's special sessions. Possibly, Tenten replied, then gave Niji a knowing glance. Chapter 95, Chapter 95. The class bell rang. As Kitazawa stepped into the second-year Class A classroom, the chatter died instantly. You could have heard a pin drop. Hello, everyone. I'm Kitazawa, he said with an easy smile. Starting today, I'll be teaching your fire will and ninjutsu classes. A small wave of excitement rippled through the room. Awesome? It really is Kitazawa-sensei. We've been waiting for you forever. Only 2 classes? Can't you teach more? Kitazawa raised a brow, amused by their enthusiasm. Wow, Mizuki's body isn't even cold, and they've already moved on. Of course, he wasn't surprised. Kids didn't dwell on nuance. Mizuki had been underwhelming at best. With no bond formed, there was no one to mourn. In contrast, Kitazawa had already built a solid reputation, especially after leading first years to victory in that recent friendly match. All right, everyone. Open your textbooks. He picked up a pen and tapped it against the board. Today's lesson is on the will of fire. Compared to the first year, the second-year curriculum dug deeper into the philosophy, but for Kitazawa, the material was second nature, regardless of grade level. By the time the class ended, the room was quiet but not with boredom. It was the silence of students who didn't realize how fast time had flown. Kitazawa left the room as the dismissal bell rang. The real business starts during ninjutsu class. Wait, class is over already. That's the fastest a lesson's ever gone by. Class might actually be fun now. The students buzzed excitedly in his wake. Compared to Mizuki-sensei, Kitazawa-sensei is on a whole different level, one student whispered. Tenten turned to Niji. What do you think? It was fine, Niji said bluntly. Coming from him, that was practically high praise. I actually understood everything. Rock Lee beamed, fist clenched. So this is the power of youth. Tenten and Niji exchanged a look of helpless amusement. Back in the faculty office, Kitazawa returned to his desk. He still had work to do, namely, reviewing questions for the upcoming June monthly exams. With no new system missions related to the exam, he wasn't particularly invested. Even Naruto's extra training drills had been temporarily put on pause. After sorting through the submitted questions, he created a shadow clone to handle the paperwork. The original Kitazawa headed out to the academy's artificial lake. Training was in full swing. On the water's surface, a shadow clone version of himself was sparring with Shikamaru, who was awkwardly trying to dodge water jutsu. Not far off, Sasuke launched a fiery attack. His great dragon fire jutsu had finally reached beginner proficiency, now manifesting as a legitimate but still rather small fire dragon. More like a milk dragon, Kitazawa thought. On the sidelines, Sakura was absorbed in a medical textbook. If studying counted as training, she was progressing faster than anyone, perhaps even faster than Kitazawa himself. She really lived up to her reputation as one of the original's top female characters and the highest scorer in theoretical exams. At this rate, Kitazawa figured she'd be ready for basic medical ninjutsu next week. Tsunade would teach him. He would teach Sakura. A satisfying cycle. Ino, meanwhile, was off to the side practicing her mind-body switch jutsu. Kitazawa strolled over to Hinata, who was mid-practice. He gently adjusted her wrist a few centimeters. That last movement was a little off. Sorry, Kitazawa-sensei, she said, clearly flustered. It's fine, he replied calmly. Mistakes are part of learning. Just correct it. He stepped back and observed as Hinata straightened her posture, eyes focused in quiet determination. That afternoon, on the training grounds, second-year Class A was assembled in rows. I don't know much about your current strength, Kitazawa began, his voice carrying across the field. So, today our first ninjutsu class will be sparring. You mean, with you? Tenten asked, hand raised. Kitazawa smiled. Exactly. I want to see you all at your best. This was how he planned to take on the task involving Niji, organically, within the flow of class. One by one. Let's begin with the first in line. Yes. A young boy stepped forward, clearly nervous. He took a deep breath and performed the clone jutsu. 3 copies of him rushed forward, trying to confuse Kitazawa's vision. 1 punch per clone. Down they went. I surrender, the boy gasped, flat on the ground. Your clone jutsu was solid, Kitazawa commented, nodding. Next was a little girl. She opened with the transformation jutsu, morphing into a towering, muscular man nearly twice Kitazawa's size. The illusion was bold but shallow. 1 punch, and she too hit the dirt. Needs work, Kitazawa said gently, but a creative attempt. Most first years had only learned clone jutsu. Some second years had begun working on transformation. A few had dabbled in basic elemental jutsu but only at the lowest level. Overall, the class was clearly more advanced than his previous students. Still, none of them held a candle to the original 9 rookies. Not yet. Kitazawa-sensei. Rock Lee landed with a smooth aerial roll, thrusting out a thumbs up. Let's have a battle full of passion and youth. Kitazawa didn't reply. He simply kicked. It's Leaf Whirlwind too. Rock Lee lit up with excitement. Then I'll use Leaf Great Whirlwind. He launched into a spiraling kick of his own. Bang! Their legs collided and Rock Lee was sent flying backward, his sandals barely touching the ground. So strong. He gasped mid-spin, thrilled rather than hurt. But he landed on his feet and immediately charged back in. Leaf Whirlwind. Lee opened with another sweeping kick, followed by a sharp jab toward Kitazawa's torso. Kitazawa leaned back with a casual grace, effortlessly avoiding the strike. In the same motion, he caught Lee's wrist. Lee's eyes widened in alarm. Before he could react, Kitazawa twisted his wrist, throwing off his balance, and then drove a solid kick into his side, sending him skidding several meters across the training field. Again, Lee popped up, shaking out his wrist, eyes shining with determination. Watching from the side, Tenten couldn't help but comment, Lee's improved so much. Niji glanced over. Though his face remained stoic, even he was a bit surprised. Still, the gap between them was large. And for now, unchanging. All right. That's enough sparring for now, Kitazawa called, putting some distance between them. He'd already gotten a rough idea of Lee's current strength just slightly below Naruto's when the latter didn't use shadow clones. But purely in terms of taijutsu, Lee was among the best in both years. Kitazawa-sensei. Tenten stepped forward with a respectful bow. Please instruct me. Kitazawa felt an odd sense of déjà vu. From her name to her twin-bun hairstyle and even her clothes, Tenten really did have the flair of a certain mysterious Eastern nation. Of course, the Naruto world was filled with such cultural nods, the 8 trigrams, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the Bashozen, Son Goku. Whenever you're ready. Kitazawa spun 2 Konoha into his palms. Tenten immediately unsealed a scroll. Countless weapons spilled out in a glittering arc. Still standing still, Kitazawa casually flung his 2 Konoha straight into the stream of airborne weapons. Tenten narrowed her eyes. Those weren't hers. She scanned the flurry of metal for the intruding Konoha, quickly identifying the odd pair and retaliated by hurling a volley of shuriken. A chorus of metallic clangs rang out. Kitazawa's Konoha dropped to the ground, one on each side of her, blades buried deep in the dirt. Seeing this, Tenten smirked and reached for another scroll. But her smile froze. The Konoha bounced back up. Then whoosh, they spun toward her in perfect symmetry. Tenten's pupils shrank. She finally noticed the thin, translucent ninja wires attached to them. She blinked in stunned silence as the blades whizzed harmlessly past her cheeks. I surrender, she said dryly. Kitazawa gave a subtle nod and retrieved his weapons. Next. Hyuga Niji stepped forward with calm, deliberate grace. Kitazawa offered a slight smile. Finally the main event. Niji activated his Byakugan without a word, veins around his temples bulging with chakra flow. In a blur, he vanished forward with a body flicker. He struck, aiming directly at Kitazawa's vital point. But Kitazawa didn't move an inch, he simply snatched Niji's wrist. So fast. Niji thought, lowering his arm to slip the grab and immediately countering with a strike to Kitazawa's thigh. Before his hand landed, a sharp chop descended on his wrist, precise and devastating. His chakra stalled for an instant. His strike fizzled out on contact. Was that a coincidence? Did he actually hit my chakra point? Niji narrowed his eyes but kept moving. He spun to the side and threw another palm strike, this time from his left. Kitazawa calmly clenched his right fist and slammed it straight into Niji's palm. A surge of numbness spread through Niji's left arm. He tried to retreat but Kitazawa caught his hand and flipped him with an over-the-shoulder throw. His body hit the ground hard. Disoriented, Niji sat up, stunned. Every move he'd made, every gentle fist strike had been effortlessly read and countered. Kitazawa didn't have the Byakugan. He wasn't Hyuga. He shouldn't even know gentle fist. So how? Are you all right? Kitazawa walked over, offering his hand. Thank you, Kitazawa-sensei, Niji said, accepting the gesture. You're very strong. He said it flatly, as if reporting a fact, not conceding defeat. Kitazawa thought to himself, as expected of a proud genius. Current mission, defeat Hyuga Niji, the strongest in first year class A. Reward, Byakugan purity plus 10%. Mission complete, reward granted. Kitazawa gave him a friendly smile. But your strength still isn't enough. If you don't push yourself harder, you might lose to Hinata next semester. Niji's expression froze. In the original story, Naruto broke Niji's pride with fists first then words. Kitazawa preferred the same method. It worked best on geniuses. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Kitazawa's teaching style remained consistent. Just like with first-year Class A, he divided second-year Class A into 3 groups based on the results of the recent exam. The first group was assigned the clone jutsu. The second group was working on the transformation jutsu. The third group had already mastered both and were allowed to train independently. This last group was tiny, just 4 students. Among them were Niji and Tenten. Kitazawa dispatched 2 shadow clones to guide the first 2 groups while he remained where he was, his eyes quietly observing Niji in the distance. In terms of gentle fist fundamentals, Niji was far ahead of Hinata. Kitazawa rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Had he already learned 8 trigrams 64 palms in secret? Though officially forbidden, Kitazawa suspected it wasn't really secret. It was more likely that Hayashi had quietly permitted it. Given Hayashi's strength, there's no way he wouldn't notice Niji practicing it. But for Niji to master it so young now, that was surprising. Even Hayashi hadn't expected it. That explained his shock in the original timeline. Just then, Kitazawa raised an eyebrow. Niji shifted his stance. It was the 8 trigrams 64 palms. A form Kitazawa recognized immediately. He narrowed his eyes. Maybe Niji thought no one at the academy understood this advanced jutsu and so didn't bother hiding it. Still, Kitazawa suspected his own remarks earlier had triggered Niji, pushing him to train with even more intensity. Niji had always eclipsed Hinata growing up. The idea of losing now? Unthinkable. Especially with the underlying tension between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. What to say? Niji was a genius. But still too young. And without formal guidance, he was only proficient with the first 6 strikes of the jutsu. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Kitazawa now felt Hinata had a real shot at winning next semester's match. That is, if she could master more of the 64 palms than Niji in time. Of course, jutsu alone wasn't enough. Real combat experience mattered too. He made a mental note to begin special summer training with her. After observing Niji for a while, Kitazawa turned away and headed toward a quiet corner of the training ground. He had assessed Niji's capabilities. Now it was time to evaluate the benefits of his own reward, this mysterious 10% increase in Byakugan purity. After confirming he was alone, Kitazawa activated his Byakugan. A quiet hum filled his senses. First impression, everything appeared sharper, clearer. The clarity had improved noticeably, though perhaps only by the promised 10%. The second change was more subtle, an increase in ocular power. Using a dojutsu consumes chakra from the eyes themselves. The Uchiha often said, Sharingan battles are really battles of ocular power. That became painfully obvious once Mangekyo Sharingan entered the equation. Too much usage risked blindness. Kitazawa could feel it, his own reserves had improved by around 10%. He gave a satisfied nod and shifted his gaze farther out. His range didn't just extend by 10%, it had doubled. Now that was a real upgrade. In reconnaissance, sight range was everything. He deactivated the Byakugan and returned to the training ground. Pulling out a medical scroll, he casually began reading. With shadow clones handling the students, there wasn't much for him to worry about. Time passed quietly, and before long, class was over. We'll pick up again tomorrow, Kitazawa said, dispersing his shadow clones with a flick of his sleeve. He left with an air of nonchalance, like a cloud passing through the sky. No way, a sensei who doesn't drag out class. Kitazawa sensei explains the clone and transformation jutsus way better than Mizuki sensei ever did. Totally, I learned more in this one class than I usually do in an entire week. No wonder first year class A is so strong. Nothing makes a teacher's strengths more obvious than comparison. Even after a single class, the students of second year class A already respected Kitazawa deeply. Niji, wanna head back to class together? Tenten called out to him, noticing he was still practicing gentle fist. You go ahead, Niji replied without looking up. I need to train more. As expected of my eternal rival. Rock Lee shouted, fists clenched in admiration. This is youth? I'll do 300 more laps after school today. Tenten opened her mouth as if to say something, then thought better of it. Niji had always trained hard, but he used to know when to rest. Now, he was turning into a second Rock Lee. Kitazawa didn't leave the ninja academy, nor did he return to his office. He still had one last class to teach, first year class A's practical combat session. During the short break before class, he strolled down to the academy's artificial lake to observe the students training. Shikamaru was making rapid progress, faster than Kitazawa had expected. Diligence had carried him this far. At this pace, Kitazawa estimated he'd finish water walking training by the end of the week. After that, like Ino, he'd move on to learning his clan's secret jutsu. In truth, Shikamaru had already begun studying the shadow imitation jutsu with his father. He just hadn't told anyone, wanting to surprise Kitazawa during sparring. Not that it mattered. Even if Kitazawa knew, he wouldn't care. One jutsu couldn't close the gap between them. Ino. Kitazawa approached the blonde. Over the past few days, he'd taken a closer interest in the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch jutsu. As a yin release-based jutsu, it shared similarities with genjutsu, something Kitazawa had talent and training in. With his yin release affinity, he could offer useful pointers. Ino didn't really need his help, she was bound to master the jutsu eventually, but Kitazawa still guided her. Not because she required it, he just wanted to be involved. To feel like he had a hand in their progress. To make his mission feel worthwhile. The school bell rang. Kitazawa headed toward the training grounds and glanced over first-year Class A. A thought struck him. Could he merge their class with second-year Class A? It would save him an hour in the weekly schedule. He considered it seriously. The ninjutsu curriculum for both groups was centered on the 3 basic jutsu. Their learning speeds varied, but with batch teaching, he could easily manage the difference. Today's session is still focused on Konoha-style taijutsu, Kitazawa decided. He'd combine the 2 classes after the monthly exams wrapped up. By Wednesday, Kitazawa had finalized the theoretical test papers for June's monthly exams. He scheduled the exams for Thursday and Friday written first, then practical. Saturday and Sunday would be free. Aren't I considerate? He muttered the words half proudly. He could have easily shoved the exams onto the weekend. It wouldn't interfere with class time that way, but the students would have hated that. Losing their only break, then rolling right into another week of class? Unforgivable. Back in his previous life, Kitazawa had despised working weekends. A knock echoed on the door. Come in. The door creaked open. Kitazawa-senpai. Iruka stepped inside, his face even more worn than usual. Iruka, I've got something for you. Kitazawa stood and handed over a notice. This is the exam schedule. I need you to inform all the grade offices. Of course, Kitazawa-senpai. Iruka didn't hesitate. The man looked exhausted. Mizuki's death was clearly weighing on him. Since Mizuki had no family, his girlfriend, Sabeki, was left to handle the funeral arrangements. Iruka, being the kind soul he was, volunteered to help. Teaching by day, supporting Sabeki by night, it was wearing him down. Kitazawa suddenly remembered something. In the original timeline, Iruka never married. No wife or girlfriend was ever shown. But now, with Mizuki gone and Sabeki vulnerable, Kitazawa shook the thought from his head. He didn't meddle in other people's relationships. Kurone and Asuma weren't even officially dating yet, so that didn't count. Also, he added, make sure to get some rest. Iruka paused, then smiled faintly. Thanks for the concern, senpai. Kitazawa nodded, then grabbed the stack of test papers and left to find Vice Principal Hisao Sarutobi. With the exams finalized, the next step was printing. Thankfully, that wasn't his job, it was Hisao's. Mission completed. Help Nara Shikamaru establish the foundation for learning his clan's secret jutsu. Reward, Shadow Imitation Jutsu. Kitazawa stopped in his tracks as the notification popped into his mind. Had Shikamaru already completed water walking? Looks like pressure really was the best motivator. All the sparring and ninjutsu harassment must have finally pushed him past the threshold. A flood of knowledge surged into Kitazawa's brain, the intricacies of the Shadow Imitation Jutsu, a yin-release specialty like the mind-body switch. Tempted to test it out immediately, he instead made his way back to the lake. Shikamaru was still there, walking calmly across the water's surface. Shikamaru, Kitazawa called, dispelling his shadow clones as he approached. Kitazawa-sensei. The boy turned, slightly out of breath. No need to keep training. You're done with water walking. Huh? Already? Shikamaru looked stunned. Not just for today, Kitazawa clarified. You've officially graduated from this exercise. Seriously. Shikamaru blinked, waiting for the catch. Why would I lie? Kitazawa shrugged. Your chakra control's more than sufficient now. You've hit the ceiling for this stage. Awesome. Shikamaru's eyes lit up. He grinned wide and then, in his excitement, forgot to maintain chakra under his feet. With a splash, he plummeted into the lake. GL Glug-sensei. Kitazawa couldn't help but laugh. He leapt gracefully onto the water and pulled the boy out like hauling a flailing magi carp from a pond. Shikamaru immediately started coughing up water the moment he hit land. Thanks, cough, sensei. You want me to dry you off with a fire jutsu? Kitazawa offered playfully. No thanks. Shikamaru refused instantly. My house isn't far. I'll change there. Good. Go before you catch a cold. Shikamaru nodded and turned to leave, but after a few steps, he glanced back. Do I have any more training today? I only agreed to be your tutor for a month. Kitazawa smiled. Oh, right. For a reason he didn't understand, Shikamaru felt a little disappointed. No way, I actually liked this training, right? See ya, Kitazawa-sensei. Shikamaru took off down the road. He made it home within minutes, grabbed a towel and clean clothes, and headed straight to the bathroom. A hot shower later, he sprawled out on the living room sofa. The ceiling above him hadn't changed, but he had. After a few moments, he fidgeted restlessly. Sitting still just didn't feel right anymore. With a soft grunt, he stood up and walked to the window. A bird had landed on the windowsill. Shikamaru formed a seal. Shadow Imitation Jutsu. His shadow slithered forward like ink, stretching toward the bird. It climbed the wall and latched onto the bird's shadow. The creature chirped in alarm but couldn't move. I did it. Shikamaru stared, awestruck. He released the jutsu, and the bird shot off in a blur of feathers. He caught his breath. The jutsu was powerful but chakra-hungry. Then again, with enough chakra, anything could be bound. You actually learned shadow imitation. A voice called from behind. It was his mother, Nara Yoshino, still wearing her apron. First successful attempt, Shikamaru admitted, scratching his head. Honestly, he hadn't expected it to work so soon. It had to be the chakra control. His water walking training must have accelerated things. My son really is a genius, Yoshino said with pride. Your dad hadn't figured it out at your age. Kitazawa-sensei helped a lot. The words slipped out. And instantly, he regretted them. Oops. Shouldn't have said that. Sure enough, her smile deepened. Hiring Kitazawa as your tutor was the right call. Over the past month, they'd all seen it, the transformation. Lazy Shikamaru had vanished. In his place, a boy who trained by day, learned by night, and never once complained. A boy steadily becoming a ninja. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Mom, I don't think we need to bother Kitazawa-sensei anymore. I've already learned the shadow imitation jutsu, haven't I? Shikamaru asked cautiously, testing the waters. That won't do. Yoshino Nara shut him down immediately. The shadow imitation is just the beginning. Our clan has plenty of secret jutsu left for you to master. She knew her son all too well. If she gave him an inch, he'd be back to his lazy old self in no time. Shikamaru's vision dimmed. No, I just crawled out of hell, now you want to drag me back in. I think Kitazawa-sensei's fees are too high, he tried, tone suddenly serious. Oh, really? Yoshino smiled sweetly, too sweetly. Didn't Kitazawa-sensei open a shop recently? Why not go work there to pay off the fees? Shikamaru froze. Her smile was just like Kitazawa's, deceptively kind. The smile of a devil. Don't think I don't know what's going on in that head of yours, Yoshino said smugly. You came from me, remember? Yes, Mom is wise, Shikamaru muttered with a sigh. You really don't want to keep training with Kitazawa-sensei. Yoshino narrowed her eyes, voice soft but piercing. I really don't, Shikamaru said, hesitating just enough to ruin his case. I understand. Yoshino smiled knowingly. If he truly didn't want to continue, he wouldn't have hesitated. No, wait. What do you mean you understand? He asked, suddenly nervous. We'll wait until your father gets home, she said, waving a hand. He'll help us decide. Okay. Shikamaru slumped onto the sofa. But the moment he closed his eyes, images of water walking and sparring with Kitazawa flashed through his mind. He shot upright. No, I haven't even reclaimed my dignity in practical combat yet. How can I quit now? Around noon, the door creaked open. I'm home. Shikaku entered, raising an eyebrow at the sight of his son. You're back early today. Kitazawa-sensei said my training's complete, Shikamaru replied quickly. He said I'm done. He learned the shadow imitation jutsu, Yoshino added helpfully. Really? Shikaku blinked in mild surprise. Shikamaru glanced at his mother, coughed, and asked as casually as he could, Dad, do you think there's still a need to hire Kitazawa-sensei again? Shikaku's sharp gaze fixed on him. What? Planning to get lazy again? Father and son shared similar intelligence. Shikaku had already figured out the situation. Shikamaru sighed in defeat. It was over. No way out. Fine. I'll just get my revenge during sparring. After lunch, we'll go speak with Kitazawa, Shikaku said, exchanging a glance with Yoshino and smiling. Both parents were on the same page. They wanted their son to become strong. Not just clever, but formidable. In the harsh world of Shinobi, brains alone wouldn't cut it. Strength was survival. Later that afternoon, Shikaku and Shikamaru made their way to the Ninja Academy. At that moment, Kitazawa was finishing his bento and preparing for a nap when he remembered the new jutsu he'd acquired. He sat up and formed the necessary hand seals. A second later, his shadow sprang to life, slithering forward like a curious serpent. This is kind of fun, Kitazawa grinned, weaving his shadow across the room in sharp angles and playful spirals. He stopped only when the dizziness hit him. The chakra drain's no joke, he muttered. No wonder the Ino, Shika, Cho need to fight together. Of the three clans, only the Akimichi jutsus were well suited to solo combat. Both the Nara and Yamanaka jutsus shone brightest when used in tandem with allies. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Kitazawa called, brows lifting. Kitazawa-san. Shikaku entered calmly. Kitazawa-sensei. Shikamaru trailed behind, voice barely above a mumble. So they came after all, Kitazawa thought with a small smirk. He told Shikamaru the training was over on purpose. To trigger the next mission. Our reason for coming, Shikaku began without preamble, is to ask you to continue as Shikamaru's private tutor. Current mission, help Shikamaru Nara master a second clan secret jutsu. Mission reward, shadow sewing. Accept. Kitazawa stared at the system prompt blinking before him, and smiled. It was good to have a new mission. A second clan secret jutsu? So Shikamaru had already mastered the shadow imitation jutsu? Was he keeping it hidden to surprise him? Kitazawa glanced at the boy thoughtfully. He was still a child, brilliant, yes, but young and impulsive, unaware of the gap between them just yet. As for shadow sewing, if memory served, it allowed one to solidify shadows into flexible, multifunctional appendages. Well, since Shikaku-senpai requested it, I'll gladly oblige, Kitazawa said with a calm smile. You can rest easy and leave Shikamaru to me. That's reassuring. Shikaku looked over at his son. Shikamaru, be sure to listen to your teacher. Understood. Yes. Shikamaru replied with a resigned sigh. Kitazawa and Shikaku exchanged amused looks and couldn't help but laugh. Shikamaru felt like he was being thrown to the wolves. I'm suffering here, and you two are laughing? I'll be heading off, Kitazawa. With a parting nod, Shikaku turned and left. Shikamaru, head back to class and rest during the lunch break, Kitazawa said, patting his shoulder. Your new training won't start until next week. Take these few days to recover. Rest? Why would I need rest? What exactly is this new training going to be? Shikamaru had a sinking feeling he wouldn't be sleeping well tonight. Kitazawa watched the boy walk off, visibly troubled, and chuckled softly to himself. Teasing children could be surprisingly entertaining. Afternoon arrived. Kitazawa had 2 classes scheduled, both practical combat. One for first-year Class A, and one for second-year Class A. Once those were done, Thursday came to a close, bringing them to June's monthly exam. Sasuke, let's make this a youthful monthly exam, Naruto declared, bursting into the room in full green tights. In an instant, the classroom froze. Does Naruto really not feel shame? Ino groaned, covering her face. She was dying of second-hand embarrassment. He's a warrior, Choji said, offering a solemn nod. Shikamaru didn't move. He lay sprawled across his desk, face down, like his soul had left his body. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura hissed, marching over and shoving him aside. Unfortunately, she pushed too hard, sending Naruto stumbling towards Sasuke. No, she gasped in horror. Sasuke's eyes widened, and he bolted with excellent reflexes, narrowly avoiding an accidental mouth-to-mouth collision. Kitazawa walked in just in time to see it happen. So close to recreating the infamous Nara kiss from the original timeline. Sasuke exhaled sharply, visibly rattled. Naruto, still oblivious, scratched his head in confusion. All right, everyone take your seats. The exam's starting, Kitazawa announced, stepping up to the podium. Sasuke, Naruto declared, fist raised. This time, I'm taking first place. You're still a long way off, Sasuke replied coolly. Truth be told, Sasuke wasn't too invested in this month's written exam. He was far more excited about July's final, when his fire release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, would finally be ready. By then, no number of Naruto's clones would make a difference. The rules are the same as always. Begin. At exactly 9 o'clock, Kitazawa signaled the start of the exam. The students flipped open their papers and picked up their pens. Leaving a shadow clone behind to co-proctor with Iruka, Kitazawa returned to Kurene's house. Clones could handle collecting and grading. He had other things to do, namely, finishing his medical studies. Ever since he and Kurene had made their relationship official, he'd had his own room at her place. Between learning from Tsunade and experimenting with new ninjutsu, this had become his main base of operations. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. I'm home, Kurene. Spotting her sandals by the shoe cabinet, Kitazawa noticed Tsunade's and Shizun's were absent. Isn't today the monthly exam? Kurene called from the living room, her legs casually crossed. It was a hot day, so she'd opted for denim shorts. When she saw Kitazawa enter, she uncrossed her legs. Her fair, flawless skin practically shimmered in the sunbeam pouring in through the window. Kitazawa's eyes briefly traced her exposed thighs. Paired with the shorts, she wore a cropped, off-white top revealing her smooth waist and navel. Like what you see? She asked with a sly grin, spreading her arms playfully. As she moved, her chest swayed freely beneath the light fabric. You're gorgeous, Kitazawa said, his gaze rising. Did you go out today? Nope, she said, cocking her head. Why do you ask? Because you look too stunning, and I'd rather be the only one who gets to see it. Her smile deepened. It's only for you. She had, in fact, bought this outfit after they got together. Before that, her wardrobe was mostly kimonos, her red dress, or that familiar red-sleeved top. Kitazawa felt a rush of warmth and stepped closer. Now face to face, he could see every detail of her delicate expression. She smelled faintly floral, light, clean, and intoxicating. Their breaths mingled. Kurene's pulse quickened, her toes curling unconsciously. May I kiss you? He asked, eyes lingering on her lips. You're still asking. She teased, then leaned forward and kissed him first. The soft contact sent a tremor through them both. Kitazawa deepened the kiss slowly. Kurene let out a soft sound, her cheeks burning as the color spread down her neck. But this time she didn't pull away. After a long moment, they separated. Why you should go study, only 2 days left, she murmured, licking her lips as if trying to cool down. No rush, Kitazawa said, voice low. I just have 1 book left. Shizun's. Tsunade-sama will be back soon. Kurene warned, her gaze flickering away. Kitazawa smirked, leaned in again, and planted a light kiss just below her collarbone before retreating upstairs. Left alone, Kurene inhaled sharply. That kiss had nearly swallowed her whole. Upstairs, Kitazawa returned to his room and shook off the lingering heat. His approach with Kurene had always been steady, gentle, deliberate, and patient. Clearly, it was working. From their first brush of lips to deep kisses, she was letting her guard down, 1 layer at a time. Maybe they'd take the next step soon. But for now, he had a medical textbook to finish. He sat down and focused. There was only 1 book left, but reading wasn't the problem. Retention and comprehension took time. That was just the nature of medicine. Later that afternoon, the sun still blazed relentlessly in the sky. Kitazawa paused, wiping his brow, and suddenly thought of ice release. If only he could conjure cold air on demand. He chuckled and set the book aside. 2 weeks of studying, and he'd finally completed the first phase of Tsunade's medical training plan. Thank goodness for shadow clones. He dispelled the one at school and felt the rush of memories return. The theoretical exam results were in. Sasuke had previously held the top spot, but this time, Sakura had taken it. Kitazawa figured Sasuke had been too focused on fire release ninjutsu to study. Sakura, meanwhile, was already strong in academics, so the result wasn't surprising. Naruto, without Kitazawa's help this time, had dropped from 6th to 13th, but that was still a huge improvement over dead last. The next day, Friday, the practical exam began. Same format as the last one, nothing new. Naruto took first in physical fitness, as usual, but Sasuke claimed the top scores in clone jutsu and ninja tool accuracy. That afternoon, the final rankings for June's exam were announced. Nothing too shocking, mostly consistent with the previous results. The only real shift, Naruto dropped to 11th place overall. Ha ha ha. Kiba burst out laughing. Naruto, I finally beat you? You owe me Ichiraku ramen. Last time, Kiba had lost by a hair, which had really stung. Now, he had his revenge. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Is training really unavoidable? Shikamaru sighed as he strolled down the street. It was Monday, the dreaded start of a new training cycle. He had no idea what Kitazawa-sensei had in store this time. And the unknown? That was always the most terrifying part. Especially after last week's water walking training. That disaster still haunted him. I think Kitazawa-sensei's training is kind of interesting, Ino said, tilting her head thoughtfully. Shikamaru shot her a look. Did he use ninjutsu on you during water walking training? Nope, Ino replied, shaking her head. Sakura and I were just throwing kunao at each other. Shikamaru winced. Then you don't understand my suffering? Mine was way worse. Why do you both have special training? Koji asked, genuinely confused. Run, Shikamaru exclaimed. Ahead lies hell. Koji blinked. Is it that bad? He quickly dismissed the thought and mumbled, I was just asking. Ino. Sakura jogged up, waving. What are you talking about? Kitazawa-sensei's special training, Ino replied, then added, aren't you starting medical ninjutsu today? Yep. Sakura beamed. I've been looking forward to this forever. Ino and Shikamaru exchanged glances and said in unison, you lucky fool. For a first-year student with no clan connections, Sakura's chance to learn medical ninjutsu was absurdly fortunate. Why are you insulting me? Sakura frowned. If you're jealous, ask Kitazawa-sensei to teach you too. It's not that easy, Ino said sincerely. If it weren't for Kitazawa-sensei, you'd never have had the opportunity. Sakura blinked, surprised by Ino's serious tone. But she understood. And she nodded. Be sure to thank Kitazawa-sensei properly, Ino reminded her. I will, Sakura said, her voice softening. Once I master the mind-body switch jutsu, I'll need to thank him too, Ino added, but trailed off. She still hadn't figured out how to properly show her gratitude. He said to meet him directly at the school's training ground this morning, Ino said as they arrived at the academy gates. Good luck, you too, Koji said, waving with one hand while munching on potato chips with the other. For him, eating was training. His clan's jutsu depended on storing chakra-rich energy in body fat. What must come, will come. Shikamaru muttered bleakly. Ino laughed. Don't be so dramatic. Sasuke-kun. Sakura suddenly gasped, spotting him across the yard and running over. Don't come closer. Sasuke turned and exhaled. 3 fire dragons roared from his mouth. The air shimmered from the heat, and Sakura screeched to a halt. Kitazawa raised an eyebrow from across the field. Already spitting 3 fire dragons? He must have been training at home again. Kitazawa's thoughts flicked immediately to one name. Uchiha Itachi. With a genius like that guiding him, Sasuke's progress was no surprise. Still, he had a long way to go before true mastery. Learning a B-rank fire release ninjutsu was already impressive, especially given Sasuke's limited chakra reserves. Not because the Uchiha clan lacked chakra, but because Sasuke was still young. Chakra reserves could be cultivated. But the cap? That was determined at birth. In short, it all came down to the body. And a shinobi's body didn't peak until around age 20. Sakura, Kitazawa called, head to the school's artificial lake and catch a fish. He'd decided to meet at the training ground today so he could teach medical ninjutsu without raising suspicion. Not that anyone paid much attention to a first year anyway. Huh? A fish? Sakura blinked. Yes, Kitazawa nodded. Stun it, but don't kill it. Still confused, Sakura nodded and headed off. Ino, Shikamaru, come here. Ino paused, uncertain. Had her training changed too? Shikamaru, however, felt hopeful. If Ino was involved, maybe it wouldn't be as terrifying. Kitazawa hadn't originally planned Shikamaru's new regimen, but that changed after he got hold of the shadow imitation jutsu. Now, he had an idea. Yin release nature transformation training. Yin release, at its core, was about manifesting the intangible, shaping spiritual energy into physical effect. Like controlling shadows. Shadows weren't real. They were optical illusions. But Yin release could make them real and useful. The same for Ino's jutsu. The Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch made thoughts physical enough to control another's body. Today's training is Yin release nature transformation, Kitazawa said, eyes on the two. They exchanged stunned glances. Yin release training? From a school teacher? That was usually Jonin level stuff. The exercise is simple, Kitazawa said, setting down a wooden dummy. Shikamaru, control its shadow. Shikamaru formed hand signs. His shadow stretched out, merging with the dummies. Now reshape the shadow into an office desk. Shikamaru blinked. What kind of request was that? Controlling a body with the shadow was one thing, but sculpting its form? Still, he gave it a try. Sweat beaded on his brow, but eventually, the dummy's shadow warped and formed a crude desk shape. Not bad, Kitazawa grinned and summoned a pile of dummies. They're all yours. Huh. Shikamaru stared, stunned. If water walking was physical torment, this was mental torture. Which was worse? He couldn't tell. What about me? Ino asked eagerly. Wait until Sakura returns, Kitazawa replied. That only deepened her curiosity. A few minutes later, Sakura came back, holding a live carp. Today's medical ninjutsu is the healing jutsu, Kitazawa said, setting up a small table. He gently sliced the carp with a kunao. Blood trickled from the wound. Healing jutsu. He formed hand signs and placed his hand on the fish. A pale green glow lit up. The cut slowly closed and vanished. Ino's jaw dropped. You actually know medical ninjutsu. Your turn, Kitazawa said, cutting the carp again. Sakura stepped up, nervous but determined. She mimicked the signs. A faint green light flickered then fizzled. Don't worry, Kitazawa reassured her. That's normal. Keep trying. Half an hour later, she finally succeeded. The wound vanished beneath her glowing hands. Excellent. Kitazawa nodded. This will be your training now until you master it. Yes, Kitazawa-sensei, she said brightly. Now, Ino, it's your turn. Huh. This carp's still alive. Your task is to take over its consciousness using your mind-body switch jutsu. Oh, Ino's eyes lit up. A perfect way to practice her clan jutsu. But, Kitazawa warned, his tone sharp, Sakura will keep injuring the fish. So, to avoid taking damage yourself, you'll have to exit before each cut. Ino froze. If she stayed too long and got hit, the damage would transfer to her. Right now, she had 30 minutes between each wound. But as Sakura improved, that window would shrink. Just like before, it was a competition again. To keep you motivated, Kitazawa added with a smirk, the loser doubles their homework. Sakura and Ino locked eyes. Sparks flew. One more thing. Kitazawa raised his voice. Be sure to attend this afternoon's combat class. We're having a joint session with second year, Class A. Shikamaru, Ino, and Sakura showed no reaction. But Hinata and Sasuke both tensed. Hinata didn't know how to face Niji. Sasuke, on the other hand, couldn't wait. He'd wanted to fight Niji during their last joint session, but the spotlight was stolen by Yakumo. This time, he was stronger. And he was ready. Afternoon arrived. For many students, this was their first joint practical combat session between classes, and the novelty was palpable. Some of the bolder ones had already begun mingling, seizing the opportunity to make new connections. After all, they'd all clashed during the previous friendly match. Conflict had a way of building familiarity. The moment Naruto arrived at the training grounds, his voice rang out like a trumpet. Naruto, I'm here. Lee sprinted over with blazing enthusiasm. This is the grand reunion of youth. Lee cried. The two locked eyes, then charged forward dramatically only to crash into a spirited, over-the-top embrace. Ugh, I can't watch this, muttered Tenten, pressing her forehead with a sigh. Beside her, Niji's eye twitched. One Lee was already a handful. Now Naruto was here too? Double the chaos. Who could survive this? It's over, groaned Kiba, watching the tearful, overly passionate display with horror. How did two lunatics like that end up in the same ninja academy? I'm starting to think this class merge was a mistake, Sakura muttered, glancing at Sasuke. Good thing Sasuke-kun is normal. Sasuke imagined himself striking those exaggerated poses and felt a chill run down his spine. He would sooner leap from a rooftop than become like that. Hinata, meanwhile, seemed lost in thought. Then, a warm hand gently landed on her head. She blinked up, meeting Kitazawa's eyes. Class is starting, he said with a small smile before stepping forward. First year Class A, line up on the left. Second year Class A, to the right. The students snapped to attention and lined up. Though it's a joint class, Kitazawa said in his usual calm tone, there's no need for formality. We'll continue in the same groups as last time. Kitazawa-sensei. Sasuke raised his hand. Yes, I want to challenge Niji. The moment he spoke, both classes buzzed with excitement. Whispers spread like wildfire. Back during the friendly match, everyone had expected Niji and Sasuke to clash, but instead, Yakumo had stolen the spotlight. Kitazawa glanced at the clear, blue sky above. Yep. Clear skies. No rain. Sasuke must be feeling bold again. I accept your challenge, said Niji, his tone even and unreadable. Very well. Kitazawa nodded. Keep it clean and stop when the winner's clear. If Sasuke was begging for a beating, Kitazawa wasn't going to stop him. Sasuke and Niji stepped into the open space, facing off. Begin, Kitazawa announced, acting as referee. Sasuke immediately darted back, revealing 3 shuriken in each hand. With a sharp gaze, he flung them all at once as Niji charged forward. Byakugan, activate. Niji's white eyes glowed. The shuriken's paths lit up in his field of vision. With a sharp spin, his body twisted mid-run, and the 6 shuriken slammed harmlessly into the dirt around him. Whoa, that was amazing. Hinata gasped, hands clutched tightly. Even with the Byakugan's vision, reacting in time to that kind of speed was something else. If it were her, she would have panicked. Using ninja tools against Niji, Tenten smirked. That's a rookie move. My throwing's even sharper than Sasuke's, and it barely phases him. She'd trained with Niji enough to know that kind of attack was nothing more than child's play. Do you think Sasuke-kun can win? Sakura asked anxiously. She always believed in him, but Niji's reputation was nothing to scoff at. That first exchange alone made it clear, this wouldn't be easy. He's got this. Naruto shouted with full faith. Ino nodded. Don't forget Sasuke's been training hard. He hasn't even used his trump card yet. Sakura was about to reply when a chorus of gasps rang out. Sasuke raised his arms in a smooth, controlled motion like playing an invisible piano. The 6 shuriken embedded around Niji suddenly shot upward. The ninja wire attached to them glinted for just a second. Now they hovered all around Niji, forming a deadly trap. You fell for it, Niji, Sasuke declared, grinning. My manipulated shuriken caught you off guard. But Niji simply raised an eyebrow. Is that so? With a swift motion, his body accelerated, nimbly dodging all 6 incoming blades. What? Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm from the Hyuga clan, Niji said coolly, tapping his temple. Your ninja wire may be hard to notice but not to these eyes. Byakugan sees all. Sasuke's surprise tactic hadn't even scratched the surface. Damn it. Sasuke clenched his fists. Those were my lines to say after awakening my Sharingan. But Niji wasn't done. He closed the gap in a heartbeat, hands flowing like water, palm strikes aiming straight at Sasuke's chakra points. Panic flickered in Sasuke's eyes. He knew what would happen if he got hit with gentle fist. He'd lose all control of his chakra. In a moment of desperation, Sasuke leaned back hard, one hand on the ground to support himself. Niji's palms narrowly missed but his leg swept in next, catching Sasuke squarely in the ribs. He skidded several meters across the ground. But Sasuke grit his teeth, forced himself up, and formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu? The air rippled with heat. A massive fireball surged forward, just like the one that had stunned everyone during the friendly match. Niji had no choice but to halt and dodge it. Now's my chance. Sasuke's fingers flew through another series of seals. Fire release, great dragon fire jutsu. Though still imperfect, 3 blazing fire dragons spiraled forward. Both classes gasped in awe. 3 dragons, someone whispered. Niji narrowed his eyes. He was impressed that Sasuke could already handle multiple fire release jutsus. But this move? Too slow, too weak. He stepped around the flames with practiced ease and surged forward again, his palms striking in a blur. 4 rapid blows landed squarely on Sasuke's chest. Sasuke dropped to the ground. You lost, Sasuke, Niji said, calm and composed. I haven't. Sasuke tried to get up, but his chakra was a mess. Niji's strikes had shut it down completely. Chapter 99, Chapter 99. Class dismissed? Kitazawa smiled and waved. See you all tomorrow. See you, Kitazawa-sensei. After cheerfully bidding farewell, the students from both classes began to disperse. Despite being their first joint session, the day had left a memorable impression on most of them. All except Sasuke. Still brooding over his defeat to Hyuga Niji, Sasuke wore a face so dark it seemed the entire class owed him 5 million ryo. Sasuke, Kitazawa called, stopping him before he could sulk away. Niji's a year older and has already awakened the Byakugan. It's not surprising you lost. But, Sasuke's mouth twitched. He understood the logic, sure, but accepting it? That was a different matter. He was an Uchiha, the pride of his clan. Losing to a Hyuga wasn't just embarrassing, it was unacceptable. And what would Fugaku say? Have you thought about why you lost? Kitazawa asked, eyeing him. Sasuke paused. Truthfully, he hadn't. All he'd done since the match was stew over the new fire release jutsu and obsess over why he hadn't awakened his Sharingan yet. Kitazawa caught the look in his eyes and sighed inwardly. Classic Sasuke behavior, raw talent, zero reflection. It was no wonder the original Sasuke earned the nickname Brooder. Every time he powered up, he got cocky until someone stronger knocked him back down. Mangekyo Sharingan? He went from catching the 8 tails to storming the 5-cage summit and almost got killed both times. If not for Itachi, he'd have gone blind in record time. Because of his Byakugan, Sasuke finally said. He saw through my shuriken technique. Kitazawa nodded. What else? Sasuke frowned, thinking hard. What else? His taijutsu's better than mine, he admitted at last, holding up one finger. Once he got close, I couldn't stop him. Saying it aloud made him wince. The Uchiha were known for Sharingan and Genjutsu, the Hyuga, for Byakugan and Gentle Fist. Losing in taijutsu to Niji wasn't exactly shocking, but it still stung. If I had my Sharingan, I could have read his moves and countered, Sasuke muttered, clenching his fists. I'd beat him for sure. Kitazawa blinked. There it is again, Sharingan. 3 sentences in and already blaming the absence of it. The Uchiha really had a one-track mind when it came to their eyes. Don't fixate on the Sharingan, Kitazawa said. You've got strengths of your own. You mean fire release? Sasuke's brow furrowed. That was the only thing he had that made Niji flinch. But Kitazawa's fire release was far more precise than his. Niji could dodge his jutsu too easily with Byakugan. Exactly. Your fire release is your edge, Kitazawa replied. If you can land a hit with it, the fight shifts in your favor. But I can't hit him, Sasuke said, frustrated. Not unless I awaken the Sharingan. Kitazawa looked at him, exasperated. There it was again. I'm not saying forget the Sharingan forever, he said, placing a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. But right now, focus on what you can control. Sasuke blinked, unsure. You really hate thinking things through, don't you? Kitazawa sighed. Here's what you do, keep working on your fire release. But also strengthen your taijutsu. Really? Sasuke looked uncertain. Niji's gentle fist is strong, yeah, but he's still just 1 year ahead of you, Kitazawa explained. You don't need to master taijutsu. Just be fast enough to dodge once. That's all it takes to set up a counter with your fire release. In truth, Kitazawa wasn't just thinking of taijutsu. He was thinking of lightning release. Lightning was fast and Sasuke had a natural affinity for it. In canon, he shone far brighter with lightning release than fire. Unfortunately, Kitazawa didn't know any lightning-style jutsu. But someone else did. Kakashi Hatake. He had created Chidori and was one of Konoha's few lightning ninjutsu specialists. Even if Kakashi didn't train Sasuke, the Uchiha clan definitely had access to lightning jutsu. But there was no need to rush. Until a mission or opportunity arose, Kitazawa would take things slow. Plus, without Sharingan, Sasuke couldn't learn Chidori yet anyway. I got it. Sasuke's eyes lit up, the gears in his head finally turning. Kitazawa-sensei, can you teach me taijutsu? You can train with Naruto, Kitazawa said after a beat. No. Sasuke waved both hands, eyes wide with horror. There's no way I'm putting on that green jumpsuit. Kitazawa burst out laughing. Relax. It's just training. No one said anything about dressing like him. Really? Sasuke narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Would I lie to you? Kitazawa said, still grinning. Should I go find them, then? Sasuke asked, hesitating. Would they even let me train with them? They will, Kitazawa said confidently. Even if you don't learn the strong fist, just keeping up with their training will make you stronger. Guy's regimen was infamous. Anyone who endured it came out tougher. Stronger body meant faster reflexes, greater stamina, and more chakra. It's really that effective. Sasuke wasn't fully convinced, but then he remembered Naruto's sudden leaps in strength. Maybe there was something to it. You'll see for yourself, Kitazawa said with a knowing smile. All right. Sasuke drew in a breath, fire in his eyes again. I'll go find them now. Kitazawa watched Sasuke walk away, and suddenly a wicked idea sparked in his mind. If Sasuke wore the green jumpsuit in front of everyone, would the sheer humiliation be enough to trigger his Sharingan? Given Sasuke's personality, there was no way he'd embrace it willingly. That meant double the embarrassment. And as everyone knows, the Sharingan is usually awakened through emotional upheaval. Though most Uchiha activated it through negative emotions, in theory, strong positive emotions could work too. But judging by Sasuke's violently adverse reaction just now, emotional trauma by green spandex might just be the key. Mission triggered. As class monitor of first-year Class A, your duty isn't just to be the strongest in your own class. Objective: help Uchiha Sasuke defeat Hyuga Niji. Reward: 1 Tomo Sharingan. Accept mission? Kitazawa stared at the system prompt and nearly blurted, you've got to be kidding me. First the Byakugan, and now the Sharingan? If this ever got out, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would probably launch a joint investigation to figure out who dropped the ball first. But the mission wasn't going to be easy. Byakugan combined with Gentle Fist gave Niji an overwhelming advantage in early to mid-stage battles. Even with Kitazawa's guidance, helping Sasuke overcome Niji wouldn't be a walk in the park. Unless Sasuke somehow learned the 8 gates, unlikely at best taijutsu alone wouldn't be enough. That left fire release, but it was hit or miss literally. Kitazawa stroked his chin thoughtfully. No, the best bet was still to trigger Sasuke's Sharingan. With it, he'd at least be able to counter the Byakugan's vision and land a solid fire release strike. Kitazawa also remembered Naruto's mission to defeat Sasuke. If both rivals pushed each other to their limits, the Sharingan might activate naturally. And if that still didn't work, there was always Yakumo. Her genjutsu was immersive, blurring the lines between illusion and reality. After all, even Itachi had used genjutsu to repeatedly replay the Uchiha massacre to stimulate Sasuke's awakening. A brutal but effective method. For now, Kitazawa shelved the idea. He had more pressing matters today, like continuing his medical ninjutsu training under Tsunade. Meanwhile, Sasuke had no trouble finding Naruto. After all, 3 people in green jumpsuits shouting about youth stood out like fireworks in broad daylight. But the moment Sasuke saw Guy, Lee, and Naruto passionately yelling about passion, his face twisted into one of inner conflict. If anyone from the Uchiha clan saw this, he'd never hear the end of it. Thankfully, nobody had tried to force that green monstrosity onto him yet. Sasuke. Naruto, currently running on his hands, caught sight of him. He flipped upright in a single motion and landed on his feet. It is you, Naruto said, blinking. What's up? I want to train with you. Sasuke took a deep breath and got straight to the point. Huh. Naruto stared like he'd just heard Sasuke ask to join a talent show. No? Is that a problem? Sasuke asked, slightly thrown off. Sasuke, you've awakened to the spirit of youth. Naruto beamed, giving a sparkly thumbs up. Let's burn together in the fires of hard work. I'm just here to train, Sasuke clarified, already regretting his decision. Welcome. Rock Lee chimed in, eyes shining. Training is youth, and youth is eternal. What? Even the legendary Uchiha acknowledges the path of youth. Guy suddenly appeared next to them, tears streaming down his cheeks. This is beautiful. My youthful heart can hardly take it. Sasuke looked more helpless than ever. Here, Guy said, reaching into seemingly nowhere and pulling out a shiny green jumpsuit. I've got a spare uniform. I'm not wearing that. Sasuke snapped, recoiling like it was cursed. I'm just here to train. Just train. All right then, Guy said, visibly disappointed but respecting his choice. Eccentric as he was, Guy never forced his students. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. Kitazawa stood at Kurene's doorstep and pulled out his key. Just as he was about to unlock the door, it swung open from the inside. I figured you'd be back around this time, Kurene said with a knowing smile, peeking out from behind the door. Was I right? She wore a red dress, her body subtly arched behind the doorframe. The fabric, tugged by gravity, accentuated her graceful curves. Very accurate, Kitazawa replied, stepping forward and leaning in to kiss her gently on the lips. Kurane instinctively straightened, looping her arms around his neck. Kitazawa's left hand slid up her back, while the right casually squeezed her backside. Kurane's eyes snapped open like she'd been jolted by electricity. Blushing faintly, she stepped back half a pace and gave him a pointed look. You're naughty. But the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her amusement, charming and mischievous all at once. Kitazawa took her hand and pulled her close again. Her soft, warm body nestled into his chest, her delicate scent lingering between them. Lady Tsunade's already here, Kurane murmured, giving his chest a playful tap with her fist. She's waiting for you in the living room. With a reluctant sigh, Kitazawa let her go, stepped out of his shoes, and made his way inside. Tsunade was sprawled lazily on the couch, long legs extended, her flawless feet propped shamelessly on the coffee table. Kitazawa resisted the urge to scold her. He needed her to teach him medical ninjutsu. It was not the time to argue over furniture manners. Shizun, Tsunade called, shifting slightly and resting her chin in her hand. The motion tugged her neckline downward, threatening to reveal more than modesty allowed. Don't look, Kurane whispered sharply into Kitazawa's ear before addressing the room. I'll head to the rooftop to check on Yakumo. Secret ninjutsu training, especially medical ninjutsu, was frowned upon in Konoha. Kurane left with quiet understanding. Kitazawa sighed, feeling a twinge of injustice. Tsunade might be dignified outside, but at home, she was downright casual. Still, he couldn't complain too much. The view wasn't bad. Kitazawa, Shizun said, entering with a basin of water, a carp swimming inside. The nostalgic setup instantly clicked. He'd seen this exact scene before. Fish were a staple training tool in medical ninjutsu. Even Sakura had practiced on fish during her early days under Tsunade. You've read the healing technique scroll this morning, Shizun said. Now we begin hands-on training. Healing technique is the foundation of all medical ninjutsu. If you can't grasp it, you likely don't have the aptitude. If you can't manage it within 3 months, Tsunade added from the couch, you might as well give up. That caught Kitazawa's attention. He had planned to immediately impress them with overwhelming talent, but if he moved too fast, he'd stand out like a sore thumb. More importantly, he only knew 2 techniques, hemostatic and healing. Showing off now would make it harder to explain slower progress later. He could pretend to be a genius but not an unbelievable freak. With his high chakra control, he could naturally learn new techniques at a decent pace. That way, even non-system skills wouldn't expose him. How long did it take Lady Tsunade to learn the healing technique? He asked with faint curiosity. 1 day, Tsunade replied with a smirk. But I'm a special case. If you manage it in 2 days, you're considered a genius with high talent, Shizun added. It took me 2.5. As expected of Shizun-senpai, Kitazawa said with a respectful nod. Senpai, Shizun blinked. Aren't you older than me? Skill comes first, he quipped. But if I ever surpass you, I'll start calling you Kawarhei. You're funny, Shizun chuckled. But surpassing her? Keep dreaming, Tsunade chimed in. She's trained under me for years. Her medical ninjutsu rivals most jonin. Kitazawa's eyes gleamed with a thought. Wanna bet on it? How could you gamble on something like this? Shizun protested, waving off the idea. Let's focus. I'll demonstrate the technique. She knew Tsunade's luck with gambling and didn't want to tempt fate. Alright, Tsunade sighed, though her eyes lit up with mischief. She liked the idea of a bet. She just didn't think Kitazawa had a chance. Kitazawa was just starting out. He was decades behind Shizun. No one, no matter how gifted, closed that kind of gap overnight. Unless he was as talented as Tsunade herself. Watch closely, Kitazawa. Shizun drew a kunao and made a precise cut along the carp's side. Then she laid her hands over the wound, chakra flowing steadily. Kitazawa watched, calm and focused. Now I'll explain the fundamentals. Once the demonstration ended, Shizun gave a detailed breakdown of the technique. Kitazawa listened intently, calculating. He decided he'd take exactly 1 day to master it. Matching Tsunade's time was impressive but still within believable limits. It would solidify his persona as a genius without crossing into absurdity. Got it? Shizun asked. Let me know if you're confused. All clear. Thanks, Shizun-senpai, Kitazawa said and stepped forward. I'll give it a try. Shizun watched curiously. Tsunade sat up, leaning forward to observe. A few moments passed and Kitazawa activated the healing technique. Not perfectly, but enough to work. Tsunade's eyes widened. He actually succeeded. On his first attempt, Shizun inhaled sharply. It had taken her half a day to even get it going. Kitazawa's raw talent was undeniable. Could he really surpass her 1 day? No way. Even so, the seed of doubt was planted. Seems you do have a knack for this, Tsunade said, leaning back with a sly grin. Keep practicing. Understood, Kitazawa replied calmly. Privately, he thanked the system. Without its maxed out proficiency, pulling this off would have been impossible. 3 hours ticked by. Shizun's confidence began to waver. Not once had Kitazawa asked a question or needed her help. For the first time, her role as a teacher felt shaky. She remembered how Tsunade had scolded her repeatedly before she grasped the healing technique. That's enough for today. Kurane and Yakumo appeared at the top of the stairs. You'll continue here tomorrow, Tsunade said, standing up and stretching. See you then. Shizun followed her out, tossing one last glance over her shoulder at Kitazawa. A genius, indeed. It was already past 9 o'clock. The streets were mostly empty, and only a handful of streetlights flickered faintly. Fortunately, they lived right next door. Lady Tsunade. As soon as they returned home, Shizun asked, "What do you think of Kitazawa's talent?" "Better than yours," Tsunade answered bluntly, stretching out on the couch. "If he had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, I would have taken him on as my personal student." "That good?" Shizun blinked in surprise. More than the praise, it was that second sentence that stunned her. She knew how selective and demanding Tsunade was when it came to her students, especially now, when her emotional walls were firmly up. "Whether he's truly gifted or not depends on what happens next," Tsunade said, arching her back in a lazy stretch. "He's a little old to start from scratch. Becoming a top-tier medical ninja at his age? That's a tall order." "Fair point." Shizun nodded, then asked with curiosity, "But what if he keeps performing this well? Then I'll take him as a student." Tsunade said it as if it were no big deal. Hearing that, a strange sense of unease stirred in Shizun's heart. She didn't want her Kawahe to become her senpai. Even if she wasn't a prodigy on the level of Tsunade, Shizun had always taken pride in being among the best in medical ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Kitazawa and Kurane escorted Yakumo home. "How's your medical ninjutsu training going?" Kurane asked as they strolled side by side. "Pretty well," Kitazawa replied with a smile. "Lady Tsunade said I'm very talented." "Seriously?" Kurane looked at him, clearly skeptical. To show extraordinary talent in medical ninjutsu at 21? That didn't add up. True prodigies showed signs from childhood, whether from elite clans or even civilian backgrounds. Minato Namikaze, Sakura Haruno, both had stood out at the academy. "It's true." Kitazawa gave her a gentle smile and held her hand. "You can ask Lady Tsunade if you don't believe me." "Then that's really a shame." Kurane sighed, a little wistful. "If you'd started learning right after graduation, you might have surpassed Shizun by now." Of course, she didn't compare him to Tsunade. That would be pushing it. "It's not too late," Kitazawa said nonchalantly. "That's true." Kurane grinned, an idea forming. "Guess my future depends on you, then." The stronger Kitazawa became, the more Konoha would take notice. In a decade, maybe he could even be vice principal of the Ninja Academy. At that point, her life would be golden. For most ninja, missions were just a means to earn a living. If she could have comfort and stability, why refuse it? "No problem," Kitazawa said, stopping in his tracks. "Just enjoy life from now on. See you tomorrow." Kurane looked at him, a flicker of emotion in her eyes. She rose on tiptoe and pressed her lips to his. After a long kiss, she turned and walked away. The next day, Tuesday, at the Ninja Academy training ground, Sasuke. Kitazawa walked over to Sasuke, who was finishing a round of the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. "How did it go yesterday?" "Pretty smooth," Sasuke replied with a steady tone, hiding the subtle frustration in his eyes. "I've already agreed to train with Naruto after school from now on." In truth, it had been anything but smooth. Only after experiencing Naruto's brutal training regimen did Sasuke realize how intense it was. He'd lasted half a day before vomiting from exhaustion. He wasn't sure he could even keep up today, but he had to try. "That's good." Kitazawa smiled. "Keep at it." Though Sasuke hadn't said anything, Kitazawa could guess he was struggling. Physically, the Uchiha clan was no match for the vitality of the Uzumaki or Senju bloodlines. "Go on and keep training." Kitazawa turned his attention to Sakura. After observing her for a while, his eyes lit up in admiration. She truly was a medical ninjutsu prodigy. She'd only begun learning the healing technique yesterday, yet she had already grasped most of the essentials. At this pace, she'd master it by the afternoon. 1.5 to 2 days total. That was astonishing. Her talent surpassed Shizun's, though it was still shy of Tsunade's. Even so, it was remarkable. She truly lived up to her potential as one of the story's main characters. All the better for Kitazawa. The faster she progressed, the quicker he completed his missions. By dusk, the sun dipped below the horizon. Current mission: help Sakura Haruno learn her first medical ninjutsu. Mission reward: Chakra Scalpel. Mission complete. Reward issued. Kitazawa's heart surged with excitement as the long-awaited lines of text appeared. His first A-rank medical ninjutsu was acquired. AHH. Ino cried out, frustrated. "I lost again." "Congrats. Double the homework tonight," Sakura said smugly. "Ugh." Ino gritted her teeth, but inwardly, she was surprised. Sakura's progress in medical ninjutsu was far faster than she'd anticipated. Coming from a clan, Ino had always assumed she had the edge. But after watching Sakura's chakra control training and medical ninjutsu development, she realized she'd fallen behind. "Ino," Kitazawa called gently. "Your mind-body switch technique is improving rapidly. I'd say you'll have it fully mastered in a couple of days." Sakura immediately pounced on the moment. "My healing technique is way harder than your mind-body switch. Kitazawa-sensei's definitely going to teach me something more advanced next." Kitazawa looked at the two frenemies and chuckled to himself. This rivalry? Entertaining and productive.